the Columbia Workshop. Tonight's play is tag number 1184-463, written for the Workshop by David Levy.
If I were to tell you were going to hear the story of George Washington or Abe Lincoln, you could pretty well figure there was going to be a lot of big events to cover. But this story can't even compete with a biography of Martin Van Buren or Millard Fillmore. They're obscure, but they did make it to the White House. Me, I'm just plain obscure. My name is Joe. Joe, well, it doesn't matter. Just think of me as Joe American, right smack from the Corn Belt. I came from a small town. You might call it Main Street, USA. If you ever took a tour through it like you take when you hit New York, you wouldn't be much impressed. First of all, you'd take it on foot. Otherwise, you'd be in and out of town like that.
Oh, hello, Joe. Sure a hot day.
Hello, Mr. Benton. Sure is. He's the town grocer. Got the only corrugated sheet metal roof in town. You know, the kind that's painted green and reaches clear out to the curb. You don't see that kind of roof anymore.
Afternoon, Joe.
Afternoon, Miss Carr.
Hope everyone's fine at home.
They are, thanks. Just plain Miss Carr. Used to be my school teacher. That's the school over there, back of the bank. That red building next to the bank's the post office.
Hello there, Joey.
Hiya, Pete. Taking it easy?
Not so busy in the summertime. Kids, they go barefoot.
Well, wait till winter. See you later. The shoemaker. The only foreigner in town. He's got his papers, but you know how it used to be back in the old days? He's got an accent, so he's still a foreigner. The porch on this house here was made from the planks of the first steamer to sail up the Mississippi from New Orleans. Belongs to Pop Granville. He's retired river pilot.
Hello, Joe. How's your ma?
Pretty good, Miss Tromer.
Well, tell her to drop in and see me, Joe.
I will, Miss Tromer. Just a citizen. Nice old lady who lives alone. Story around town is she lost her fiancé 20 years ago in the Spanish-American War. She never forgot it. This pompous-looking man walking this way, he's our pastor.
Good afternoon, my boy.
Afternoon, sir.
You missed service last Sunday.
Yes, I know it, sir.
The paths of the wayward lead only to the highways of disillusion, Joe. Better think about that, my boy.
Yes, Pastor, I know. I'll be in church next Sunday. Well, it may be hard to believe, but we're practically at the end of Main Street. Up the corner, there's the best house in town. Belongs to the judge. He's not really a judge, but being the oldest man in town, folks naturally can't call him just plain mister. I remember him way back when I was a kid. He had a head full of white hair even then. Always used to carry a cane with a dog's head carved on top.
That's the way, Joe. That's the way. You're heading in the right direction.
Oh, morning, Judge.
Keep chopping like that, my boy, and someday you may be president of the United States.
Gee, you really think so?
No, so. That's the way Mr. Lincoln began. You just stick to it.
Yeah, and I'd keep on chopping harder than ever. Well, that's the kind of people lived in our town. Every one of them an Abe Lincoln at heart. Just didn't happen to have his gumption or his wit. Never said anything new or original, but lots of horse sense. All except one. He lived back of the church. That's it, up on the hill. The clock in the steeple's only got 3 faces. They never raised enough ante for the 4th one, but the congregation said it didn't matter.
Oh, he said he don't want to read the clock anyway. Nobody lives in Northford anyway except Dynamite Jim. Old Jim ain't interested in time at all.
They called him Dynamite because he was a powder monkey when the old quarry was being worked. Now he was a hermit, and he's holed up on the side of the mountain back of the church all winter long. But Jim was really like the rest of the town, except he was smarter. I found that out when I was a kid.
church and cemetery?
No.
Don't you miss having a face on the clock to tell time with?
Nope, it don't matter much. Besides, it ain't natural for a hermit to care about the time anyway.
Dynamite, you promised to tell me a story if I came today.
Well, did I now? Well, let's see. Oh, yes. Did I ever tell you about the time the Indians...
Old Dynamite was always telling me Indian stories, and I believed every word he said until I grew up. Then I learned that hermits, next to politicians, can rig up more lies that make sense than any other kind of people. Except hermits had what Miss Carr called perception. Like one time Jim was showing me how to hide behind trees the way the old Indians did. Suddenly he stopped and said,
My boy, this is a wonderful country, this USA. Nobody cares whether you're a hermit or a millionaire. The only difference between me and the millionaire is he works all his life for the privilege of spending his last few years like I've been doing all my life.
There it is, Main Street. An opera house, one bank, about 10 automobiles, 2 of them electric, 1 hotel. Famous in these parts for being the one place Washington never slept in. My people had settled here maybe 200 years back, and the old man had proof.
Remember, son, we got headstones up on the old graveyard to prove that we've been here 7 generations.
He was a stickler for tradition, my old man. Was considered the best judge of livestock for more than 40 miles around. Folks as far as 50 miles praised Ma's preserves. But my sister Ellen beat Ma and Pa put together. She had a fella named Tim. He'd come for her almost 100 miles. And when a man came courting that far, he was serious.
Well, why shouldn't she have a suitor 100 miles away? My Ellen's the best-looking gal in the whole state.
Crying when Ellen got married. 100 miles was like going to some crazy place like Honduras. Tim and Sis, they settled down on his farm to raise poultry, corn, and kids. That was in 1917. The war had come.
It is right that on this day, this congregation should solemnly renew the pledge our forefathers made. To pledge to each other our lives and our fortunes and our sacred honor. May God keep it always the land of the free and the home of the brave. Amen.
Mighty fine sermon. Best pastor in the whole state. Oh, morning, Judge.
Morning, Ben. Hello, Joseph.
Morning, sir.
Joe, my boy, this war can make you president quicker than chopping wood.
Yes, sir.
Military record is a fine thing to have. Fine thing. Even Lincoln was a soldier. Yes, sir, a good military record is a fine thing to have.
Yep, they were all there. Ma and the old man, Sis and Tim and little Tim and Jane. Jane. She was there, too. All gold and pink. Hair streaming down her shoulders. White they were. Pure, holy white. We'd been sweethearts ever since grade school.
Joe, would you like to walk home with me? Oh, sure, Jane. Give me your book. Oh, I can carry them. Or let me. You're a girl. So what's the difference? I don't know. If girls are weaker than boys, I'll show you they're not. Race you to the top of the hill. All right. Ready, set, go. There, I did it. I beat you, see? Yeah, you sure did. Joe. Yeah? Did you let me win? No. You beat me honestly by 5 feet. Why did you, Joe? Well, of course you're my girl. I really shouldn't dance every dance with you, Joe. Mrs. Carr wouldn't like it.
but Jane, we graduate tomorrow.
I know, but a girl's supposed to dance with everyone at the senior prom.
You're my girl, aren't you?
Oh, yes, Joe.
Come on, Jane, hurry.
I'm trying to get as fast as I can.
All right, in you go. Gosh, if the old man ever finds out I got his best horse and buggy, he'd have a fit. Get up.
Joe, are you sure you want to?
Am I sure? I've been waiting for this day all my life.
Oh, I love you so, Joe.
Sweetheart.
And you take this here young fella as your lawful wedded husband?
I do.
Then I pronounce you man and wife. $2.
Only Jane and me knew then. We had 2 good days of life. That's how I'd come to know about this George Washington business. He's not sleeping in our hotel. I'd sworn the room clerk to secrecy with $1 after he'd seen our wedding certificate. And that's how I'd come to know Jane's shoulders were lily white.
Joe.
Yeah, honey?
I like to run my hands through your hair. Do you mind?
No. I like it.
Joe.
Huh?
I'm going to miss you, Joe.
Oh, now, Jane, we promised.
I know, but I can't help thinking about it.
Why think about it? Besides, the war will be over before I get into action.
Why did you do it? Why didn't you wait till you were called?
I don't know. I was in front of the bank when a parade came down the street. The guy made a speech about the Army needing men. He said every red-blooded American should sign up. So I signed up.
Oh.
Now, let's not talk about it anymore.
Joe.
Yeah?
Promise me you'll be careful.
Oh, you know I will. Honey. I was just thinking, maybe we'd better tell the folks we're married.
No, Joe, please. They'll think we did it because of the war.
We talked like that for hours. Some of it was just to keep from getting scared at being separated.
Joe, sit down over here on the sofa.
Whatever you say, Princess.
When you come back, what would you like to be?
Oh, I don't know. Lawyer, maybe. Maybe go into the bank if the judge will have me.
Oh, I'd like you to be a lawyer, Joe. You were good in debating.
All right, then. That's what I'll be. A lawyer.
It's going to be hard. Waiting.
Those 2 days went like dewdrops in the sun. Before we knew it, we were at the station, and the whole town was there to say goodbye.
Remember, son, your people are the best fighters in the country.
I'll remember, Pop. Goodbye, Mom.
Goodbye, Joe. Here's some money.
Oh, I don't want it, Mom.
Take it, son. You'll be needing it.
My boy, I'm proud of you. America has never lost a war. It's up to you.
I'll do my best, Judge. Dynamite. I didn't expect to see you here.
Now, remember what I told you, laddie. Use the trees like I did for a shield. No Injun ever set eyes on me. Be foxy.
Thanks, Jim. I will.
Bye.
Oh, Jane. You promised not to come.
Joe, come back. Come back, please, Joe. Come back.
I'll be back, honey. I'll be back. Things popped in the head. Silver tear in Jane's eyes. Dynamite waving a red handkerchief. The pastor talking about the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. And every time he said it, he looked straight at Ma, and she looked right back. She wouldn't give him the satisfaction of a sniffle. That's the kind of America I left. Pleasant place. One town after another, and we were marching to the front.
Hey, ain't this some dump, huh?
Boy, they really gave it a taste.
All my life I hear about this urine. I come 3,000 miles, and what do I see? A dump.
That's what it was, all right. But that was our headquarters. There was a church, reminded me of the one back home, except no one went in but the military. Funny, it'd never been hit, and everything around it been knocked flat. I used to stand guard in front, and I'd think of the church back home. I'd think of Jim and Ma and Dad, the Judge and Jane. I'd memorize their letters.
Darling, we're all together, all your friends, every Sunday. Your dad still tries to sing the hymns louder than all the rest. And Dynamite's forever telling me to remind you to take cover behind the rocks and trees. And, darling, I miss you.
Soldier, what are you doing?
I'm sorry, sir.
No more daydreaming. You understand?
Yes, sir. Colonel was right, no question. And my thoughts were of home. There was one night when everything was quiet. I found myself whispering.
I'm here, darling.
Remember when we pledged ourselves?
Yes, Joe.
We were walking down a road, and I was having a tough time saying what I wanted.
Oh, just look at the stars, Joe.
Yeah, pretty. Jane, you won't believe it, but I didn't sleep last night.
No, why not?
Because of you.
Because what would I have to do with keeping you awake?
Everything. I've been thinking about us lately. Now that we're in a war and everything.
Joe, if you're really tired, we can get on the back of this wagon.
Swell idea. Come on. Up you go. Jane, will you? Jane. Well, will you?
Will I what, Joe?
Marry me.
Oh, Joe.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Joe, darling, darling.
That's all there was to it. We didn't talk much after that. Just held hands. I was tired, all right, because the next thing I knew, someone was shaking me.
Wake up, darling. Darling, wake up. Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up. Wake up, you fool. Wake up.
Huh? Oh, yes, sir.
You've done this twice, soldier.
Yes, sir.
Next time, it'll be a court-martial.
The more I thought of home, the more I wondered about the war. What was I doing in France? France. At school, it was kind of square and green on the map, and I was always getting it mixed up with Spain, even though Spain was purple. Tried to figure out what I was doing in France. It didn't make sense. I'd given up my freedom to start with. Back home, I knew I was free and pretty important. We elected an alderman every couple of years, and if they raised our taxes, well, next time we elected a new alderman. But a fellow in one outfit put me wise. He'd been a college teacher and was kind of on the quiet side. One night we walked through that old French town. Stumps of buildings and chimney stacks stuck up like ghosts. Only the church looked real.
You ought to know what we're fighting for. Look around you, Joe. This was a town once.
I own the bookshop. There where the little gate still waiting.
My husband and I were closer. We were killed by shell fragments.
I was pastor of the church. I was bayoneted for helping a wounded Frenchman.
I was mayor, executed for wearing French medals received in the Franco-Prussian War.
All at once it cleared. This little town in France. France, the green square on the map. This was my hometown. These people who lived here were my people. They were the Peters, the Carrs, the Judges, the Dynamite Jims, the Janes of my own town. I stood there just thinking. I saw the church go in a great cloud of dust and rubble. That made me mad. It made me understand. And then we were in it.
Somebody! 10, 7, broken step,
Well, it's about time we got out of this dump. Where are we heading? I heard the colonel say something about the argon. Maybe we'll get some action now. Show them Jerry some cold steel. The argon. We were all there together. New York, Arizona, Ohio, Texas, Idaho, all 48. I'd had a letter from Jane just as we'd hit into the argon.
And so I have the pleasure of telling you that you're now a daddy. Joe Jr. looks like you, darling. Hurry home and see for yourself. The whole town's mad about him.
I tell you, he's the best-looking youngster I ever saw.
Dear ladies, it's quite legal. I saw the papers myself. And with his father's military record behind him, this little chap can be a congressman at the drop of a hat.
Ain't he a darling, Pastor?
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Your grandson is compensation from the law.
The spitting image of Joe. I learned him Indian tricks just like I learned his pappy.
There was the clincher. Joe Jr. From then on, me and the Hun were fighting a personal war. Purely personal. I showed his picture to the colonel.
Fine boy. Stay awake, soldier, and you'll be back to see him.
Next day, we were in the trenches, and we knew something big was in the air. The colonel was nervous. He said he'd come to give us a 10-second pep talk.
Now, here it is. These Huns are like snakes. If you do a halfway job, they'll be back. Wiser, stronger, more dangerous. Men, do a good job.
That snake idea caught on. Make sure they're dead, through and through. Everyone was kind of quiet. The artillery kicked up an awful mess on both sides.
Moving up at 6 o'clock. 1 hour to go.
The big push was due. I gave my rifle a final check.
Good luck, Joe.
The same to you, Sarge.
Okay, men. This is it.
Over the top. Suddenly we were in. All hell broke loose. The Hun must have got wind of our plans, but we had our orders. Sarge got halfway out of the trench when he got hit. He never knew it. Down through the forest we charged.
Come on, men! Get it dirty on your hands!
That later, the colonel went out like a hero. American boys were popping off all around me, doing funny little dances and falling into strange heaps. Hey, buddy, get me a hand. There's no time to stop. Kill or get killed. I fell into a shell hole and met Roger.
Well, Joe, here we are, face to face with us. 2 grown men in a hole. Another chap a few yards away.
Yeah, it's him or us.
Or at least one of us. He can't get us both if we play it smart.
Maybe we'll both be lucky.
Maybe. You go to the left, I'll climb from the right.
Shake, old boy.
Good luck, Joe.
I got real close to that Hun. I remember thinking how cold and hard he looked. For a moment, I was hypnotized. Then I saw his finger pressed. Roger stood right up. I saw his arms flail about. The stream of bullets cut him in two. And in that moment, the Hun spotted me. They never did find Roger and the colonel. The Hun gave their corpses a grand finale. They got themselves nice, plain crosses because no one could identify them. I came back. Only this time, instead of an old cattle boat, we got a battleship. Instead of sailing out in the quiet of the night, we got a big welcome. For a few minutes, everyone sang a hymn, and when it was finished, everyone went home. The war was over. I never did go back to my hometown. Not that I didn't want to, but there was work to be done.
You were good at debating, Joe. Maybe you could be a speaker of some sort, a lawyer or a congressman.
Well, that's what it turned out to be, more or less. A speaker. Kind of an evangelist. Ma understood, of course. And she'd come and see me whenever she could. Bring all the town news.
Old Doc passed away last week, Joe, and you know the judge still won't go to the movies. Says they're one step to perdition.
And, of course, nothing could keep Jane and me apart. There have been few hours since I got back that we've been apart. She's just as beautiful as ever. A little gray, but that doesn't matter. And then there's Joe Jr. He's made things bright. The years have passed pleasantly enough. Sometimes I find myself thinking of France, of Roger, the colonel, the terrible war. In a way, it was all comfortably remote, and thinking about it wasn't too painful. Until one day, almost before anyone realized it, we were in another war. Then it all became very real again.
Moving up at 6 o'clock. 1 hour to go.
Hey, buddy, give me a hand, will you?
You want to know what we're fighting for? Look around you, Joe. This was a town. Silence, the machine gun.
Come back. Come back. Please come back.
Dad, there's something I want to tell you.
There he stood, little Joe, my own flesh and blood. As he stood there, twisting his hat in his hand, with that look on his face, I knew he didn't have to say it. Had that purely personal angle again, just like the last time.
Dad, I wanted to tell you about it before Mother got here. She knows I'm going to do it, even though I haven't said so to her. I guess you knew, too, didn't you, Dad?
Sure, I knew, son.
About my enlisting, I mean.
Yeah, Joe.
What'll Mother think, Dad?
She'll know what to think. She'll know what to think even better than she did last time when I went.
Thanks, Dad.
I'm sorry we didn't do the job the first time, son.
Well, I guess nobody knew how big a job it was. But this time we'll do it for keeps. So long, Dad.
Goodbye, little Joe. Remember what old Dynamite said.
Yeah, be foxy. Take cover behind every tree and rock.
He turned and walked away. Jane came later. She stood before me a long time. Just stood there. Then I saw she was carrying 2 snapshots. Each was a man in uniform. One was Joe Jr., the other was me. I'd sent it to her from France. On the back of it was a number. 1184463. It was significant in a way.
Soldier?
Yes, sir?
Hang this tag around your neck. If they ever get you, this is how they'll know you, from Tom, Dick, and Harry. Next, tag number 184.
They never did find my tag. That Hun in the Argonne thought of that. You see, that's how I got home. Home to do the toughest job of my career. Reminding people of the things Roger and the Colonel spilled blood for. My name? Well, it's Joe, like I said. But they don't call me that. They carved out some nice words on a block of stone. The kind a poet would say.
Well, that's done. I wonder who he was. Here lies in honored glory an American soldier known but to God.
You've been listening to the Columbia Workshop presentation, tag number 1184463, written by David Levy. The score was composed and conducted by Nathan Van Cleve. The program was produced under the supervision of William Spear and directed by Howard G. Barnes. Included in tonight's cast were James Monks as Joe and Joan Allison as Jane. A note about the new time for the Columbia Workshop. The next workshop will be heard over most of these stations on Monday, July 13th at 10:30 p.m. Eastern Wartime, and Mondays thereafter at that hour. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Gene Autry. I'm back in the saddle again, out where a friend is a friend, where the longhorn cattle feed on the rolling beat. Back in the saddle again. That's right, folks. Another visit with all the gang here at Melody Ranch. Pat Buttram, Johnny Bond, the Cass County Boys, the Pinafores, Carl Cotner's Melody Ranch Orchestra, and yours truly, Charlie Lyon. But right now, meet the boss man himself, America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry. Sweet little twill, puffing on corn silk. Tweedle-o twill, whittling wood, sitting there wishing he could go fishing over the hills. Tweedle-o twill, tweedle-o twill, oh, don't he look drowsy? Tweedle-o twill, nodding his head, I bet he feels lazy, plucking that daisy, getting a thrill. Tweedle-o twill, tweedle-o twill, bobbing and weaving. Tweedle-o twill, wading in corn, taking it easy, out where it's breezy, better be still. Tweedle-o twill. And now, here's one of the prettier current ballads. Seems to be quite a public favorite, too. It goes as follows. I saw half of a photograph, and it took my breath away. For that face on that photograph was my love of yesterday. It was only half a picture. There was still another part. But somebody tore that picture like the way she tore my heart. Somewhere I'm on the other hand. If you find it, you will see that her half of the photograph has a smile she meant for me. It was only half a picture. There was still another part. But somebody tore that picture like the way she tore my heart. Somewhere I'm on the other hand. If you find it, you will see that her half of the photograph has a smile she meant for me.
That's real pretty, Gene.
Well, thank you, neighbors. Many, many thanks. And now...
Howdy, howdy.
Well, howdy. And now...
Don't suppose there's any chance of borrowing a loan of a couple of bucks from you till payday, is there?
No, there's no chance of borrowing a couple of bucks from me till payday. And now I want to...
How about $1?
Look, Buster, the answer is still no. N-O. Not a buck. Not a quarter. Not a dime. Not even a halfpenny.
Well, why?
Because you're too lazy to work, that's why.
Are you kidding? Why should I work?
Well, so you can make money, for one thing.
Why?
So you can put it in the bank and save it.
Well, why?
So you can retire and not have to work.
Huh. Why go to all that trouble when I ain't working now?
I'll say one thing for you, Buttram. You aren't one to exert yourself unnecessarily.
Not if I can help it, I ain't. That reminds me. Did I ever tell you about the woman running over one of our chickens?
Well, when did this all happen?
This afternoon. Oh. I was busy resting at the time, though, so I didn't even bother to get out of my rocking chair.
So?
So the lady that done the running over, she come walking up to the porch where I was a-rocking away, and she says, I'm terribly sorry, young man, but I just run over one of your hens, and I'd like to replace her.
Well, that was nice of her. What did you say?
What could I say? I just told her, I said, that's okay with me, lady, providing you can lay an egg.
You know, sometimes I wonder about you, Buttram.
You ain't the only one. When I was just a little baby, I was born at a very early age, you know. And my mama and papa, they didn't know what they wanted me to be. So one day Papa said to Mama, he says, I know a sure way to find out. Well, sir, right then and there, Papa put a Bible, a dollar bill, and an apple on the floor. And he sent me crawling into the room alone to see what I'd do. He claimed that if I took the Bible, I'd be a preacher. If I took the apple, I'd be a farmer. And if I took the dollar, I'd be a banker.
Oh. Well, I know I'm very silly for asking. But which one did you take?
Well, sir, first I picked up the apple, put that in my mouth. Then I picked up the dollar bill, put it in my pocket. Then I picked up the Bible, put it under my arm, and walked out. So Papa says, well, what do you know, Mama? That boy of ours is going to be a politician.
Now, that's what I call a very wise observation. Say, by the way, did you wash the dishes, clean the house, scrub the floors, beat the carpets, hang the curtains, chop the wood, milk the cows and feed the chickens like I told you to do this morning?
No, but don't worry, I will. I'll do them. And I'll also shovel the snow off of the sidewalk.
Wait just a minute there, Buster. There's no snow on the sidewalk this time of the year?
No, but there will be by the time I get done with the rest of them jobs. So long, Mr. Artery.
Well, so long, Patrick, old boy. We'll check with you again in a few minutes. Meantime, let's all give a careful listen to the Cass County Boys singing a brand new song called
Oh, sweet mama, sweet soft soul, won't you kindly turn your damper down? I can smell those cakes of burning honey, they done burn plum brown. Since ham went up to $1 a pound, I eat so many rabbits I just hobble around. Oh, sweet mama, sweet soft soul, won't you kindly turn your damper down? Oh, sweet mama, sweet soft soul, won't you kindly turn your damper down? I can smell those cakes of burning honey, they done burn plum brown. There was a Dominic, a rooster, and a Shanghai hen. They run around together, but they ain't no kin. Oh, sweet mama, sweet soft doll, won't you kindly turn your damper down? Doll, won't you kindly turn your damper down? I can smell those cakes of burning honey, they done burn plum brown. You make the best hot biscuits with the honey, too, but I tell you, baby, nothing sweet as you. Oh, sweet mama, sweet soft doll, won't you kindly turn your damper down? Turn it down, turn it down, turn it down, turn it down. Mama, turn your damper down.
Now, friends, here's a song I had the pleasure of recording not too many years ago. You seemed to like it then. Here's hoping you still like it now. In the blue Canadian Rockies, spring is sighing through the trees, and the golden poppies are blooming round the banks of Lake Louise. Across the sea they call me, and I'm lonesome and so blue, for the blue Canadian Rockies and the girl I love so true. Across the sea they call me,
and I'm lonesome and so blue. For the blue Canadian Rockies and the girl I love so true. There's a little old church in the valley where I first learned of sorrow and joy.
You know, neighbors, not far from right here at Melody Ranch is a place called Willow Valley. And there, nestled among the trees, is a church. A little church that the song you just heard the boys and girls singing could very well have been written about. Yet a church that might never have been built had it not been for a man named Cyrus Carter. However, as fate often wills it, Cyrus Carter didn't live to see his dream become a reality. As a matter of fact, it was just 2 weeks before the Sunday his church was to be dedicated that Cyrus Carter passed away, leaving his wife and son to carry on his work. And that's where this story begins.
I do hope I'm not keeping you from anything, Jane, but, well, you're the only one I know to turn to.
Believe me, I'm mighty flattered to think that you would, Mrs. Carter.
Well, I mean it. But I'm afraid this isn't something you asked for, like a church pledge. You see, it's about our son, Ben.
Ben? He isn't in any kind of trouble, is he?
Oh, no, not really. I guess being a mother, I'm just a little disappointed, that's all. You see, Gene, Cyrus's fondest dream was that one day Ben would follow in his footsteps and carry on his work. Well, now, since his father's gone, something seems to have changed him.
How do you mean changed him, Miss Carter?
Well, he told me last night that he wants to go away, Gene. He wants to forget all about the church. He wants to build a whole new life for himself.
I see. And can you think of any reason for this sudden change?
No, I only wish I could. Naturally, I don't want to force him into doing something he no longer cares about, but, well, I thought you might be better able to talk with him about it.
Believe me, I'll be glad to, Mrs. Carter. That is, if you really think it'll do any good.
I don't know, Gene. I don't honestly know that it will. But Ben thinks the world of you. That much I do know.
Tell me, is he still living at the house with you?
No, Gene. He's staying out in Willow Valley by himself. He fixed up one of the back rooms in the new church.
In that case, I'll go right out to see him this afternoon. Don't worry, Miss Carter. Ben's a fine young man. You saw to that. He can't go too far wrong. And so, Ben, that's it. That's why I came over here to talk to you.
I guessed as much. Look, Gene, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told my mother. It's my life, and I'm going to get out of it what I want.
No one's disputing your right to do that.
Then what's this all about, anyway?
Your mother just wants to make sure that you really get those things you want, Ben, that's all.
Well, one thing's a cinch. I'm not going to get them here. I've lived, eaten, and slept in a church all my life. I even went to theological school to learn how to become a minister, because that's what my mom and Dad wanted me to do. But then Dad died, and somehow nothing after that made any sense. It couldn't. No matter how I added it up, I got the same answer. He'd given his time, his money, his food, finally his life to others. And for what? When he died, all he left was a mortgaged house, a lot of unpaid bills, and a half-finished church that's never opened its doors.
Aren't you forgetting an awful lot of people who'll never forget him for his kindness and help?
Maybe. But aren't you forgetting kindness and help don't buy clothes and groceries?
They buy a lot more than that, Ben. They buy happiness. And when it came to counting that kind of wealth, your dad was one of the richest men I ever knew.
Look, Gene, that kind of talk sounds good. Maybe it listens okay for somebody else, but not for me. I'm leaving here just as soon as I can get enough money to do it.
Okay, Ben. That's the way you feel about it. I guess there's not much more I can say.
That's the way I feel about it. I'm sorry, Gene. I hope you understand.
Let's just say I wish you luck.
Thanks. We'll keep in touch, huh?
Right, Ben. So long.
So long.
Funny, isn't it? I mean, how much importance so many of us attach to the material things in life and how little heed we pay to the spiritual things that many times mean so much more. Anyway, getting back to the story, on the following Saturday, I remember I was going over the current bills in my back room when all of a sudden... Hello?
Hello, Gene. It's Sheriff Dillon.
Oh, hello, Jim.
Get your boys together and head for Willow Valley right away, will you, Gene?
Why? What's up?
Well, some guy just held up the Rancher's Loan Exchange here in town and got away with $5,000. We think he's headed out toward Willow Valley. I sent a posse out from here, so I figure if you and your boys head him off from the other way, we ought to make contact somewhere near the new church.
Right, Jim.
Oh, yeah, one other thing. Now, this guy's trigger happy, so watch it.
Don't worry. We'll leave within 5 minutes.
Good.
So long. Willow Valley, huh?
Hello.
Hello, Ben. This is Gene.
Oh, yeah, Gene. What's on your mind?
Some guy just held up the Rancher's Loan Exchange in town and got away with $5,000.
What?
They think he's headed out your way, but so is the sheriff's posse. So I just called to tell you to keep your eyes open.
Oh, gosh, thanks, Gene. Thanks for tipping me off. I'll keep a careful lookout.
Right. So long, Ben.
Okay, chum, reach and freeze.
Who are you?
Never mind that. Just keep those hands up nice and high where I can see them.
Well, you must be the one who just held up the Rancher's Loan Exchange.
Well, now, news sure travels fast around here, don't it? Yeah, I'm the guy, all right. And for your information, mister, there's $5,000 in this bag that you're going to see that I keep.
Oh, no, I'm not. You won't get away with it. They'll find you here.
I doubt that. I doubt it very much. Especially when you tell them you ain't seen me.
Hey, what are you going to do?
First, I'm going to hide this dough in your closet. Like this. There. That added to it. Now, you got any grub around here?
No.
Don't give me that stuff. Fix me up something and make it fast. We'll be back as soon as I hide my horse. And, oh, yeah. Just in case you might want to call somebody to tell them I'm here, these telephone wires ought to take care of that. Now, hurry it up. I'm hungry.
Okay, you up with them.
Why, you...
Don't reach, mister. You're covered from all sides.
Oh, yeah? Well, you ain't taking Rocky Sims alive.
Let him have it, boy.
Well, sir, by the time me and the boys from Melody Ranch got out to the church, the excitement was all over. One deputy had been hit, but not seriously. But the guy we were after, Rocky Sims, was dead. The sheriff told me they hadn't been able to find all the stolen money, though. Said he figured the dead guy had probably hidden it somewhere along the trail and intended to pick it up later. But somehow that explanation didn't quite ring true to me, so I went back to talk to Ben about it.
Yeah? Who is it? Oh, Gene, what are you doing out here?
Hello, Ben. Getting ready to go somewhere?
No, I just decided to leave sooner than I expected, that's all.
Oh. Kind of a sudden decision, isn't it?
Sudden? Oh, yeah. You see, I figured there was no point in my sticking around any longer. It'd just make Mom and everyone else more unhappy than they already are.
Yeah, I guess you're right at that. Oh, by the way, I suppose you heard they haven't found the stolen money from that stick-up in town yet.
Oh?
The sheriff thinks they may find it hidden along the back trail somewhere.
Yeah, sounds logical.
Maybe. Funny, isn't it? I bet a lot of guys would like to get their hands on that much money. Just think, $5,000 in unmarked bills.
Well, what are you driving at?
Oh, nothing. I was just wondering what I'd do if I had that kind of money. Guess I'd buy a lot of things, but I doubt if I'd be able to sleep much at night.
Look, Gene, like I said...
I know. You're in a hurry to leave. Well, guess I'll be going.
What are you looking at me like that for?
I was just recalling a passage your dad used to quote ever so often from the Bible. It went, "What shall it profit a man if he gaineth the whole world and loseth his soul?" Well, so long, Ben. Take it easy. Well, friends, the next day was Sunday, and as Pat and I walked in to take our seats for the morning services, the congregation was just finishing singing the opening hymn.
Hey, Gene, look. There's Miss Carter down front, all by herself.
Yeah, I see her, Pat.
Gosh, you'd think Ben at least would be here if for no other reason than just that his mom wants him to be. By the way, who's preaching the sermon this morning, do you know?
Reverend Lewis from over at Rimrock, I think.
Oh, sure. He's a nice fella.
He's coming out now.
Hey, Gene, look. It's Ben. I thought you said that...
Quiet, Pat, quiet. Listen.
Good friends, the subject of my sermon this morning was inspired by a favorite passage of my father's from the Old Testament. It reads, "What shall it profit a man if he gaineth the whole world and loseth his soul?" First, however, let us all rise and sing hymn number 146.
There's a little old church in the valley where I first learned of sorrow and joy.
I can see Mother there with her head bowed in prayer as she prays for her wandering boy. It was there that I first found my Sally, like an angel on earth, so it seemed, when she sang sweet and low in the long, long ago, in the little old church of my dreams.
There's a little old church in the valley where I first learned of sorrow and joy.
I can see Mother there with her head bowed in prayer as she prays for her wandering boy. It was there that I first found my Sally, like an angel on earth, so it seemed, when she sang sweet and low in the long, long ago, in the little old church of my dreams. I'll hold you in my heart till I can hold you in my arms, like you've never been held before. I'll think of you each day, and then I'll dream the night away, till you are in my arms once more. The stars up in the sky know the reason why I feel so blue when I'm away from you. I'll hold you in my heart till I can hold you in my arms. So, darling, please wait for me. The stars up in the
the sky know the reason why I feel so blue when I'm away from you. I'll hold you in my heart till I can hold you in my arms. So, darling, please wait for me. Goodbye, little darling, we're parting. You know it's hard to say goodbye. You'll find someone new, and they'll be good to you. Goodbye, little darling, goodbye. Goodbye, little darling, don't worry. We'll meet beneath the Texas sky. I don't know when or where, but darling, I'll be there. Goodbye, little darling, goodbye. Goodbye, little darling, don't worry. Parting don't always mean goodbye. You will always be in my memory. Goodbye, little darling, goodbye. Goodbye, little darling, I'll miss you, just like the stars would miss the sky. Though we have to part, you'll always have my heart. Goodbye, little darling, goodbye.
You have been listening to Melody Ranch with Johnny Bond, Pat Buttram, the Cass County Boys, the Pinafores, Carl Cotner, and America's favorite cowboy, Gene Autry. Charlie Lyon speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio Service.
The Kraft Music Hall, starring Don Amici and Bob Burns, with Connie Boswell, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, and the Music Maids, as well as such valued visitors to the hall as Jerry Lester, one of America's most promising young comedians, Josephine Tamina of the Metropolitan Opera Company, and Charles Boyer of the cinema. And here, to start things off in the right mood, is Connie Boswell.
Smile your troubles away. There's no room for any gloom, so smile your troubles away. Keep a a song in your heart. It will bring a song of spring, so keep your troubles apart. Why not try to be just like the birds up in the air? If you try it, you will see your troubles aren't worth a care. Smile your troubles away. You'll just love to rise above his rise. And smile your troubles away.
Away. There's no room for any gloom, so smile your troubles away. Keep the song in your heart. It will bring a song of spring to keep your troubles apart. Why not try to be like birds in the air?
If you try,
you will see your troubles aren't worth a care.
So smile your troubles away. You'll just love to see it rise and rise.
Yes, you rise above it.
Yes, rise.
Yes, we know you love it.
And smile your troubles away.
Say, that is awful pretty, Connie, and while I got my mouth open, I also want to tell you how pretty you look and sing in that picture, Kiss the Boys Goodbye.
Well, thanks, Bob. You must have been at that preview last Thursday night.
I sure was. You ought to know I wouldn't miss a chance to hear you sing.
Sure enough.
And watch Don Amici act and see Johnny Trotter hit Oscar Levant over the head with Blood and Sand, a newsreel, and the 15th episode of Terry and the Pirates, all for 55 cents.
What, no dishes?
Well, it didn't bother to wait for them. You know, we already got a dish. You know, there was only one thing I didn't understand about Kiss the Boys Goodbye.
Only one thing, Bob?
Yeah, why didn't Don Amici invent anything?
Well, a man hasn't time for everything, Bob, and I did do quite a bit of kissing, you know.
Yeah, but you didn't invent that.
No, my inventing days seem to hit a bottleneck, Bob. But tell me, generally speaking, did you enjoy Kiss the Boys Goodbye?
Well, I can't tell you generally, but privately it reminded me of my last picture. Kiss the audience goodbye.
Which way'd they go, Bob?
They went this way, Connie.
Yeah, come on, Connie. We'll head them off at the goal.
There is a tavern in the town. In the town. And there my dear love sits him down. Sits him down. He sings his song with laughter and free. And never thinks of me. Fare thee well, for I must leave thee. Do not let the parting grieve thee. And remember that the best of friends must part. Must part. Adieu, adieu, kind friends, adieu. Yes, adieu. I can no longer stay with you. Stay with you. I'll hang my harp on a weeping willow tree, and may the world go well with me. There is a tavern in the town, and there my true love sits him down, and sings a song mid the laughter free, and never thinks of me. Fare thee well, remember that the best of friends must part. Adieu, goodbye, so long, adieu, adieu. I can no longer stay with you. Stay with you, hoo-hoo, I'll hang my heart on a weeping willow tree. May the world go well with thee. Tavern in the town, and there my dear love sits him down. Now he sings his song mid laughter and free, and never
thinks of me.
Fare thee well, for I must leave thee. Do not let the parting grieve thee. And remember that the best of friends must part.
That's part.
Adieu, adieu, kind friends, adieu.
Yes, adieu.
I can no longer stay with you.
Stay with you.
I'll hang my harp on a weeping willow tree, and may the world go well with me.
Well, I must say, Don, that you and Connie couldn't have picked a better song to make an old tavern keeper like Jerry Lester feel right at home.
Oh, why, Ken, you talk as if these things all happen by accident.
No?
As a member in good standing of the Kraft Music Hall group, I've been out to see Jerry Lester, the Boniface, at work at Charlie Foy's nightclub.
You have? How in the world did they get you out there?
I was drafted.
That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now, Amiche. That's not kind. No. That's not the real Donzi.
No.
That's not the true blue peachy Amici. The man I am proud to call my colleague in the old Kraft Music Hall.
Say, you know something? I was almost your colleague in that other little night spot, the one you and Bing were discussing here in the hall 3 weeks ago.
Oh, you mean Bing and Jerry's, where the bon-ton meets the downtown, where the hoity-toy meets the hoi polloi, and where the bustling clerks meet the hustling customers.
That doesn't rhyme.
It would if you knew the customers.
Oh, I see.
No, I'm only kidding, Amiche. You really ought to buy a piece of Bing and Jerry's. You know, it might lead to you getting into pictures.
No, you don't really think so, do you?
Oh, I do. Not the slightest doubt. Plenty of talent scouts hanging around every night, from Republic, Monogram, Talisman, and some of the smaller studios, too.
Say, you know, it's kind of funny one of these talent scouts hasn't grabbed you.
Oh, not so funny. You know how one unimportant little thing can keep a person out of pictures? They say I have just one bad camera angle.
Which one is that?
From the front.
Well, what do you care about pictures as long as Bing and Jerry's is doing so well? Tell me, are you still getting the overflow from Ciro's?
Oh, yeah. The place is always full of drips.
You know, I envy Crosby and you having a little business of your own. I envy you so much that last night I dreamed about Bing and Jerry's, where the bum and dumb meet the glum and slum.
You really did?
Yeah.
You really dreamed about it. Was the place packed, jammed, crowded, tables so close together the waiters could hardly get their hands into your pockets? And me up there on the floor killing the customers with abdominal dynamite?
Yeah, that's what I dreamed, and then naturally I was impressed.
So was I.
I looked around for a minute.
This has stood your dream?
Yes. And then I suddenly decided to buy into the joint. There I was, standing there saying to you, of course I have some ideas on how to run a nightclub like this. For instance, the thing that can make this place famous fastest is excellent food.
That's us. We feature neat eats. We're serviced from the same kitchen as Ciro's.
Oh, good. Well, then you must serve those delicious charcoal broiled steaks, eh?
Well, we divide up. Ciro serves the steaks, we serve the charcoal.
Well, don't the customers complain?
If they live.
Oh, I see. Well, now about the service.
Oh, the best, Amiche. The very best. Every waiter is a knee-plus vulture.
Oh, fine. And the entertainment?
Oh, it's devastating. We have Duke Bagelbottom and his recording orchestra.
Oh, well, say, that's swell. Where's the orchestra now?
Oh, tonight we just have the recordings.
Oh. Well, look, I'm going to put my cards on the table. I got $5,000 for an interest in Bing and Jerry's.
And Bing and Jerry's has an interest in your $5,000. Now, could I please have it in big bills before my partner gets back to town?
You understand, of course, that all I want is a half interest.
You got it, Don. We'll give you a half interest, Cross will have a half interest, and I'll have a half interest.
Well, that doesn't add up. That's 3 halves.
Give me the 5,000. Who knows from fractions?
Lester, you're trying to chisel me. I've dealt with your kind before, Lester. Don't try to pull anything funny. I'm warning you. Do you understand?
Now, don't get screechy, Amici. We'll just forget the whole deal.
Oh, no, let's not. I like this place. I like the homey atmosphere. I like the way you revive the customer serving free lunch.
Attractive collection, isn't it? Have a piece of cheese.
Oh, thanks a lot. What kind of cheese do you use?
Are you kidding? Oh, laugh. But here's one of the features of the place. We have the only jukebox in North America that doesn't play the Hut Sut song.
Only place in North America? Are they also playing the Hut Sut song in South America?
Sure, that's our way of getting even for frenesy.
Oh, well then, Then the juke is your only divertisement, huh?
Did you say divertisement?
Yeah, I did.
Would you mind saying divertisement again?
Why?
I like to watch your mustache go up and down.
All right. That's enough of these gags. Tell me, how much you take in last week?
Opened Monday and doubled our business every night.
Oh, that's what I like to hear. How much did you take in on Monday night?
Nothing.
Double the business every night, huh? I see.
Nice, huh?
Say, by the way, tell me, do you have any reservations for New Year's Eve?
Oh, yeah, we're all going to Ciro's.
Honestly?
Oh, well, honestly, we'll make it one way or another. Now, are you convinced we have a place that can be built into a failure? Just look at the equipment. Look at that shiny cash register. Absolutely never been used.
Haven't you ever taken in any cash?
Oh, yeah, but I just used to slip it in my pocket.
Well, didn't your partner mind?
Not a bit, till he found out about it.
Well, how does it happen you still don't put the money in the cash register?
Oh, the kids like to roll me over to make change.
Say, from the sound of things, maybe you'd let me have a half interest for less than $5,000, huh?
Sure. Glad to let you have a half interest for less than 5 G's. Of course, it'll have to be a smaller half.
Oh, well, naturally, that's only good business.
Well, naturally.
Now then, before I take any definite steps toward buying this place, tell me, is business really, and I mean really and truly, any good?
Any good? Meech, do you doubt me? Just look around. See for yourself while we pack them in like sardines.
Don't they mind?
Why should they? They're sardines.
This sounds fishy to me.
Oh, no, Meech. Let's not haggle over this anymore. Do you know how much money there is to be made in the nightclub business?
Well, if there's so much money in it, why are you selling out?
Doctor's orders.
Doctor's?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry. I suppose the doctor thinks you ought to get into some business that's better for your health, huh?
Oh, no, just some business where I can make enough to pay his bill.
It seems to me you could do that with Bing and Jerry's if you try to get the movie trade. The big actors, directors, producers.
Try to get the movie trade? Have you ever seen this place after a big preview?
No, how is it?
Oh, empty.
Empty? Well, that's probably due to the location.
Meech, how can you say that? Where could you find a better location than right here at the intersection of two main highways?
That's true, it's true.
I tell you, there are a million cars whizzing by. Don't you hear them? And a bus every 30 seconds. Oh, it's wonderful at night listening to Crosby singing, "Huts at roasting on the river ride, and a brawler, suet. Huts at roasting on the river ride."
Say, hey, those last 5 cars were kind of close together, weren't they?
Last cars close together?
Yeah.
Lady drivers.
Well, if you say the location's that good, let's arrange the details of this purchase. Look, though, I hadn't intended to pay all cash,
Oh, that's all right. We expected Amici to make a down payment. Oh, no! And the Bing and Jerry Finance Company will handle the balance for you.
You mean to say you two guys have your own finance company?
Finance or finance? Well, if it's good enough for automobile companies, it's good enough for Bing and Jerry. We call our place Bing and Jerry's Shekel Shack. If you need money, just walk in with your wife and borrow $100.
That's all there is to it, huh?
That's absolutely all there is to it. When you pay back the money, we return your wife.
Well, that seems fair enough.
Take her out of the whipping room.
As a co-partner, what will my duties be?
Well, you'd have to sort of help out with the entertainment. Say, you any good at that master of ceremony stuff?
Oh, you mean saying something like, ladies and gentlemen, this lovely little lady, this charming little damsel, the sweetest singer in the world, my very, very dear friend, Miss, the little miss you've all come here to hear, Miss, what's your name, honey?
Just tell him to play my number, Mr. Richmond. Nighty-night until tomorrow. Nighty-night. Oh, what sweet sorrow to be parted, dear, from you. With a farewell this are two. 99, while my arms take you. 99, till birdies wake you. Dream of me and just sleep tight, darling. Until tomorrow, 99. Oh, what sweet sorrow to be parted from you with a farewell kiss. 99, while my arms take you. 99, until they wake you. Dream of me and just sleep tight, darling.
That's just swell.
Your partner, Jer, concurs, Amiche.
Oh, that's fine. Let's make it unanimous. What do you say, Ken?
Oh, I say what I've always said.
Don't back away from it, Ken. Come right out and tell us.
When you're planning refreshments for a party, refreshments that include a salad with Miracle Whip salad dressing, there's an important rule to remember. Be sure that you make plenty, because salads with Miracle Whip just seem to vanish in no time. And, of course, nothing could be more embarrassing than to have to say, I'm sorry, it's all gone, when a guest asks for more of that delicious salad, please. And delicious is the word for salads with Miracle Whip, or swell, or tops, or super, depending on who's speaking. Youngsters are as fond of Miracle Whip as grown-ups. They love its lively, peppy flavor, and they love its smoothness, too. Well, that creamy smoothness, by the way, you get only in Miracle Whip salad dressing. It can't be imitated because it comes from the use of a special beater that's patented by Kraft. So if you want your healthful salads to really rate with family and guests, heat them with Miracle Whip. It's the salad dressing millions prefer. Available at food stores everywhere.
Here is the story of the cockeyed mayor from a place called Cavalcade. He wore a mallow and a coconut hat, one for this and the other for that. People shouted as he went by. He was a knocked-out mayor of Cavalcade. He was just a lazy, Malahini howley boy. But all the people were crazy about his fish and poi. He would try to dance a hula, but my oh my, he couldn't get the rhythm, though he tried and tried. You could hear the Connies and Mohinis cheer. Get that achy with a pin here. Now you've heard the story about the mayor of Cavalcade. All his fame and glory on the island of Molokai. He wore a mallow and a coconut hat, one for this and the other for that. People shouted as he went by. He was the smart, happy mayor of Cavalcade.
Cavalcade, on the loo. Hey, on the Cavalcade, on the loo. On the Cavalcade, on the loo. Hey, on the Cavalcade, on the loo. That is the story of the cockeyed mare from a place called Cavalcade.
Say, Bob, I think the girls did a wonderful job, don't you? Hey, Bob, I'm talking to you. Ask you a question.
Oh,
Don't you think the girls did a good job?
You talking to me? I didn't hear. I was reading a letter over there, Don. I read a letter from Grandma. I didn't hear. What did you say?
Letter from Grandma?
Yeah.
When'd you get it, today?
Yeah.
Oh, well, look, come on, read it for us, will you?
Oh, no, I wouldn't read the letter. She'd say I wouldn't.
Oh.
No, sir, Don.
Come on, Bob.
No, this is family stuff.
Well, Bob, I think the people would like to hear. Come on.
Oh, no, Don, you caught me on that one time, and I got up here and read Grandma's letter and made a fool out of myself.
What are you talking about, made a fool out of yourself? Come on, Bob, please.
No.
Come on, will you?
No.
Okay, then don't read it.
Boy, of all the double crossing, you were supposed to beg me 3 times on me. It just looks like if you want something done, you're going to have to do it yourself. I really shouldn't read this letter from Grandma, but I know there's some things here that have to do with our national affairs, and I know that you people would like to hear it. That is, I hope you would. You'll know better after you hear it, of course. But I'm going to read it to you. Grandma says, "Dear Robin, I was awful glad to hear from you. I was worried for fear you wouldn't get my last letter. I made a mistake and put too much postage on it, and I was afraid maybe it might have gone too far." Well, she said, school will be out in a few days, and everyone who graduates will get a sheepskin. We are so proud of your cousin Wofford. He spared the life of another sheep again this year. She says, pretty near all the men are working on the defense program, and a lot of women are filling their old jobs. Your cousin Herculesia, well, she got a job. Oh, that's my cousin Herculesia. That's my strong cousin. That's the one she's talking about in the letter, and I'm so glad that she finally got a job, because she never could hold one. You know, Herculesia, she just don't know her own strength. I remember that she used to work for a dairy back home, and they fired her because she couldn't milk the cows without breaking their horns. But let's see. Oh, yes, your cousin Herculesia got a job sweeping the streets. She pretty near lost her job day before yesterday, though, because the inspector showed up unexpectedly and caught her lifting up the sidewalk and sweeping the dust under the pavement. She said, "Excuse me, I have to answer the phone." Well, she must have come back here. She said, "That was your Aunt Pooty. She just called to tell me that she is afraid she is going to have to move because she is pretty sure her well has gone dry. She said your Grandpa Pelican Snelson fell in the well this morning, and she ain't heard no splash yet." Well, I ain't hearing much of a splash myself either. But she says, "I declare it looks like every time I try to write you, people start coming in. Your cousin Lobelia just dropped in and is still here. I declare I believe the poor girl needs glasses. She just got back from her honeymoon, and I am pretty sure this ain't the feller she left with." Well, Grandma said, "Robin, I don't know what in the world I am going to do with your Uncle Slug. That's my drinking uncle. She says, last Saturday afternoon I was entertaining the Ladies Uplift League with an informal coffee clutch, and right in the middle..." Don't interrupt the letter, please. she says, and right in the middle of Mrs. Tweedle's wonderful talk on the problems of our pioneer sisters, your Uncle Slug stuck his head through the open window and hollered, "One of you girls throw my saddle on the kitchen stove. I'm riding the range tonight." I was never so embarrassed in my life. Thank you, boys. She says, I'm afraid his drinking is beginning to interfere with his work over at the Fort Smith glass factory. He has got a job blowing them big 5-gallon bottles, but the other day he got the hiccup so bad he blew 200 percolator top before they could stop him. She says, well, that's about all for this time. Let us hear from you more often, even if it's only $5 or $10. And she says, P.S., want you to know that we are all cutting down on things we don't really need, like the president asked us to do. We took a vote and decided that one of the things we can do without hurting us much is that Hut-Sut song. Well, Grandma, I know she's listening in. Grandma, I'm awful sorry you feel that way about the Hut-Sut song. But now maybe it's just because you don't understand it. Everybody sings it in Swedish or in double talk. And before you decide to give up the Hut-Sut song, I think I ought to sing you my own version of it. And this comes right from the heart, and this is a pretty thing, and this shows you just the way I feel. All right, boys, please. Oh, my darling, you're so wonderful, sweetheart, I can't live without you. Oh, my darling, how can anyone be as lucky as me? Oh, my darling, there is something so sweet and glamorous about you. Oh, my darling, life is wonderful, too wonderful to be. For your eyes are bluer than the skies, resembling heaven's dome. I find it hard to realize we two can share a home. Oh, my darling, you're so wonderful, I could never doubt you. But, my darling, won't you let me hear that you really love me? Well, now, I don't know from the looks on the faces here. I think maybe Grandma's got something there. But, boys, it just looks like the safest thing to do is to just not take any chances and just to go right ahead and kill the thing right now. Let's go.
Bob.
Yeah?
Bob, I listened very carefully, and what were you doing just before you played the bazooka? I mean, were you singing?
What makes you ask?
Well, Charles Boyer just asked me, and I told him I'd ask you.
Well, now, what if I said I was singing?
Who'd believe you?
Well, now, I'd like to see you do better.
Well, it's worth a try.
Your green eyes with their soft light, your eyes that promise sweet nights, bring to my soul a longing, a thirst for love divine. In dreams I seem to hold you, to find you and enfold you. Our lips meet and our hearts too, with a thrill so sublime. Those cool and limpid green eyes, a pool wherein my love lies, so deep that in my searching for happiness I fear that they will ever haunt me. All through my life they'll taunt me, but will they ever want me? Green eyes make my dreams come true. Cool and limpid green eyes, a pool wherein my love lies, so deep that in my searching for happiness I fear that they will ever haunt me. All through my life they'll taunt me, but will they ever want me? Green eyes make my dreams come true.
Say, Don.
Yeah, Bob.
Say, Don, I don't like to sound like an old copycat, but I was just listening very carefully, and what are you just doing? I mean, were you singing?
You didn't like it, huh?
Well, I didn't say that, Don. I just asked if you were singing.
What if I said I was?
Well, who'd believe you?
I said that just a few minutes ago.
Maybe lightning does strike twice, huh?
Bad music gets struck both times.
Oh, so you're against both of us, huh?
Carpenter's my man. Make me know it, Carp.
On lots of subjects, clever housewives have different opinions, but they all think alike about this. They all believe in preparedness. When unexpected guests drop in, they're ready with the makings of something especially good to eat. Many and many a housewife will tell you that Miracle Whip salad dressing is a lifesaver on those occasions. Say maybe there's some cold meat in the refrigerator. Just add Miracle Whip and a frill of lettuce, and you have the makings of sandwiches deluxe. Maybe the dinner vegetable doesn't seem quite in the company class. You serve it with Miracle Whip, and it's definitely glorified. Little touches like these help explain why it's smart always to have a jar of Miracle Whip on hand, a thrifty big quart-sized jar. Of course, though, Miracle Whip's leading role is for salads. Millions agree that its lively, different flavor, its special creamy smoothness, makes salads simply grand. So many people feel that way that Miracle Whip salad dressing actually outsells the next 20 leading brands combined. For downright eating pleasure, use Miracle Whip on your salads, sandwiches, and snacks. You'd better get the money-saving quart size. In Canada, ask for the 32-ounce jar. Professor Amici, it's happened before and it'll happen again. I tell you, it's coming. And well, Professor Amici, I'm afraid.
What's coming?
A brief pause for station identification. I told you it was coming, didn't I?
Yeah, and a wonderful thing it was, too. The only thing in the world that can quiet you. Now, I'll tell you what's coming. And right here, the Kraft Music Hall, too. Josephine Tumenia of the Metropolitan Opera Company singing a swing duet with Connie Boswell, Charles Boyer, Jerry Lester, Bob Burns, and as you make yourself comfortable, Connie Boswell solo, cementing Pan-American relations with Amapola.
Oh, now we're living. That's for me.
You like to hear Connie sing Amapola, huh, Jerry?
She really pulls out an Amapola. Talk to me, Constance. Talk to me.
A boy found a dream upon a distant shore. A maid with a way of whispering, "Si, senor." Each night guitars would softly play. The tune seemed to dance on the words that he'd say. Amapola, my pretty little poppy, you're like the lovely flower, so sweet and heavenly. Since I found you, my heart is wrapped around you, and loving you it seems to be a rhapsody. Amapola, the pretty little poppy, must copy its endearing charms from you. Amapola, Amapola, how I long to hear you say I love you. Amapola, pretty poppy, lovely flower, so sweet and heavenly. Since I found you, my heart is wrapped around you. Loving you, it seems to beat a rhapsody. Amapola, Amapola, poppy, copy all its charms from you. Amapola, Amapola, how I long to hear you say I love you. Really I do. Amapola.
Oh, that's swell, Connie. You know, singing like that, good and solid, with oomph in it. Singing like that is, it's vital.
Well, thanks, Don. If I know what you mean.
Oh, well, don't thank me, Connie. I'm just quoting Charles Boyer.
Oh, yeah? Well, why don't you speak for yourself, Charlie?
Oh, I would, Constance, but I didn't want you to think I was being forward.
Forward? Listen, brother, I wouldn't want you to be any other way.
Truly, Constance, yours is a great, great gift. You get everything there is out of a song. Oh, it's wonderful. It's a wonderful talent. I wish I could do it.
Yeah, so do I, Connie. Don't you, Bob?
Well, can't I?
Oh, well. How about you, Jerry?
I, sir, am saving my wishes for the girl I marry.
Oh, really? Well, I hope you're saving them in cold storage.
This may surprise you, Chuck, but at this very moment, there is a certain little woman I am proud to call my wife.
Is that so? How romantic. And tell me, does she answer you? I mean, in public?
Monsieur? Mr. Boyer, you know, you're not the only guy with oomph.
Oh, well, no, Mr. Lister. You mean you have oomph?
Natch, what's unusual about oomph? Why, nowadays a guy can get it at any first-class tailor.
Oh, that's quite true. But I didn't know it was available in the little boys department.
Oh, Daddy, yes, it is.
Is that so? Listen, I don't like to brag, but when I meet a girl, I don't have to hit her over the head with a club.
No?
No, but it helps.
Yes. Doesn't it?
Oh, Chuck, don't tell me you've had trouble, too. Why, I thought you were a lady killer even when you were a kid.
When I was a boy, I was so bashful. I didn't even dare to play post office.
Imagine. And now you're practically Postmaster General. Gee, if I could only kiss the way you do.
Oh, well, that's easy, Jerry. First, you kiss her cheek. And then you kiss her ear. And then the back of her neck. See?
Yeah.
Then the other ear.
and then the other cheek.
Now you're heading home.
Well, if you're really interested in the voyeur technique, Jerry, well, you've seen him in the new picture just finished for Paramount. They say it's fine.
They say it's fine. Who's they?
Paramount.
Oh. Well, of course, they wouldn't be biased. But, you know, a fellow like me who works in a nightclub hasn't much time to go to pictures.
Oh, it's too bad. They say Olivia de Havilland and Paulette Goddard are wonderful in it.
Olivia de... Paulette Goddard... Oh... Of course, I could take a box lunch and leave right after bank night.
You know, I can think of one good reason why you should really see the picture, Jerry.
Amici just thought of two. Don't mess with it. When you get to your punch, quit.
No, but I mean the title. The title might suggest something to a nightclub operator.
What's the title?
Hold Back the Dawn.
And Step Up the Minimum. Not bad, Charlie, not bad. I can see you're no green hand at this nightclub dodge.
Oh, no, I should say not. For years I've been dodging them.
Yeah. Oh, you can't fool me, Chaz. You've got nightclub experience written all over you. You know something? You really remind me of my partner, Charlie Foy.
Really? In what way am I like Charlie Foy?
Well, you both have the same name.
Yes?
And right there the resemblance stops, brother.
Oh, no, Jay. That's impossible.
Oh, he's pitiful.
Oh, why do you say that? He must have the same features I have. I'm sure he has 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 hands, 2 feet.
Yeah, but I knew they looked good.
Well, thank you. Anyway, it sounds like a very interesting place you have, Jerry.
Oh, it is. Genteel little dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Come out sometime. Be my guest.
I'd like to very much.
What did I say?
Oh, no. Now, wait a minute, Jerry. You are under no obligation, really, Lester.
Oh, nonsense. Glad to have you anytime. Just let me know what evening you're coming.
No, that's not necessary. I wouldn't want you to put yourself out for me.
Oh, please, let me know, Charles. There's a certain little thing I want to do to the night you come to the club.
And what?
I want to fix the electric sign outside to read, Charles Boyer will positively be here tonight.
Jay, how wonderful it would be if we could make such a statement. I mean that anyone will positively be anywhere at any specific time. Those days have passed. Things that once were as permanent as the world itself have vanished. Men of honor have been forced to barter things that are dearest to them. Not for themselves, but to try to save others. Many of the places we've loved, it is impossible to return to. Many of them have been blasted out of existence. Yes, living only in the hearts of those who believe that liberty, equality, fraternity cannot be stamped out, and that men will again be permitted to live in peace and to respect the rights of those who may differ from them racially, politically, and religiously. No, it will never again be possible to say, I will positively do this, or I will positively be there, until we become once more free to do what we want to do, when we want to do it, and without the constant fear of brutality. Not until we are free once more to go wherever our fancy leads us will we again be able to use the word positively. And on this week before Independence Day, let us pray that time will be soon. Because this kind of liberty, which we here know that is true liberty, cannot be appreciated by those who have never felt the lack of it. Well, I hope you'll forgive me for letting myself go. I don't generally talk so much.
No, we're certainly fortunate, Charles, that you chose this as one of your infrequent moments. You've said many things that are, I'm sure, in all our hearts.
Ain't it the truth?
Boy, I'm proud to have started all that. I gave him the inspiration. Didn't I, Chuck? Didn't I say positively?
Positively, Jay. Well, I'm afraid to say anything more now. At such a time, a man had better be listening than talking.
Well, this looks like my chance to say 18 or 20,000 words on my favorite subject.
And what subject is that, Bob?
Me.
Look, why don't you go over to the bullpen and warm up, Bob, while Connie Boswell softens things up for you with one of the newer ballads. I went out of my way.
And don't think I don't see how you've gone out of your way to get me out of the way.
I went out of my way to be into a lot of trouble. I went out of my way to get into the way of love. But I'm not sorry, even a little bit. For I discovered the joy was worth the pain of it. I went out of my mind when you stopped being kind and gentle. Then I laughed and thought, well, he's just being temperamental. Though it's ancient history to you, I've kept a memory or two, and I still would go out of my way to be out of this world with you. Then I laughed and thought, well, he's just being temperamental. Though it's ancient history to you, I've kept a memory or two, and I still would go out of my way to be out of this world with you.
Lovely, Connie. Very, very lovely.
Honestly, Don, you never said a truer word in your life. I want to tell you, Connie's singing does something to me.
Yeah, me too, Bob. Something way deep down inside of me. It makes me dream, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, it means it puts you to sleep.
Oh, now, Bob, that's unkind. You know I didn't mean that.
All right, break it up, men, before one of you says something you do mean. Besides, if you want to hear some real class in the vocal department, my friend Josephine Tominia's here to sing for you.
And as regular clients at the hall must surely know, this is the 9th time Josephine Tominia of the Metropolitan Opera Company has sung for us here in the Kraft Music Hall.
How did you know how many times I've been here, Don?
I looked it up in the files. You know, we keep a record of everything. And I want to go on record as saying how lovely I thought your Mockingbird duet with Connie was.
Thanks, but Connie did all the work.
That's right. I was working. Joe was singing.
My, such modesty. I'm sure both of you will top the Mockingbird this evening when you sing Il Bacio together. But before this happens, here, friends, is Josephine Tominia, accompanied by Eleanor Warren singing Tarantella by Rossini.
Se salterà, ora bella bella zare che in amor non mancherà. Già la luna in mezzo al mare, mamma mia, se salterà, ora bella bella zare che in amor non mancherà. già la luna in mezzo a mare. Mamma mia, si salterà, presto in danza, tonda, tonda, donne mie, venite qua. Un garzon bello e giocondo, ma ciascuna toccherà, finché in cielo brilla una stella e la luna seguirà. Il più bel con la più bella tutta notte danzerà. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo a mare. Mamma mia, si salterà. Brinchi, 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 mamma mia, si salterà. Brinchi, 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 mamma mia, si salterà. La 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la. Gira, gira, ogni coppia cerchio va, certo basa si ritira e la salta tornerà. Salta, gira, gira, ogni coppia cerchio va, certo basa si ritira e la salta tornerà. Certo basa si ritira e la salta tornerà. Serra, serra, con la bionda, con la bruna, ma quella, con la rossa, ma seconda, con la smorta fermo sta. Vive il balla, tonda, tonda, sono il re, sono bascià, il più bel piacere del mondo, la più cara voluca. Mamma mia, già la luna in mezzo a mare. Mamma mia, si salterà. Brinchi, 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 mamma mia, si salterà. Brinchi, 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 mamma mia, si salterà. La 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 la, 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 la 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 la, la 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 la, la 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 la.
Oh, that's delightful, Josephine. That's simply swell.
Thanks, Don.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. You know, there are some things sometimes I guess people shouldn't be talking about at all, but it was simply a grand job, really.
Well, everybody told me how nice you are, and you really are, aren't you?
I really am nice.
Well, now, wait a minute here. Ain't you kind of forgetting I'm here, too, Josephine?
How could I forget you, Bob?
Well, then what's all this about you and Connie singing Il Baccio? What kind of a bird is that?
It's not a bird, Bob, but I know what you mean. Every time I'm here in the Kraft Music Hall, I seem to give you a bird song like Listen to the Mockingbird.
You mean tonight I ain't going to get the bird?
Oh, things are getting better, huh, Bob?
Il Baccio means the kiss.
Oh, you mean tonight I'm going to get the kiss?
Yeah, and right now, too. So pucker up for Il Baccio, sung by Josephine Tuminia of the Metropolitan Opera Company and Connie Boswell of the Kraft Music Hall. Il Baccio.
On my lips there may let me a kiss imprint so gently, oh, a kiss upon thy lips, dear maid, a kiss upon my lips. My choicest treasure, I'd be always near to thee, always near to thee. Kiss upon my lips. treasure. Oh, I'd be always near to thee, always near to thee.
That was swell, really lovely. And thank you, Josephine Tomedium. When I'm working here steady this summer, I hope you'll be around often.
I hope so, Don, but if I'm not here, I know someone who will be.
Dare I ask who?
You must know. I mean Ken.
Oh, she means you, Ken. If that means anything to you.
To get your family to eat more of the healthful salads they need, just do this. Ask your grocer for a jar of Miracle Whip and top off every salad you serve with this creamy golden dressing. The flavor of Miracle Whip salad dressing is so delightful, so lively and keen and refreshing, that it glorifies whatever it goes with. Yes, it's a fact, this exciting, different flavor has captivated millions of people, has made them say, as your family will say, we like Miracle Whip better than any salad dressing we've ever tasted. Now remember this, you never find the Miracle Whip flavor in any other dressing. Not a mayonnaise, not a boiled dressing, but a clever combination of the two. Miracle Whip is made from a special recipe used only by Kraft. Tomorrow, get a jar of the salad dressing America likes best, Miracle Whip salad dressing. Everybody loves its lively flavor.
Very nice, John. A thoroughly fitting fanfare to the news that my colleague Bing Crosby will take back stewardship of the old Kraft Music Hall next Thursday. Bing's special guests, I'm told, will be Raymond Massey, famous Canadian actor who depicted Abraham Lincoln so beautifully, Captain Robert L. Denig of the United States Marine Corps, and one of the world's greatest harpists, Marcel Grangiani. So see if you can't be in your accustomed place by your loudspeakers when meeting is called in the old Kraft Music Hall next Thursday with Captain Robert L. Denig, Marcel Grangiani, Raymond Massey, Bob Burns, Ken Carpenter, Connie Boswell, John Scott Trotter and his orchestra, the Music Maids, and Bing Crosby. And I'll be seeing you here in the hall very soon. But before I leave this evening, may I read you a few lines from Dirk van der Heide's little book, My Sister and I. Harcourt Brace published this diary of a little Dutch boy refugee, which ends with this paragraph. I know one reason why I've always loved America. It's because of something that happened on the boat trip here. When we were one day away from New York, all the battleships and boats that had brought us over so safely turned around and went back to England. We were all alone and very frightened. And then someone started yelling and pointing to the sky. There was a big Zeppelin over us. It said United States Navy Patrol number 14. I won't ever forget that number 14 and the nice, safe way it made us feel. The Zeppelin followed us and watched over us all the way to America. And people have watched over us ever since. And there haven't been any bombings. Not one. And that's why Kichi and I are happy now. The warm and lovely world we had known had been struck by a bitter frost. But my sister and I recall with a sigh the world we knew and loved and lost.
My sister and I remember still a tulip garden by an old Dutch mill, and the home that was all our own until. But we don't talk about that. My sister and I recall once more the fishing schooners pulling into shore, and the dog cart we drove in days before. But we don't talk about that. We're learning to forget the fear that came from a troubled sky. We're almost happy over here, but sometimes we wake at night and cry. My sister and I recall the day we said goodbye and then we sailed away and we think of our friends who had to stay, but we don't talk about that.
The Kraft Music Hall comes to you from Hollywood's Radio City.
The trumpets call for the biggest treat of all. The Dairy Fresh Caramel Parade. It takes good ingredients and good cooking to create a flavor that is really distinctive, unusually good. Now, that's why the flavor of Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels has become so popular everywhere. First, they're made with fine ingredients and abundance of good, fresh milk. Second, they're expertly cooked by a special Kraft method so that they retain the delicate flavor of the milk. The result is a rich milk caramel flavor, a tasty candy that is wholesome, chewy, soft, and mighty delicious. Try some Kraft Dairy Fresh caramels tomorrow.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Servicemen and women, come along to Melody Roundup. Yep, gang, it's Roundup time from Texas to Amchitka, or wherever this Armed Forces radio beam happens to find you at the moment. Melody Roundup time with music wrangled your way by some favorite tune twangers. And holding the reins, that silver-toned, cow-punchy CQ, Andy Devine.
Thanks, and hiya, gang. Before we kick open the Corral Gate, I want to send thanks to you guys and gals for the letters you've been writing to Melody Roundup, Armed Forces Radio, Los Angeles, USA. Because that's the only way we know what tunes to brand for you and who you want to hear doing the branding. Like here now, for instance, the Song Spinners, who are about to spin a little of Ezekiel Saw the Wheel for Staff Sergeant Larry Lawson. Saw away, spinners. Get the song.
Oh, Ezekiel saw the wheel, way up in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel, way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel, way up in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel, way in the middle of the air.
Now the big wheel moved by faith,
and the little wheel moved by grace of God. A wheel and a wheel, way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel turning way high up in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel turning way in the middle of the air.
Now there's one thing that you can't do,
way in the middle of the air.
You can't serve God and Satan too,
way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel, way high up in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel turning way in the middle of the air.
Don't pray for things that you don't need,
way up in the middle of the air.
God will stand for sin and greed,
way in the middle of the air.
If you pray for things that you don't lack,
up yonder in the middle of the air.
Trail hit the ceiling and bounce right back,
way in the middle of the air.
Now little David was just his son,
way in the middle of the air.
He killed Goliath and he had to run,
way in the middle of the air. Ezekiel saw the wheel, way up in the middle of the air. A wheel in a wheel, way in the middle of the air, way in the middle of the air, way in the middle of the middle of the middle of the way in the middle of the air.
Gee, that was wonderful, Miss Margie.
Well, thanks, Andy. Which is also what I want to say to Seaman First Bill Watts and Fireman Third Lou Wing for them kind words, partners.
And Corporal Dave Crucial at APO 502 wrote a dandy, too. And to him, Joe Hyatt at Navy 131, PFC Ralph Hoover at APO 149. And to Lewis and Sturdison at 91, we want to say we'll answer those requests real soon.
You bet.
And here's one we can answer right now. It's for you song spinners, Miss Margie.
Well, you call it and we'll brand it, boss.
Well, it's for Froggy Went A-Courtin', and it's from Froggy Miller at 512.
Okay, Froggy. Here's Froggy.
Mr. Froggy went a-courtin' and he did right. Mr. Froggy went a-courtin' and he did right. Sword and a pistol by his side. He went to Mrs. Mouse's hall.
went to Mrs. Mouse's hall. He gave a loud knock and he gave a loud call. Yoo-hoo, 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 yoo-hoo. Said he, Miss Mouse, are you within? Said he, Miss Mouse, are you within?
Yes, kind sir, I sit and spin.
He took Miss Mousy on his knee, tee-hee, tee-hee. He took Miss Mousy on his knee. Said he, Miss Mouse, will you marry me? Tee-hee, tee-hee. Miss Mousy blushed and hung her head. Miss Mousy blushed and hung her head.
You'll have to ask Uncle Rat.
She said,
Uncle Rat, he laughed till he shook his fat side. Ah-ha. Uncle Rat, he laughed till he shook his fat side to think his niece would be a bullfrog's bride. Ah-ha.
Next day Uncle Rat, he went to town. Next day Uncle Rat, he went to town to buy his niece a wedding gown.
Oh, where will the wedding breakfast be? Oh, where will the wedding breakfast be?
Way down yonder in a holler tree. And what will the wedding breakfast be? And what will the wedding breakfast be? 2 green beans and a black-eyed pea.
The first come in was Mr. Flea.
The first come in was Mr. Flea.
Said he, Miss Mouse, will you dance with me?
The next come in was a bumblebee.
Zoom, 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 zoom.
The next come in was a bumblebee.
Fiddling a bow upon his knee. Zoom, 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 zoom. And when they all did congregate, and when they all did congregate, Miss Mousy cut the wedding cake. Yum, 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 yum. And this is the end of our story. Mr. Frog, Miss Mouse, Uncle Rat, all 3.
Okay.
I hope you like it, Froggy.
Corporal Daniels at 557 says he hasn't been getting enough fiddling.
No?
And he wants a good fiddler to string along with something like Sweet Georgia Brown. Well, Corporal, we got you a good fiddler. Kurt Massey, and he says he can do something like Sweet Georgia Brown. It's called Sweet Georgia Brown, which is just about as close as I can come to it.
Gee, I sure like that. Almost as good as Sweet Georgia Brown. What else is in the mailbag, Andy?
Hold on now. Here's a long one from APO 464.
Really?
It's from Eddie Alexander and 6 other hillbillies, and they say they don't get enough hillbilly music, Miss Margie.
Well, don't look at me that way, Andrew. I can't make that hillbilly music. I'm a city gal.
Well, I'll just be betting you that you and Carl Farr can scrape out something that Alexander and Chisholm and their whole gang will like. Come on, fellas, yes, dance.
Yeah! Oh, jump up and down, from down, through the hunt, right around, boy! Come on, Sam, make that
Well, maybe you can't make that kind of music, but Miss Margie, but you sure can dance a mean do-si-do.
Oh, thank you.
Now, how about a song for Sergeant Doherty at 557, Seaman 2nd, Higgins Manessy at Corporal and Dick Gilmore at 639, and Corporal Dryde Haggard at 650.
Okay, Andy. As soon as I get my breath back, we song spinners would like to do a paper of pins.
You a paper of pins, and that's the way our love begins.
If you will marry me, if you will marry me.
I'll not accept a paper of pins, and that's not the way our love begins.
And I'll not marry you, and I'll not marry you.
I'll give to you a dress of red, stitched all around with a golden thread. If you will marry me, if you will marry me.
I'll not accept a dress of red, stitched all around with a golden thread.
And I'll not marry you, and I'll not marry you.
Now, how would you like a little pug dog to follow you when you go abroad?
If you will marry me, if you will marry me.
I wouldn't mind having a little pug dog to follow me when I go abroad.
Then of course you'll marry me.
No, I'll not marry you.
I'll give to you the key to my heart, that we may love and never part. If you will marry me,
if you will marry me.
Now what would I do with the key to your heart? And who wants to love and never part? And
I won't marry you know I won't marry you.
I'll give to you the key to my chest, so you can have money at your own request. If you will marry me, if you will marry me.
Oh, I will accept the key to your chest, so I can have money at my own request.
And I will marry you, yes, I will marry you.
Oh, young miss, if this be true, if you love money better than man, go and get it where you can. 'Cause I love coffee,
and I love tea.
You love my money, but you don't love me.
And I'll not marry you, and I'll not marry you.
Gee, song spinners, that pin song was really sharp.
Ouch.
Now, Miss Margie, you said you wanted to answer some of the mail. Go right ahead.
Well, I just want to say hi to some of my pinup boys. PFC Eugene Reed and his buddies in that company at 600, Radio Men 3rd Class Keith Gustafson and Lloyd Parker, Seaman 2nd Jake Fleming, Sergeant John Ruppel at 464, and Private Henry Gonzalez at 913. Howdy again, friends, and we'll get around to all those requests real soon.
Now, for Corporal Jimmy Russell at 149, hiya, Jim, thanks for that letter.
Yeah,
that
thanks.
was swell. And for those two Texans, Johnny Martin and Louis Harborth, who also get their mail at 149, here's Hank Russell and the Range Singers to give you that song you asked for.
I'm heading for the last roundup. Gonna saddle old pain for the last time and ride. So long, old pal, it's time your tears were dry. I'm heading for the last round. Get along, little doggy, get along, get along, get along, little doggy, get along. Get along, little doggy, get along, get along, get along, little doggy, get along. I'm heading for the last round. Gonna saddle old pain for the last time and ride. So long, old pal, it's time your tears were dry.
gang, and gee whiz, that Krell gate is starting to close already. So I better squeeze through it before I have to climb over it, and that I can't do. Till our next melody roundup together, this is Andy Devine saying thanks for the letters, so long, and we'll be seeing you.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Dear Adolf, a letter to Hitler. The National Broadcasting Company, in cooperation with the Council for Democracy, presents Dear Adolf, a series of 6 narrative letters written each week by Stephen Vincent Benet, one of the nation's greatest writers. These broadcasts are based upon actual letters written to Hitler by Americans. Today's program, the third of the series, presents James Cagney, distinguished actor of screen and radio, relating the views of an American laborer as he addresses a letter to Hitler.
Dear Adolf, Dear Adolf, Dear Adolf,
Shift number 3, welding. Shift number 3.
Dear Adolf, we're writing you a letter, and it isn't in fancy words. It's written around the clock by the working stiffs of America, the guys with grease on their faces who know what work means. It's written in steel and plastics, carborundum and tungsten, rivet buckets and drill templates, planes and guns. How about it, you guys at law stores?
Okay. Send it on to Adolf.
How about it, sheet metal?
Don't waste our time. We're busy. Send it on to Adolf.
How about it, production, inspection, engineering?
On to Adolf.
Experimental, metal bench, finishing and plating.
Got no time to gab. We're busy. Send it on to Adolf.
How's it coming, final assembly?
Can't you read the chart, you donkey? The figures keep climbing, don't they? Send them on to Adolf.
The old shift going off and the new shift coming on. And 8 hours from now, that shift will go off and another one comes on. And 8 hours from then, same business. Because this is an American war plant, and it's making war.
But that is impossible, my good man. You cannot make war. Your workers only work 40 hours a week. I have read it in your paper.
Listen, Sap, don't give me that baloney. Sure, we got a 40-hour week, base pay. And wouldn't your sweated workers like to have one? But how much did you work last week in your plant, Jimmy?
52.
How about you, Shorty?
48.
Mike?
I don't know how long I worked this week till I got a paycheck. Maybe 56 or 60. I know I work overtime because we got a rush job, and she's got to rush.
48, 52, 60. Well, why are you doing it?
That kid's raising her.
I get paid for the overtime, don't I? So what?
The old woman, she telling me she want to fix him up the house. She say, Mike, get her to let out of your pants and work on the rush job. The house, she need to be fixed.
Just what I suspected. Just what I've always said. Apathy, selfishness, greed. Eyes that never look beyond the paycheck. Labor asleep at the switch. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Don't you realize that while you get paid for overtime, our brave American boys are fighting and dying?
You needn't tell us. We know. We got brothers in the Army and Navy. We got sons and nephews and guys that work at the same bench with us. We aren't spilling off about them, but we aren't forgetting them. We don't like the bunk and the oil and the big words. We don't like star-spangled orations that don't add up. But we know what we're doing, and we know what they're doing. Every time we throw a switch or pull a lever, every time we set up a new job, every time the whistle blows for the new shift, we know what we're doing. Over 20 million of us. And don't you be fooled about that. Say, did you ever sleep in what they call a hotbed, mister? A bed that never gets changed because as soon as you get out of it, the guy from shift 3 gets in? Did you ever work in an asbestos suit in front of the hot steel? Did you ever work on high iron? Did you ever climb the poles? Did you ever go down the mine shaft in the cage and wonder now and then about the guys last week who never came up from shaft 6? Did you ever see a man's hand chewed into red pulp just because he slipped up for a split second? Then don't talk to us, mister. We aren't softies and we aren't pampered. We're working stiffs and we're tough. That's where you made your mistake about us, Adolf. You thought we weren't tough. You thought dough was all we were after. And you thought we couldn't think. Well, we're thinking now, and we're thinking about this war. We aren't thinking about it in slogans, axe the axes and set the rising sun. I guess they're all right, as advertising. But we're thinking about it like this.
I'm a mechanic. Live in Seattle. Guess I wasn't so sold on this war at first. No, not even on the need for victory. Then I heard a broadcast. Listened to the names and trades of 20 Norwegians shot by the Nazis because they tried to escape to England. One of those men was a mechanic. Every time somebody grumbles about the war, I think of that mechanic in Norway. I think about him and me.
Got that one? Okay. Now stick this one in. It's from an airplane plant.
I have 2 sons who are in the American Army. I don't want to see them fail for lack of equipment. And here's where we're turning out the stuff. Every time I complete my particular work on an airplane assembly, I speed it on the way to my sons.
And here's something just a little different. He isn't a skilled worker. He's nobody you ever heard of. He's just a rag peddler. Yes, I said rag peddler. But over here, Adolf, even rag peddlers can have the ideas of their own. And he says,
I am an old man and an individualist. I was born in Germany. My trades are many, but now rag peddling is my only desire. In the dark streets and alleys, I see plenty rags of human mind. And once, in my bundle of rags, I find your book, Mein Kampf. I read it because I want to know what it's about. After I finish that book of hate and nonsense, something happens inside of me. I have a strange desire to live till the biggest rag collecting job in the world is done. And I know it will be done. We will take your rags on par value, Mr. Hitler. The world will see you naked. The medals and uniforms of your Hermann Goering. The ropes of your Heinrich Himmler. And all the rags you accumulated will be collected. The rags of fear, the sufferings of your tortured Europe, will go with the swastika on the big rag pile. Adolf, your time is come. I want your rags. I am old, and I know when things are good and when they are rotten.
And now, back to another war plant and another workman.
I've been buying war bonds with every spare dollar. I've been working on my war job with every ounce of strength. And let me tell you this, Hitler won't win while the boys in Plant 4 keep working.
Got it, Adolf? That's us. More than 20 million workers, 11 million union members all over the USA. Yes, I'm talking about unions. I'm talking about CIO and AFL. I'm talking about every union man in this country. Because we know what you do to unions, Adolf. You don't fight them and you don't debate with them. You wipe them out, hide and hair. Over here, a union button's a union button. In Germany, it means your controlled labor front. In Japan, it never existed. In Italy, well, can you imagine a Mussolini union? There's just one thing about unions you've taught us, Adolf. They can grow only in a democracy. They can grow only on free soil. They can't grow inside your new order. This is what happens to them in your Germany.
Calling local B241, Berlin. Calling local B241, Berlin.
No answer! There's no answer!
No answer from any local. No answer. Address unknown.
All patriotic workers are now members of the Labor Front. All unions are now part of the Labor Front. There are no other workers. No other unions.
Hans was secretary of the local. Have you heard what happened to Hans? Concentration camp. Term indefinite. Otto. He was treasurer. Otto died. Gustav was on the shop committee. Gustav. Forced labor in Poland. Typhus.
That's the way it is in your country, Adolf, and in the countries you've conquered. That's the way it isn't going to be here. 11 million union men are against you, Adolf. Day shift or night shift or middle shift. They're against you, and they're going to get you. And that doesn't go just for the unions. It goes for all labor. Let me tell you just one little story, Adolf. When Chrysler built its first tank plant. You don't get balmy weather in Michigan in the winter. But the guys on the job gave up holidays and weekends to stand in slush knee-deep, pouring 51,000 tons of concrete. It snowed and they blew on their fingers and put up 6,500 tons of steel in 70 days. And that was a year before Pearl Harbor. Well, what do you suppose those guys are doing now? Picking buttercups? They did it for overtime pay? Well, let's see your labor front match it. And confidentially, Adolf, it wasn't all for the overtime.
Distressing. Racketeers, labor czars, corruption, intimidation. Horrible, awful, distressing, scandalous.
Yeah, we hear you too. We hear the voices that make for division. We hear the voices of those who would set class against class, whites against Negroes, Christians against Jews. And we know they're playing Adolf's game, and we're on to them. We hear the voices of those, not many but a few, who would rather beat labor than Hitler, rather muscle in on labor than save the United States. And our answer to them and you is... Yes, that's coarse. It isn't refined. I guess we're not very refined when we get mad, Adolf. And we're getting madder every day. The worse you make it, the madder we'll get. We know about the guys in those tankers that you've been sinking. They were working guys like us. We know about the guys who died on Bataan. A lot of them used to be working guys like us. There's a cap floating out on the Atlantic with a Union button on it. There's a kid who was a smart mechanic, but he won't come back for his toolkit since the Japanese sniper got him. Well, they were us, and we're them. There's no cockeyed labor front in this country. There's no Gestapo pushing us around. We've adjourned the big strikes for the duration. We're doing that freely. We're giving up extras and working overtime. We're doing that freely. We're back of the president and back of the government. And we're sending you a letter 20 million workers long. It's written in steel and flame, in the planes that fly the oceans and the bombs that drop from the planes, in the ships that slide down the ways and the plants that work night and day, day and night. It's written in brains and muscles and skilled hands moving fast on the assembly line, in war bonds and war stamps and the sweat and grind of the shift. It's written in plain American, and it's signed, yours to blow you sky high. American labor. How about it, assembly line? Sending it on to White House.
The time's short.
How about it, production, maintenance, middle bench, center wings?
Sending it on to White House.
The time's passing.
How about it, 20 million workmen?
Sending it on to Adolf! Sending it on!
You have just heard Dear Adolf, starring James Cagney, the third of a series of 6 narrative letters written each week by Stephen Vincent Benet, presented by the National Broadcasting Company in cooperation with the Council for Democracy. The program was directed by Lester O'Keefe, with original music composed by Tom Bennett, conducted by Joseph Stopak. These broadcasts are based upon actual letters written to Hitler by Americans. Won't you send in your own letter to Dear Adolf? Listen next week to an American housewife and mother's letter to Hitler with Helen Hayes as narrator. Copies of today's Dear Adolf, Letter from a Laborer, may be secured without cost by writing directly to the Council for Democracy, 11 West 42nd Street, New York City. This program has come to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Starring Alfred Lunt in The Gentleman from the Islands, an original radio play on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company, maker of better things for better living through chemistry. Tonight, the Cavalcade Playhouse is especially proud to welcome for his first sponsored appearance on the air the celebrated American actor Alfred Lunt. The play he has chosen for this event tells the story of a gallant and courageous gentleman from the islands of the West Indies, whose destiny it was to secure the unity of a great republic. The gentleman's name was Alexander Hamilton. Our play, written by Robert Tallman, encompasses 24 fateful days that were to bring death to Alexander Hamilton and to his country a legacy beyond price. The DuPont Company presents Alfred Lunt as Alexander Hamilton in The Gentleman from the Islands on the Cavalcade of America.
It is near midnight, the night of June 17th, the year 1804. Over the Grange, country estate of Alexander Hamilton on Manhattan Island, the moon rides high. Up the lane to the mansion house, silhouetted sharply against the moonlit shrubs, rides a man on horseback. He draws up before the portico, dismounts, and tethers his horse. In a few quick strides, he is standing before the lighted French windows of the master's study. He looks about him, then raises his crop and raps on the pane. The man inside rises from the desk to answer the door.
Who is it? I have the honor to call upon you, General Hamilton, on behalf of a friend. May I come in?
Why, Mr. Vaness, at this time of night? Come in, sir.
Thank you. I trust I do not disturb your household at this hour, sir. The friend I have the honor to wait upon is most impatient.
Well, sit down. Sit down. Cigar? Brandy?
Thank you, no. This letter, General Hamilton, if you will be so good as to read it.
Must I now?
I think you'd better.
Well, if you insist. Hand me the letter opening there, will you, sir?
At your service, General.
Thank you. Excuse me? Sit down. Sit down. Be comfortable.
Thank you. I prefer to stand.
This letter is from Aaron Burr. I recognize the hand.
That is correct, General.
But I don't understand. He seems to be agitated about some newspaper story.
You knew nothing of it?
No, sir. I never read scandal-mongering journals.
Apparently your friends do.
But this concerns something a Dr. Cooper says I said 2 years ago.
You deny having said it?
That Aaron Burr is a dangerous man not to be trusted with the reins of government?
That is only the published utterance, General Hamilton. Colonel Burr has reason to believe that in private you have sought to place him in an even more despicable character.
Mr. Vaness, despicable and more despicable is not worth the pains of distinction.
Then you accept the challenge?
All right, Colonel Burr, a letter. I don't believe in acting in haste, and I don't understand perfectly, as yet, what Colonel Burr's motive is in this affair.
It couldn't be that you are afraid to meet with Colonel Burr on the field of honor, sir?
Field of honor? I couldn't meet Aaron Burr on the field of honor. He wouldn't know where to find such a field. You may tell Colonel Burr that he can wait upon my pleasure. It is not my custom to receive wild challenges to my honor in the middle of the night.
Not so wild as you think, sir.
Then beg your friend to tell me why, after all these years of political rivalry between us, he has chosen this night to resolve the matter. I have retired from public life to all intents and purposes.
There's a man who tasted power at the age of 25, retired at 47, sir. You belittle yourself, sir.
That is my privilege, Mr. Vaness. I bid you good night, sir.
As you wish, General Hamilton. Good night, sir.
Alexander?
Betsy? James?
We didn't mean to disturb you, Father. Mother was worried and called me.
Alexander, I was certain I heard a horse in the drive. James thought he heard it, too.
That's absurd. You've been dreaming, both of you.
Who was it, Father?
Now, what have I done to deserve this, my wife and my eldest son, doubting my word?
Now, don't blame James, my dear. I made him come with me. I had such a strange feeling. Foreboding, almost. But here you are, still at your desk. Forgive me.
To tell the truth, I'm glad to come downstairs. I must go into the city tonight.
Tonight? Well, when did you decide about that?
Just now.
Father, someone works here. Why don't you want us to know about it?
Good heavens, I've been away from home before. Anyway, James is old enough to look after things. I can't bury myself here in the country, you know.
Why must you go tonight? I had dared hope you'd done with politics. The business that takes you away from us like this so abrupt.
I might have been president now, if I'd stayed in politics. Would you like that?
No. The president's a passing fancy. That was never for you. The Constitution was your work, and that's something that's good for all time.
Yes, if it sticks.
Was there ever any doubt about that?
I doubted it once. Now I don't know. That's why I'm going to the city, Betsy. I have to find out. Good night. Oh, there. Oh. Oh, wait here, old girl. I shan't be long.
Now, what in thunder? Hamilton, come in. Come in. I'll make a light.
I know the hour's late, Judge Pendleton, but...
Well, think nothing of it. I just dozed off in my chair, as you see. You saved me a bad case of stiff joints. That's better. Now, what brings you out at this hour?
I just had a visit from Mr. Vaness, the so-called affair of honor.
On whose behalf?
Colonel Aaron Burr.
I trust you didn't do him the honor of noticing his challenge.
Not yet.
You intend to do so?
I might.
You mustn't consider it. Burr is a deadly shot. This wouldn't be his first duel, you know.
But it would be my first duel. First performances have a way of sticking in the public mind.
Precious little comfort that would be if it were your last as well.
I'm not so sure of that, Judge Pendleton.
Why this concern over Burr, whom you've always held beneath contempt?
Because I have reason to believe there is more to his challenge than meets the eye. Don't forget, Judge Pendleton, I'm not a bad shot myself. Burr doesn't gamble for little stakes. If it were only his personal honor at stake, he would have challenged me long ago, for I have never made any secret of my contempt for the man and all he stands for.
Oh, don't forget, Hamilton, you have time and again frustrated Burr's highest ambitions. When he wanted to be president, you chose Jefferson instead. And only last month, you killed his chances of becoming governor of New York. He'd set his heart on that governor's chair.
Ah, but why did that governor's chair mean so much to him? That's what I must make sure of, Pendleton. If the answer is what I think it is...
Supposing you fought this duel, Hamilton. Supposing you killed Aaron Burr. You'd only make him a martyr.
Ah. But if Burr killed me, what then?
It's unthinkable. This whole thing is unthinkable, Hamilton. It must not happen, this duel.
Judge Pendleton, of what must happen and what must not happen, neither you nor I can be the arbiters. Tomorrow I shall see Burr's political crony Swarthout.
What good will that do?
Good, if he tells me the story I think he will. Well, there is always a final decision which no man makes for himself. You are listening to Alfred Lunt in an original radio play, The Gentleman from the Islands, on the Cavalcade of America, sponsored by the DuPont Company. As our play continues, Alexander Hamilton, played by Alfred Lunt, is in the headquarters of the Society of St. Tammany, talking with one of New York's first political bosses, a gentleman by the name of Swarthout. Let us be realistic, Mr. Swarthout. You know perfectly well that without my support, your party cannot elect Colonel Burr or anyone else to the governorship, now or ever.
So, now we know why you opposed Colonel Burr's election as governor. Wanted the job for yourself, eh?
I haven't said so.
Oh, come now. You're a man of the world, Hamilton. It's as plain as the nose on your face that you...
Excuse me, Mr. Swarthout. I didn't want to interrupt, but the gentleman was most insistent.
What gentleman? Speak up.
Mr. Cheatham, sir.
Bring him in. Wait till Cheatham sees you here. I wager he'll...
You'll wager what, Mr. Swarthout?
Mr. Cheatham, I believe you have met General Hamilton.
We've met. I hadn't dreamed we'd meet again. Perhaps you've been dreaming of other things, Mr. Cheatham.
General Hamilton has decided to let bygones be bygones. Isn't that so, General?
I haven't said so.
No. I assure you, Mr. Cheatham, General Hamilton is only waiting to find out what we have to offer him.
Huh? Well, is that so? Gentlemen, let's come to the point. It has been suggested that the office of Governor of New York might have its attractions for me. I needn't tell you that I resigned from public office once because it didn't pay.
Secretary of the Treasury of the United States of America. Couldn't make it pay. What you need is counsel, young man.
Well, I'm willing to listen to your proposition, gentlemen.
Willing to listen? What do you think of that, Cheatham? Willing to listen? But when we tell you what we have in store for you, you may think at first your ears have been deceiving you, Hamilton.
Well, get on with it.
Are you quite certain of our ground here, Swarthout?
Mr. Cheatham, you let me handle this in my own way. Hamilton, here's the story. Our friends in New England have taken Colonel Burr into their confidence. They plan that New England and New York shall secede from the Union.
Secede from the Union? Are you serious?
Indeed, we are serious. And what's more, I am confident that the French minister has assured Colonel Burr that France will back us up with all the military power she has. And when Napoleon's agent says that...
When Napoleon's minister says that, beware, you will be his next victim.
Would that be so unpleasant? Napoleon is realistic, and so are we of the manufacturing states of this country. Jefferson is bound and determined to ruin our foreign trade, all for the sake of a vague, romantic notion he calls democracy. We can't compete with a disciplined, organized nation like Napoleon's France under such a system.
And so you propose that we should play his game, hmm?
Just so. You begin to see the possibilities, my boy?
I do.
Ah?
And I have just this to say. A more evil, scurrilous, rotten, treacherous scheme has never come to my attention. Swine. That's what you are. Filthy swine. May God forgive the American people for ever having allowed men like you to be born on the soil of a free nation. Do you think the unity of this vast continent is subject to the whim of your little corrupt thirst for power? I tell you it is not, and never shall be.
And just how do you propose to stop us, General Hamilton?
With my life, if need be. My life is a little thing compared to the future of the unity of the United States. How my name goes down in history is a matter of small moment. How this great nation survives in history means everything.
Excellent repast, my dear Mistress Hamilton. And music with the feast. I have never dined so royally.
I held out against the musicians as long as I could. Such an extravagance. But Alexander would have it.
James, when you're the head of the house, I adjure you, do not follow your father's example. You see the thanks one gets for a generous gesture, from the women at least. And the women, it's they we strive to please, after all.
Don't be deceived, Father. Mother loves it. She told me so before dinner.
Now, you're too old to be carrying tales, James. But it's true, Alexander. It's wonderful to see you so full of the enjoyment of life.
Oh, one would think I had done nothing but add columns of figures for, these 20 years.
And today is an exception. It's the 4th of July, you know, but no brandy. You'll be drinking toast till morning, I suppose, at the celebration in town.
I certainly hope so.
Well, I wouldn't have you miss it for the world. Aaron Burr will be there for certain, and I want everybody to see how much handsomer you look in your dress uniform.
Aaron Burr will be there.
Of course, isn't he always? Why? What's the matter?
Nothing. Just, I'll have to polish up my speech. Well, Pendleton, let's be getting on.
Good night, Father. Good night, Judge Pendleton.
Good night, my dear.
Hurry home and drink a toast to General Washington for us.
2 toasts.
A dozen.
Well, my boy, so you've decided.
Yes. You will be my second in this affair, sir.
You know I can refuse you nothing.
You remembered to bring my papers. Thank you.
You saw Swatow?
I saw 2 swine. And I smelt the filth of the pig pen the third sent his challenge from.
Have you considered you leave a wife, children?
There are things that mean even more to me, Judge Pendleton.
I see.
And another thing, you must pledge our adversaries to keep this matter secret. No one must have an inkling of it. I want my last days with my family to be happy.
Hamilton, please.
No. My mind's made up. You shall see. They will be the happiest days of my life.
Here you are, my boy. Got you home earlier than we expected.
I'm very much obliged to you, sir.
You were magnificent, Hamilton. The way you faced Burr as if nothing had happened between you at all.
Nothing has happened yet.
I spoke to Van Ness in the course of the evening. July 11th is the date. At Weehawken Heights, across the Hudson. The New Jersey laws on dueling are more liberal.
July 11th. And this is the 4th. The 5th now, 6 days. Well, good night, Judge Pendleton.
Good night. God bless you.
Why, Betsy, still up?
I found these papers here. I've been reading them.
Well, that's a woman's privilege, my dear.
Such a lot of papers. It seems as you must have been writing letters or making speeches 24 hours a day for the past 15 years. How did we ever find time to be in love with each other?
That was easy.
Thank you, sir. I'm learning all your secrets. Oh, here's one. Remember this?
The letter I wrote to old Cheatham after that scurrilous story you printed about our marriage?
I'll wager his ear is still burning.
Gall of the man. Intimating that I married you for your money.
Well, didn't you?
Of course. But that's our business.
Well, then, I'm glad I had some money.
Do you really mean that, Betsy?
What do you think?
Oh, forgive me, my dear. These old memories, we've dig up how rich they are, and how many things we've learned, especially me,
Oh, here's the letter from General Washington after you quarreled, remember?
Oh, yes, I remember. He said I kept him waiting. I stopped to talk to Lafayette on the stairs. It couldn't have been more than 2 minutes, but General Washington insisted it was 10. Naturally, I had to stand on my honor.
You had too much honor in those days. I like you better now.
Perhaps I haven't changed as much as you think, Betsy.
Why do you say that in that strange tone of voice? Alexander, what is it with you these past weeks?
Have I seemed not like myself?
Too much like yourself. Your old self, I mean. This elation. I remember you like this before when you were going to Philadelphia to stand up against your elders for a constitution you wanted.
I survived it, didn't I?
Yes, and I prayed for your safety every night. Oh, you were so outspoken. There were so many hot-headed men there, the kind that fight a duel at the drop of a hat. What is it, Alexander? Did I say something to offend you?
No. No, of course not. Just remembering old times. Too much of it for one day.
Sometimes I feel I've known you so little for all our years together. Yet I'm glad. You've never seemed so human, so alive. I've never loved you as I have these past weeks. They've been the happiest weeks of my life.
Say that again, Betsy.
The happiest weeks of my life.
You do mean it, don't you? Oh, thank you. And now I'll say good night again, my dear. I have a little writing to do before I come to bed.
Good night, my love.
Father, may I come in for a moment?
Why, James, are you up too?
Yes, I waited up. I wanted to talk to you without Mother here.
Secrets from your mother? I'm flattered.
Well, I'm preparing for my Regents examinations now to enter college, as you know, and I thought, well, I wasn't sure whether I'd be going. I mean, are you getting ready to leave us, Father?
What on earth put that idea into your head?
Not this letter. You left it out on the desk. I wouldn't have looked except for what it says on the top. To my sons, in the event that I should not return.
Have you showed that to your brothers?
No. I wanted to be sure what it meant.
Well, it doesn't mean anything. I was thinking of taking a fairly long trip, perhaps to Canada, naturally. If I went by boat, there's some danger.
You're lying to me, Father.
Yes, perhaps I am.
Are you going to fight a duel?
You know I don't approve of dueling.
I didn't ask you that. I asked you if you're going to fight a duel.
No, we'll put it this way. If I were, I'd want you to do as I said in that letter. Look after your mother when I'm gone.
I understand, Father. And don't worry. I won't say anything to Mother. Not till it's all over.
You're a great gentleman, James. I have no fears for you. Be a guide to your younger brothers and a comfort to your mother.
I'll do my best.
Now, good night. I've work to do. God bless you, my son.
Goodbye, Father. Good luck.
10 paces, gentlemen.
10 paces. 10 paces.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is that satisfactory to you, Judge Pendleton?
That will do. Mark the place.
Now then, do I have the honor?
Very good, sir. I choose heads.
Heads it is. General Hamilton, your choice of weapons.
Thank you. This one will do.
Colonel Burr, I have the honor.
Well, let's get on with it. At your service, sir.
Stances, gentlemen.
Are you ready, Doctor?
Ready, gentlemen.
Very well, gentlemen. Present. Fire!
Oh.
Doctor. Colonel Hamilton, he's hit.
Oh, why does he hold his fire like that?
General Hamilton. General Hamilton, can you speak?
Please, sir, I'm the doctor. Let me get at that wound at once.
It's too late, Doctor. This is a mortal wound.
Looks bad. We'll have to get him across the river some way to a hospital. Bullet has entered his lung. Gentlemen, bring a stretcher. Over here with a stretcher. Hurry.
Now, just a moment. Before we start, if I should die before we reach the other shore, let my wife be called at once. Break it to her gently, but impress upon her that I have meant that she should understand why I have done this. The papers must be published, just as I left them. Tell her this is my legacy to her and to my country.
Don't listen to him. He doesn't know what he's saying. Must have been mad these last days. Why else did he hold his fire? For suicide, brought on by madness.
Brought on by madness, yes. Well, whose madness? Does one argue with a dead man? For I am dead, but not half so dead as Aaron Burr shall be before ever death touches his body. God give him the strength to go on until his every intrigue shall be shown for what it is.
Shall we lift him up, Doctor? He's quiet now. Yes, gentlemen, lift him. Lift him up.
Now, wait. Oh, please, one moment.
Yes, General Hamilton.
My pistol. Be careful how you handle it. It might go off and do harm. It hasn't been fired, you know.
And now the star of tonight's cavalcade, Alfred Lunt.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It has been nearly a century and a half since Alexander Hamilton sacrificed himself that our country might continue the course charted by the founders of this republic. It is my sincere hope that in our play tonight there has been some measure of inspiration and encouragement for the gallant men and women who today are fighting to destroy the evil forces once more abroad over the earth. Thank you.
Next week on the Cavalcade of America, the distinguished character actor Dean Jagger in a new and thrilling radio play called Man of Iron, a story of John Ericsson's invention of the monitor. Don't forget, next week, Dean Jagger as John Ericsson in Man of Iron. The orchestra and musical score tonight were under the direction of Don Voorhees. This is Clayton Collier sending best wishes from DuPont.
This program came to you from New York. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Horse with the speed of light, the cloud of dust, and a hearty hi-yo, Silver, the Lone Ranger. The building of the first transcontinental railroad was one of the most important steps in the winning of the West. The railroad was of prime importance to the future of the country. But powerful forces, cattlemen, stagecoach lines, and steamship companies opposed it. Outlaw opposition sprang up, and the Lone Ranger was commissioned by the President to lead the fight against the enemies of progress. Return with us now to those thrilling days of yesteryear. From out of the past come the thundering hoofbeats of the great horse Silver. The Lone Ranger rides again.
Come on, Silver! The President's in danger! Out, Silver!
The Transcontinental Railroad was almost completed. West across Utah stretched the track of the Great Central. East from Frisco came the rails of the Rocky Mountain. And work crews on each railroad strained their backs to bring track to the meeting place first. The Chinese gang was coming east for the Rocky Mountain.
Hey! Another attack! Pretty soon we finish job. We beat Great Central. Hey! Hey!
And pounding west across the plains, clanging the steel rails into place, came the Irish workmen for the Great Central.
Put them down and hammer in the spikes! Lay them rails! Begorra, we'll be there first! Put your back into it! It's a county fair! Swing your mollies! Hit the spike! And
From east and west, racing to bring the rails together so that at last a locomotive could pull a train all the way from Washington to the Golden Gate. In a railroad shack out in the western plains, where the track of the Great Central curved into the distant horizon, Colonel Parkman's secretary took a message from the telegraph.
Colonel Parkman?
Yes, Miss Barkley. Some message for me over the wire?
Yes, sir. From Washington.
Washington? Let me see that.
It's very important.
Colonel Parkman, Chief Engineer, Charge of Construction, Great Central Railroad. This is to advise you that... Well, I should say this is important, Miss Barkley. It's the most important news since the news that...
Get in there.
Hey, wait, what does this mean? The Lone Ranger. What's this all about? Who's this prisoner of yours?
Get on your feet, Nielsen.
Now, look, mister. I didn't do nothing, and you can't...
Colonel, this man is a member of the Iron Spur. Todd and I caught him tampering with a railroad switch.
He'll be put in a jailhouse at once.
There's something else on your mind, isn't there, masked man?
Yes. Nielsen let something slip. Colonel, is it true that the President will come out west for the ceremony at the joining of the rails?
What's that?
In a few days, the tracks of the Great Central and the Rocky Mountain will meet, won't they?
Why, yes.
It'll be a big ceremony when the final spike is hammered home. Isn't that so?
Absolutely, mister. And, well, the President will attend. In fact, I just received this telegram stating that very thing.
But no one knew of it before.
Iron Spur, no. How could the secret have leaked out? The Iron Spur is very powerful, Colonel.
I'm beginning to believe so. That they should be able to get this news even before I did it. Mister, who's the leader of the Iron Spur?
Colonel, before this goes any further, I suggest this outlaw be put in jail.
I understand. It'll be done at once. Then we can have a long talk, eh?
Colonel, Tonto and I are convinced that the Iron Spur is planning some desperate undertaking. I wish you could prevail upon the President to forego this trip west.
That's impossible, mister.
There may be danger for him. I wouldn't put it past the Iron Spur
Do you think they try to harm the President?
Miss Barkley, you know the Iron Spur. Band of outlaws and criminals who've sworn to destroy the building of the railroad.
Which they haven't done. The railroads are practically united. And so will our nation be united from coast to coast.
Yes, Colonel. But it's just like the Iron Spur to gamble everything in one final effort to disrupt our country. Don't you see if the
Masked
President...
man, let me ask you something.
Yes?
Put yourself in the President's place. If you were he, would you allow your plans to be changed because of an outlaw threat? The President is more than a man. He's a symbol of our country and what it stands for. If word ever got out that the Iron Spur had made our most important citizen back down
Colonel
because...
Parkman.
Well, that's what it would be, Miss Barkley. That's what everyone would think.
Yes, I see what you mean, Colonel. You're right.
The president must come west. And we must find out what the Iron Spur is planning. There's very little time, Masked Man.
If we only knew who the leader is.
Tonto and I know where the outlaws were camping last night, Colonel. We may be able to pick up their trail. You mean you'll help? We're Americans, Colonel Parkman. We'll leave at once.
Kimasabi, it's plenty dark now. We ride, huh?
Nielsen is in jail?
That's right.
And we'll hit the trail. Adios, Colonel. Adios, Miss Barkley. The Masked Man, how will you get in touch with us? Don't worry. We'll let you know what we learn about the Iron Spur. Adios. Go on, Tonto.
Tonto here. Oh, Scout, open up, Silver.
Come on, Silver. Get up, Scout.
Miss Barkley, do you think they'll locate the outlaws?
Colonel, if we can trust anyone, we can trust the Lone Ranger.
Trail is clear, Tonto. Now that the sun is coming up.
Plenty horses been here.
I noticed that the hoof march came in from all directions to their last camp. You know what that means.
What?
All the Iron Spur outlaws have been called in from all over the West. They're going to use every man who can hold a gun.
That's not good.
We only have a few days. The railroad crews will meet very soon at the rate they're putting down the track. We've got to find out what the Iron Spur is scheming as soon as possible.
Trail of Iron Spur, head west.
Yes, into the mountains.
Kimasabi, who leader of Iron Spur?
We don't know, Tonto. And until we do, the railroads are in danger. And so is the president.
That's right.
So we'll just... Hold, Silver, hold.
Hold. Kimasabi, what matter? Why we stop, huh?
Look, Tonto. That rider on the far rim of the canyon. You see him?
Him ride plenty fast.
Using spurs on his horse. Take a good look at him, Tonto.
Tonto, not savvy why you... Kimasabi, that fella. Him look like Nielsen.
That's what I thought.
But Nielsen, him in jailhouse.
Men have broken out of jails before this.
That's right. Him break out of jail. But how him get ahead of us?
We were following a trail, Tonto. That takes time. Besides, we headed for their old camp first. That's miles out of the way.
I'm gonna fix him with gun.
No, Kimasabi.
Why?
He's too far away. Even a rifle bullet wouldn't reach him. We'll ride along this side of the canyon till we get a chance to cross. And keep out of sight as much as possible. We don't want him to know he's being followed.
Maybe him know already.
That's a chance we'll have to take. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
What makes you so all-fired slow, Prentice? You only have it half out of the cave.
Blasting powder's mighty ornery hazard. I handle it with care. Don't relish being blown to bits.
Well, hurry it up.
If he'd given me a couple more men, we could have had it all out and be over to main camp by now.
The other men are being told what our plan of attack will be. They're busy.
Well, why wasn't I told about the plan of attack?
Because your job is packing the explosive. That's all. Prentice, you've got a charge all set to blow up the cave entrance, haven't you?
Yeah, sure. As soon as the powder's all out, I'll set it off and seal up the cave. But I don't savvy why you want to do that. This here cave made a right good hiding place for us Iron Spur fellers.
We won't need a hiding place, Prentice. After this final job, we split up for a while. A good long while.
What for?
Because every rancher and cowhand and soldier and sheriff in the West will be searching for us. It'd be a lot safer to split up for a couple of months anyway.
Oh. On account of the president, huh?
That's right.
It's risky.
It'll be worth the risk. Look what happened when Abe Lincoln was assassinated. Almost broke the country wide open. I reckon this will do as much or more. Especially with the Western Territories being so far from the capital and so on. All right, now get busy on that explosive.
Hazard, somebody coming. Pounding the trail.
Yeah.
I wonder who it could be.
Hey, quick. Grab the lead horse. Drag that wagon over behind these trees. I'll give you a hand.
Come on, get up there. Come on.
Yeah, this is good. Yeah, crank the front wheels in here. Yeah, that's good enough. Yeah, yonder he comes. I'll watch him.
Well, bust my traces. It's Nielsen.
Yeah. Nielsen!
Whoa, steady. Hazard, call out the boys after me.
The men aren't anywhere near here.
I gotta do something.
Easy. What's after you?
The Lone Ranger and his Injun pard.
What?
Yeah, and gaining every minute. I was in jail over the end of track, Hazard. I broke out and headed this way fast as I could. But the masked man and his Injun pard picked up your trail. They spotted me from the far side of the canyon.
Right after you, huh?
Where's the rest of the boys? Where's the camp?
Well, it's about 2 miles further down. Nielsen, Look way up on top of the canyon.
That's them, Hazard. They'll get me before I can reach the camp. We'll have to fight them off.
Me face the Lone Ranger's guns? No, sir. He'd gun me down fast. Why, that hombre could split the edge of a cart at 100 paces. Now, we gotta figure out some other scheme to... Nielsen, I got it. The cave.
You mean that cave right ahead of me?
Yeah. Let them see you go in. As soon as you're in, I'll blast the entrance right down on top of them.
Say, that's a swell idea. Then they won't... Hey, wait a minute. What happens to me? I'll be inside the cave and no way to get out.
Well, there's another way out, Nielsen. A back entrance.
Back entrance?
Yeah. Now get going. Get up close to the entrance and let them see you.
Keno has it. You're the boss. Get up there.
Prentice, get set to blow up the cave.
What was Nielsen saying about the masked man?
He's leading the masked man, the Indian, right into that cave. Get set to seal the entrance.
Nielsen's going in? Say, don't you know you'll never get out?
No, he don't. Too bad for Nielsen. But it's worth his life to get rid of the Lone Ranger, ain't it? Get ready. Here they come.
Many trees, many rocks around.
The rate we're going, Tonto, we'll find Nielsen very soon. Silver and Scout can outgallop his horse any day.
Him know we follow him, huh?
Couldn't be helped. When we crossed the canyon on that log bridge, he looked back and saw us.
Oh.
Nielsen must know where the main camp of the Iron Spur is. Otherwise, he wouldn't be going so fast. We'll get him and make him talk.
Kimasabi.
Yes, Tonto, there he is.
Him right in front of cave.
Stand where you are, Nielsen.
You'll never catch me alive, mister.
Look, him go in the cave.
Yes.
Oh, him fooled. Now we got him good.
He wouldn't go into the cave if there wasn't some other way out, Tonto.
That's right.
Come on, we're going after him. Come on, Silver.
Get him up, Scout.
Keep your guns handy, Tonto. Start inside that cave. He may be making a last stand.
Him not shoot at us yet.
That means he's pretty certain there's another way out. Here's the entrance, Tonto. Right on through.
Get him up, Scout.
Come on, Silver.
That blast let go just when they was riding in, Hazard. Look at the entrance. It's sealed up worse than a tomb.
Yeah, Prentice. And there's no way out. I reckon the Lone Ranger won't ever ride again.
The curtain falls on the first act of our Lone Ranger story. Before the next exciting scenes, please permit us to pause for just a few moments. Now to continue our story. The inside of the cave was black and dismal after the explosion that sealed the entrance. It took a long time for the echoes of the blast to die down. Then...
Tonto. Oh, Kimasabi. What happened? Tonto not see.
The cave is dark, Tonto. Nothing's wrong with your eyes.
Cave? Remember now. Somebody set off blasting powder.
It was lucky Silver and Scout were traveling so fast. We were into the cave before it went off.
Help! Help!
And Nielsen.
Let him come.
Help!
It's dark. As it was lying. There's no other way out of this cave. Let me come in here just as the masked man, the Indians, would follow me. Doing me to slow starvation just to catch him under that fallen rock. Slow starvation! Rock. Piles of it. I couldn't get out if I tried.
So that's what Hazard did.
Who's that? Who's that?
all in this together.
Masked men. That's why you are the masked man.
Take it easy. No sense in going loco.
There's no way out, mister. We're lost. We stay that way till we die.
Is Hazard the leader of the Iron Spur?
Oh, what difference does that make?
Nielsen, there's no sense in giving up ahead of time.
We're going to die.
And let's make use of what time we have. Suppose you start telling me. Is Hazard the leader of the Iron Spur? What do they plan to do about the railroad?
That's about all there is to tell you about the Lone Ranger and his partner, boys. It's been 24 hours or more since we sealed them up in that cave. Prentice went back this evening for a look-see. Isn't that right, Prentice?
Sure is, Hazard. The entrance is still blocked. Covered solid.
Yeah. Maybe they aren't dead yet. Might be able to breathe because of air filtering through the spaces between the rocks. But they won't last long. We needn't wait around. Yes, that's right. No need to get impatient. We're all ready for the big job. We leave here tomorrow night. I found out that the railroads are joined. Yep, the Irish workers laid the great central track clear to Promontory Point. The Chinese crews on the Rocky Mountain brought their track to that spot, too. All there's left to do is drive the two spikes. The silver spike and the gold spike.
Then we're too late, Hazard.
No, we're not too late. We're not too late, gents. I said we're all ready for the big job in a minute. We've got plenty of blasting powder, haven't we, Prentice?
Yeah, plenty.
Keno. Now, gents, here's what we're going to do. We ride for Promontory Point tonight. We get there before dawn, savvy? A dozen of us will be dressed as soldiers. In the darkness, we move in. We overpower the regular guards and plant that blasting powder. We plant it right under the spot where the golden spike will be hammered in. We pack the powder around tight and fix a percussion cap on top. The very first stroke of the hammer will set off the explosion. Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's the president himself who takes the first swing. The president himself. Now, let's break camp. Get your horses. We're leaving in an hour.
Masked man, you got any idea what time it is?
No, Nielsen.
Oh, it's always black in here. Why didn't Tonto stay here with that torch he made out of the wood from the shaft?
Wood's precious, Nielsen. I sent him back to explore the rest of the cave.
It might be a day, maybe 2 days, it might be a week.
Hold on to yourself, Nielsen.
If I ever get my hands on Hazard, that ornery turncoat up.
Easy.
I need a drink of water. Where's that canteen? Oh, I got it. Drink of water, that's what. Drink of water. Oh, it's empty. Masked man, it's empty.
Water had to go sometime, Nielsen.
Empty? We'll die of thirst. I can't stand it. I tell you, I can't stand it.
Easy, Tonto. You put out that torch.
Kinosabe, Tonto find something.
Yes?
Time to go back in cave and look. Kinosabe, Tonto find something. You come. Look. Here. You look.
Kegs, Tonto. A dozen kegs.
That's right. Now you look close. You see what it say on kegs.
Gunpowder. Tonto, it's gunpowder.
Miss Barkley, I'm afraid this is a wild goose chase.
Oh, can't we go on, Captain? The moon is still out.
We followed the trail of Nielsen this far, Miss Barkley, all along the rim of the canyon. Now the ground is hard. There's no tracks left.
They seem to go straight toward that rock slide.
Yes, that's what I mean. That's a solid cliff. Nielsen could have gone there.
Colonel Parkman sent you out to locate Nielsen.
Yes, but you should have stayed with the colonel.
I'm worried about the masked man, Captain. It's been 3 days. He said he'd report back to the colonel.
You can't trust a masked man, Miss Barkley.
This one can be trusted.
Yes? Well, at any rate, we can't go on looking forever.
No further.
I'm afraid not, Miss Barkley. You know we've got to be at Promontory Point in the morning for the big ceremony.
Yes, that's right.
And it's a long ride.
Yes.
Where are you going, Miss Barkley?
Captain, there's something about that fallen rock.
What's that?
Well, it looks rather recent, doesn't it?
It might be an avalanche.
Oh, yes, but not very old.
Hard to tell in this light.
Let's take another look at it, shall we? Somehow I can't help feeling that those prints are horses' hooves. That those rocks might have fallen right on top.
Miss Barkley, are you all right?
Yes, my horse. Oh, settle down.
Can I get his reins? Steady, boy. Steady there. Oh, there. Those rocks, that explosion. They didn't hit you.
No, Captain. We were far enough away so that... Captain!
Yes?
Follow me, fellow. The entrance is open again.
Who's that?
Oh, Captain, it's the Lone Ranger.
That's Miss Barkley.
Masked man!
Miss Barkley.
You were behind that rock pile. You set off that explosion.
Yes, but what are you doing here?
Came looking for Nielsen.
Nielsen is right with us.
We found some blasting powder. Hazard must have forgot to take it out before we went in.
Hazard?
Hazard, him leader of Iron Spur.
Wait. Miss Barkley, we have no idea how long we were in that cave. But we know the Iron Spur scheme. Now tell me, have the two tracks been joined yet?
Why, yes. They must have been joined by now.
Already?
Yes, mister.
Captain, when will the ceremony take place?
Well, around 9 o'clock in the morning.
Hello, do you hear that?
That heap bad.
Well, what's wrong, mister?
Captain, we've got to get there as fast as we can. The Iron Spur plans to blow up the track at that ceremony.
Oh, but the president...
The first stroke of the hammer on the golden spike. Captain, Tonto and I can get there faster. Silver and Scout can outrun your horses, and speed is important.
I understand, mister. If you need a note from me,
Colonel Parkman knows the masked man, Captain. A note isn't necessary. Adios, Lone Ranger. And Godspeed you both.
After me, Tonto. Get him up, Scout!
Those horses travel like the wind, Miss Barkley.
Yes, Captain. And they'll need all the speed they've got. And our prayers as well. The president's life is at stake.
We're still in mountains, Kimasabi.
The moon is bright. Trail is clear ahead of us.
After mountains come plain country. Then hills again. It's long way to Promontory Point.
Faster, Silver, faster.
We are the mountains now. Trail lead cross soft ground.
Moon is setting, Kimosabe. There's the North Star shining ahead of us. Keep following it.
Iron Spur come this way already. Hoof mark showing ground. Get 'em up, Scout.
Faster, Silver, big fella. Cover the ground, Silver.
There's the tracks, Hazard. Lucky we got Army uniforms on.
Still pretty dark. Keep that blasting pot and those shovels out of sight. Prentice, you and I take care of the guards.
Keno.
Right up to them.
Halt! Who goes there?
Right ease, guard. This is a special detail to take you. No, Prentice.
No, you...
Tie him up, gag him. Quick, get busy and plant that blasting powder. Right onto the end of the rail. Hurry up, we gotta have it all ready by dawn.
Colonel Parkman to Omaha Great Central Dispatch by telegraph. All arrangements are in order. It is now 7 in the morning at Promontory Point. The presidential party has already proceeded to the spot where the Great Central track meets the Rocky Mountain track. In another 15 minutes, the silver spike and the gold spike will be hammered home, tying together a continuous stretch of track from east to west. A telegraph line and operator are already at the spot, prepared to describe the actual hammering of the spikes. I shall go there myself in a few minutes.
Colonel Parkman.
The masked man.
Colonel, there isn't a moment to lose. Tonto and I rode all night to get here and warn you. The Iron Spur has planted a charge of blasting powder under the gold spike.
What's that?
You get your soldiers into action at once, the whole Iron Spur can be wiped out once and for all. A man named Hazard is their leader. They're right here at Promontory Point.
Davis, get Major Gray.
Yes. How far to the place where the ceremony will take place, Colonel?
5 minutes.
When will the ceremony start?
Why, it may have started already.
Already? Colonel, the first hammer stroke on that golden spike will set off the blast.
Good heavens. The president himself is going to hammer that spike home. The president himself.
It has been my honor and privilege to hammer in the silver spike, which represents the east. Now the golden spike, representing the west. The golden spike is in place. Mr. President, will you hammer the golden spike home and unite this great railroad system?
Thank heaven we're in time. There's a charge of blasting powder planted under that golden spike.
Is that, Colonel?
Yes, sir. I was warned by the Lone Ranger.
What's that?
Led by the Lone Ranger, the cavalry charged on the outlaws. As the men of the track stared, the soldiers and the Lone Ranger and Tonto forced the outlaws to drop their guns and surrender.
That, sir, is the end of the Iron Spur. The soldiers are rounding them up. From now on, our country has nothing to fear from those outlaws.
Colonel, who's that man on the white horse? He's just captured their leader. And look, now he's riding off toward the west with that Indian. Who is he, Colonel?
That's the man who saved us once again, sir. Who's helped make this railroad possible. As soon as my engineers remove the powder charge, the president can drive home the Golden Spike safely. Thanks to the Lone Ranger.
The story you have just heard is a copyrighted feature of the Lone Ranger Incorporated.
Lux presents Hollywood. The Lux Radio Theater brings you Irene Dunn and Charles Boyer in Love Affair. Ladies and gentlemen, your producer, Mr. Cecil B. DeMille. Greetings from Hollywood, ladies and gentlemen. Once in a blue moon occurs that phenomenon of the motion picture art, the perfect motion picture. Sometimes it makes no pretensions to greatness. It's only a simple tale of men and women. But all the elements of story, stars, and direction are so happily combined that the finished product emerges as a living thing. That blue moon was shining over Hollywood when Irene Dunn and Charles Boyer teamed in the RKO picture Love Affair. And ever since, you've been asking us to beg, borrow, or steal the original stars and present it here. However we did it, they're here tonight for this romantic story of a love affair that begins on shipboard and ends, well, that's for the third act to say. It doesn't take much knowledge of the theater to guess what would happen if a Broadway producer were able to announce the appearance of Charles Boyer and Irene Dunn for a single performance. As a matter of fact, there's probably no theater in the world but the Lux Radio Theater that would be big enough to hold the crowd. And so if you'd like to thank someone for your seats tonight, the credit should go to Lux Flakes. If this were a Broadway playhouse, the line at the box office would probably extend much farther than you could see, and every man and woman in that line would be ready to pay several hard-earned dollars to enjoy these stars in a hit like Love Affair. But it doesn't cost you a cent at our box office, because so many millions of you have discovered another great hit. The title? Lux Flakes. Now, as we raise the curtain, an audience from coast to coast joins an audience of members of the American Armed Forces around the world for the first act of Love Affair, starring Charles Boyer as Michel Marnet and Irene Dunn as Terry McKay. said of certain people that they have less privacy than a goldfish. But Michel Marnet must have gazed with envy at the placid goldfish bowl, for compared to him, the Finney resident was a hermit. On a night not long ago, the radio gossipers burned up the airwaves of the world with the latest news of his unprivate existence. On the continent,
ladies of all nations will be desolate at these reports. Michel Marnet sails tonight for America to marry Lois Clark, American heiress to a fortune of 600 million francs.
in New York,
Prince Michel Marnet, the French heart crusher, sails incognito tonight aboard the Empress. Why? Because Lois Clark and her 20 million smackers will be waiting for him in the dock in New York City. And this time, it's marriage.
on the steamship Empress, the subject of all this excitement, paces the deck slowly, reading a radiogram. Suddenly, a gust of wind takes it from his hand and whisks it around the corner of the deck. Monsieur Marnet gives chase, and rounding the corner, pulls up short as he sees a very pretty girl reading a radiogram.
Oh, I beg your pardon, madam. I think you're reading my radiogram.
I beg your pardon?
The wind blew it here. My radiogram. I believe you're reading it.
Oh, just a moment. I want to finish.
Oh.
Oh, well. How do I know this is yours? Can you identify yourself?
Well, I am Michel Marnet.
Well, don't tell me you're the fella. The one they've been talking about on the radio.
Uh-huh.
Well, now, can you tell me what this message says? It's frightfully personal, and, well, I'd like to be sure that, well, you know.
Well, it says, remembering a warm, beautiful night, a thunderstorm over Lake Como, and you.
And you. That's you.
Yes.
It was all right, huh?
Uh-huh.
It was nice.
Uh-huh.
Do you think it'll ever take the place of baseball?
I beg your pardon?
Never mind. Here's your radiogram, Mr. Marnet. Good evening.
No, wait, please. I'm in trouble. Serious trouble.
Well, I could have told you playing around Lake Como, the poor thing.
No, I must talk to someone.
Well, I'm not very good at that sort of thing. I talk a lot. Really, I'm trying to break myself of the habit.
Well, you have an honest face. I can trust you, can't I?
Well, yes, I guess so.
Come with me.
But the captain has an honest face, too.
No. Shall we go to your cabin or mine?
Well, mine. It's not that I'm prudish. It's just that my mother told me never to enter a strange room in months ending in R.
Oh, well, your mother must be a very beautiful woman.
Here it is.
What's your name?
Terry McKay, and I'm traveling alone. That wasn't by any chance what was troubling you.
Yes, of course. How did you guess? Oh, this is fine. You know, you saved my life. I've been bored to death. I haven't seen one attractive girl on this boat since we left. Not one. Can you imagine? 9 days like that? Oh, it's terrible. Life should be bright. It should be beautiful and bubbly like pink champagne. You know, I got scared. I said to myself, don't beautiful women travel anymore? Evidently not. Then I saw you, and it was all right. Cigarette?
No, thanks. Have you been getting results with a line like that, or would I be surprised?
Well, if you were surprised, it would surprise me.
That sounds like a nasty crack. I could make a few, too, if I felt like it.
I'm sure you could.
I know I can.
That's what I said.
I think I will. How's your fiancée, Miss Lois Clark?
She's got a cold.
Oh, too bad. Got her to Lake Como?
No, she wasn't there.
Then the lady of the lake isn't...
No. It was her best friend.
Oh, tell me, Bunch.
This boat is going awfully fast. Only 8.5 days till we get in. Now, is there any reason why, from now on, shouldn't be pink champagne?
Tell me, do you like that picture on the table?
Oh, yes. Friend of yours?
A very good friend.
Oh, I see. He's nice, eh?
Very nice.
Oh, he's all right.
Uh-huh.
Where is he now?
In New York. He sends me on a buying trip every once in a while. You see, he's my boss, too.
Oh. You don't think he would approve of pink champagne?
No, I don't really.
Well, I think it's very touching. You and him, very beautiful. I like that. He must be very engaging.
Well, you can just imagine how attractive he is when I can resist so charming a person as you.
Yes. Well, I think I'll go now. After all, I still have deck tennis, keno, shuffleboard.
Don't tell me you're embarrassed.
Yes, to my embarrassment. Well, if you don't mind, I'll take my pride for a walk. Unless, by chance, you care to have dinner.
Dinner? Oh, that I like very much.
Huh?
I'd love to have...
Oh, now, you mustn't believe all you've heard about me.
Oh, I couldn't believe all, Mr. Marnet. But I gather you've known quite a few women, or maybe few is the wrong word.
Well, yes.
And I gather you haven't much respect for them.
Well, no.
But of course you've always been fair in your judgment.
I've been more than fair. I idealize them. Every woman I meet, I put on a pedestal. But the longer I know her, the better I know her. And the better I know her, well, let's talk about you.
Oh, no, not just now, please. We'll talk about me another time. I'd like to take a walk on the deck.
Deck, of course.
Signore Marne.
Here, boy.
A radiogram, Signore Marne.
Oh, my, another one?
Your name, Signora?
McKay.
There is one for you also. Here, Signora.
Oh, thank you.
From New York?
Uh-huh. Yours from New York, too?
Mm-hmm. Well, now, where were we? Oh, yes. What's the name of that strange place you were born?
Kansas.
Oh. And from there, where did you go?
Well, from there, I went to New York and got a job singing in a nightclub from 10 to 3 in the morning. Then the manager used to chase me around his office till about 4, and then I went home. And then one night, he came along.
Oh, yes, the man in the picture.
Uh-huh. And he said I didn't belong in a place like that. He said,
that you should improve yourself.
Yeah, so I studied hard.
So that someday you would be a charming and lovely wife.
Yes, that was more or less the idea. Well, that sort of brings us up to date, and there's something else I want to tell you.
Yes?
I don't think it's very good for either one of us to be seen together. Right or wrong, people like to talk. It had better be goodbye.
What's the matter? The fate?
Of you? No.
Well, after all, we're on the same ship. There's still 8 days, you know.
Well, you can take nice long walks in the sunshine. We'll be in Madeira tomorrow. The sun always shines in Madeira.
What do I do if it rains?
Oh, no. No, it's no good.
I see. It's particularly no good for you.
Yes, that's right. Being seen with you is news, and, well, I just think we'd better spread out. Good night.
All right, good night.
Passengers will please be back on board at 5 o'clock. The boat will leave Madeira at 5 o'clock. Passengers will please be back on board at 5 o'clock.
Hello. Going ashore?
Yes, I'm calling on a lady this afternoon.
Oh, even in Madeira?
No, you're mistaken this time. It's my grandmother.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, that's all right. She lives way up on that hill, see? Would you like to come along and meet her?
I'd be glad to come.
This is our house. That's a little chapel over there. And down the hill, see those houses? That's the village.
What a divine place. I want to meet her.
But I'll see if she's here. Janou! Janou! She must be in the chapel.
What is there about this place? Something makes you feel you want to whisper. There's such peace here. It's like another world.
Yes, my grandmother's world.
Tell me a little more about it.
My grandfather was in the diplomatic service. This was his last post. He died here. So she stayed on to be near him. She must be waiting, I think, a little impatiently for the day she would join him.
Michel, my dear. Why didn't you tell me you were arriving?
Janou, darling, I wanted to surprise you.
Oh, I am very surprised. So you are going to be married, Michel. Is this the girl?
No, this is Miss Terry McKay.
Oh, how do you do?
How do you do?
She's very charming, Michel. I like her.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad.
If you'll excuse me, I'll sit down for a moment. I'm longer at my prayers nowadays than my knees. Well, they are as old as I am. Tell me, are you English?
No, I'm American.
American. Do you know I have a special fondness for America? It was my husband's first post after we married.
Really?
Yes. In fact, we went to Washington on our honeymoon. My husband was in the French embassy. Mr. Grover Cleveland was your president. We met him, a great, hearty man. He got married while he was in the White House, and we all went to the wedding. I remember the lovely bride. I remember it caused a sensation. She did not wear a bustle.
What a simple way to cause a sensation.
For those days, it was a revolution.
You have such a lovely place here.
Thank you.
I'd like to stay on forever.
Oh, no, you are too young for that. It is a good place to sit and remember, but you still have to create your memories. I see you looking at my chapel. Would you like to go in?
Oh, may I?
But of course.
Thank you.
How long has it been for you, Michel?
Well, a long time.
Since you were an altar boy, huh? And you better go into it. It won't hurt you. I'll prepare tea. Come in, my dear. Tea will be ready in a moment. Where is Michel?
He'll be right along. May I help you?
Thank you, my dear. I'm sorry I had to let my maid go. I have to watch my expenses. You see, I planned on dying when I was 75. But here I am 77. So if I'm not going to die, I should start saving my money.
Oh, what a lovely painting.
You like it?
It's charming. Who did it?
Michel.
Michel?
He painted it for me.
But it's good.
He is very talented. Unfortunately, he's also very critical. The artist in him would create. The critic destroys. As a result, he has not done anything since.
What a pity.
Michel is too busy living, as they call it. Things come easy to him, and he's always allured by the art he's not practicing, the places he has not been, the girls he has not met.
Maybe I shouldn't have met him.
Oh, no. No, you are different. I don't mind confessing to you, my dear, that I have been worried about him. I'm frightened sometimes.
Why?
That one day life will present a bill to Michel, and that he will find it hard to pay. But when I see him with you, I feel better.
Oh, I wish I could share your confidence.
You will have it when you need it. There is nothing wrong with Michel that a good woman could not make right.
Hello. Well, how have you two girls been getting along?
You'd be surprised.
Yes, wouldn't he?
I bet Janu did all the talking.
She's been telling me that when you were a little boy, if you didn't get your own way, you'd lie on the floor and kick and get red in the face.
Oh, what did you say?
Well, I said you didn't do that anymore. Now, if you don't get your own way, you just get embarrassed.
Oh, well, may I have some tea? Pianist once.
I think she's wonderful right now.
She is.
Not so loud, I can hear you.
Well, I'm afraid it's for us. We ought to be at the boat.
I do not like boat whistles.
I'll come back and see you soon, I promise.
Please do.
You're shivering. Don't you want your shawl around you?
Thank you.
Such a beautiful shawl.
You like it?
Yes, I do.
I'll send it to you someday. Goodbye, Michel.
Goodbye, Janu.
Goodbye, my dear. God bless you.
Mind if I come in with you for a moment?
Please do.
It's getting very windy on deck.
Yes, isn't it?
Well, I just want to thank you for a grand evening.
And I want to thank you for the loveliest day I've ever known.
You were very sweet to my little grandmother.
Mm-hmm. I'm going to write to her.
Oh, well, that'll be nice. You know, I'm very, very grateful to my grandmother.
You should be.
But I think she's made you see me in a more favorable light.
She has.
Now, you're wondering, of course, why I'm not better than I am.
I think you're all right.
Oh, that's as far as you'll go?
That's as far as I can go.
Terry.
Feel how the boat's rocking. We must have changed our course.
I think we have, Terry.
But only for a while. Good night.
Terry, listen to me.
No, don't. We're heading into a rough sea, Michel. Good night.
Good night. Hello, Terry.
Hello. If you say a penny for your thoughts, I'll jump overboard.
What are you doing out here? Couldn't you sleep?
No. Too near New York to sleep. What about you?
All I seem to do is turn and toss.
Dreaming?
No, you couldn't call it dreaming. I'm awake. I would call it wishing.
My father used to say, wishes are the dreams we dream when we're awake. He used to drink quite a lot.
I wrote a song once about wishing. It was nice.
Was it? How does it go?
Oh, I forget. But it said that if you wish long enough in your mind, and if you wish strong enough in your heart, And if you keep on wishing long enough and strong enough...
You get what you want for Christmas?
Yes. Well, we'll get it in the morning. Well, I guess if we have something in our minds, we'd better say it now.
Yes, I...
You know, I've never worked in all my life. In all my life, I've never worked.
I've been thinking about that. What did you say?
I didn't say anything.
You did, too.
Oh?
You said I was very fond of expensive things, furs and jewels and things.
Oh, did I say that?
I guess you and I have been more or less used to a life of pink champagne. It might be a little difficult to change. You like beer?
Yes, I do, but...
I know. My father used to say, it's a funny thing. The things you like best in life are either illegal, immoral, or fattening.
Your father.
I told you he drank like a fish.
I wonder what your father would think of me. Never working. Not once.
Just because you haven't, that doesn't
mean that I couldn't, of course not. But, you know, I might not find out all at once. It might take me, at least 6 months to find out
if what?
Well, it's hard to say. After all, it's unfair to ask you to take a chance. But, well, if I worked hard enough and long enough and wishes came true, where would you be?
What are you trying to say, Michelle?
I'm trying to say that it would take me 6 months to find out if I'm worthy to say what is in my heart.
Oh, that's just about the nicest. Well, I guess I'll turn in now and do a little rolling and tossing and thinking. I'll think about it and let you know in the morning. Going my way?
No, I think I'll walk a little.
You know, marriage is a very serious thing for a girl like me.
Yes, I know.
Do you like children?
Yes, I do.
So do I. Michelle!
Oh, there you are. I was worried. I thought you had left the boat without telling me.
Oh, no, Michelle, listen. If everything goes all right for both of us, in 6 months, that's July.
That's July, yes.
Now, look, I've written out these directions. Now, read them carefully so there won't be any mistakes.
Oh, my dear, my darling. Darling, that's me? Oh, meet me on July 1st, 5 o'clock, 102nd floor, top of the Empire State Building.
Yes, there it is. See? Over there. It's the tallest building in the world. You can't miss that. It's the nearest thing to heaven we have in New York. And oh, yes, darling. Be sure to take the elevator.
Mr. DeMille presents Act Two of Love Affairs, starring Irene Dunn and Charles Boyer, in just a moment. Meantime, I have a riddle for Sally. Oh, Sally, what 5-letter word in the English language is never pronounced right?
For goodness, I can't imagine.
No, it's very simple. W-R-O-N-G.
Wrong. Now, honestly, Mr. Roy.
Now, honestly, Sally, isn't it a good idea to keep those 2 words straight? For instance, if you took that pretty rayon dress you're wearing and scrubbed it with a strong wash-day soap...
But that's wrong, Mr. Roy.
Of course it is. Chances are you'd have a sadly faded and streaked piece of material on your hands when you were through. But if you washed it carefully in gentle, lukewarm Lux suds... it would come out fresh and bright and pretty as ever.
That's right.
Yes, there's a right and a wrong way of doing things. And nowadays, when you want everything to last and wear better than ever, of course you want to be sure you're giving your pretty washables the right kind of care. Gentle New Quick Lux has no harmful alkali to injure fabrics or fade colors. And for those quick, rich suds, there's none of the cake soap rubbing that's so hard on fabrics, on rayons particularly. Many rayons, you know, are temporarily weak when wet, so never rub or twist them. Now, it costs you less than a penny to Lux a dress, so don't risk ruining pretty washables with strong soaps. Stick to care you know is safe, gentle Lux Flakes. So safe, in fact, that more makers of fine washables advise Lux Flakes than advise all other soaps combined. Now, our producer, Mr. DeMille. Act Two of Love Affair, starring Charles Boyer as Michel Manet and Irene Dunn as Terry McKay. The excitement of the landing is over. Michelle and Terry have been rushed away from the dock under the protection of their respective fiancés. Now, a few hours later, Terry stands on the balcony of her penthouse apartment, gazing dreamily at the majestic tower of the Empire State Building. Behind her, in the room, the door opens quietly.
Terry, hello, darling.
Oh, hello, Ken.
Well, darling, how does it feel to be back?
Oh, fine. Ken, I want...
Sorry I had to rush away this morning, but right now there's not a thing on my mind except that I'm in love. Kiss?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, wait a minute. Kiss me again, will you? Uh-huh. Remind me to ask you later what's happened to your kisses. Oh, by the way, take a look at the paper. Your picture's on page 3.
Monet wedding off.
Think of it. Your picture right under the headline. Now, they could have said, beautiful Terry McKay comes between the famous Marnet and his fiancée. Or maybe they should have.
Should they?
Well, after all, darling, you were on the boat with him, weren't you?
Uh-huh.
Did you meet him?
Yes.
Uh-huh. Must be a fascinating chap.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's not nearly as bad as people say.
Darling, if there were only some way without hurting you.
Uh-huh. I get it. I'm sorry.
Oh, Ken.
Oh, Terry, darling, how can you do such a thing? It doesn't make sense.
I know.
You must be losing your mind.
I know.
Terry, what are you going to do?
We're giving it 6 months to see if we're both sure what we want. I'm leaving New York. I'm going to get a job somewhere singing, and we're going to meet in July.
Oh, Terry, listen to me. I won't let you do this. You're too fine. I wanted to marry you. Sweetheart, look at me. Can't you see I'm in love?
I know, Ken, darling, but so am I. Pretend it's spring, my heart. Go on and sing, my heart. For if you sing, you'll never
Well, Miss McKay?
How am I doing, Chief? Does the Cafe Society like me in Philadelphia?
That noise is applause, isn't it?
Maybe they're applauding your $2 dinner.
You've got the job, Miss McKay. If you'll step into my office, I'd like to talk about a nice long contract.
6 months.
6 months? That's not a long time.
Oh, yes, it is. Yes, it is.
There you are. There's a whole lot of them. Well, what do you think?
11 paintings in a few weeks. You have been working hard,
That's
Michelle.
right. Now, I want you to work hard, Kobe. I want you to sell them for me. Now, you can go to work on this one first.
Still life?
What's the matter? Don't you like it?
No. But I'll tell you, if you signed it Michel Marnet instead of Andre, I could sell it to plenty of women.
No. This is the new Marnie, whose name is Andre. Well, I was hoping you would like this one.
So was I. Oh, may I help myself to this apple?
Sure, if you don't mind it being only half an apple.
Oh.
That was my lunch. Would you care to have dinner with me?
No. I'll take a cigarette, though.
Oh, I'm sorry, but I quit smoking.
Oh, what's the painting on the easel?
Oh, it's not quite finished.
Ah, it's a woman.
Oh, thanks. Do you like her?
Well...
I know. You would not like to be seen with her.
You did this without a model?
Well, women are more expensive than apples.
I'd finish it, though. You shouldn't have any trouble getting a model.
Uh-huh. This is the new Marnie. Well, I suppose if I can't sell my paintings, I'll have to get a job. I have to make money, Lots of money. Oh, look, Kobe, did you ever see those fellows who work on scaffoldings? They make pictures. Pretty girls, automobiles, beer.
Sign painting?
That's it. How do you get that kind of work?
I don't know. Maybe you need an agent.
Oh, maybe. Well, I'll have to find out,
Say, look, Bud. I don't know how much of this kind of work you've done, but when you're standing on a scaffold 4 flights up, you stand quiet, see?
You don't go dancing around like the Queen of the May or you'll land up on the sidewalk.
Sorry, my friend, just that I'm happy. How do you like my beautiful girl? See? She looked down on all New York and sold beer by the gallon.
Michelle! Michelle!
Who is that?
Well, there's a guy down there waving at you.
Michelle!
Oh, Coupe. What is it?
I've been looking all over for you. I have good news. You know the woman I wouldn't be seen with? I sold her for $200.
$200? My friend, I'm a painter.
Yeah, well, so am I.
March 29th to July 1st, 3 months more. 3 months.
May 2nd, 2 months to go.
June the 4th, 1 more month.
2 weeks from today.
Only 1 more week.
Next week.
Thursday.
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Today.
Today. Today.
Hello? Hello? Oh, is this Mr. Kenneth Bradley? Well, this is Miss Lane at the Salon Moderne. Mr. Bradley, I thought I'd call you. Miss McKay came into the shop this afternoon for some new dresses. Yes, and we used to send the bills to you, and... Oh, of course. Anything she wants? Yes, sir. What? Well, I'll try to hold her here. How long will you be? All right. Goodbye.
No, Miss Lane. I think I have enough right here, thank you. Nothing else.
Well, if you're sure, Miss McKay, where shall I have this sent?
Well, I don't know at the moment. I'll have to call you back and let you know. Let me see. That'll be $234. There. I think that's right, isn't it?
You mean we're not to charge this to
Mr. Bradley? No.
No?
No. Goodbye.
Hello, Terry.
Why, Ken.
How are you, Terry? Where have you been hiding all these months?
Ken, what are you doing here? How on earth did you know I... Oh, Miss Lane, I see. What time is it, Ken? I'm late.
It's 5 minutes to 5.
Oh, heavens. It's good seeing you, Ken.
It's good seeing you, Terry. There's so much to talk to you about.
Well, I'm sorry I'm in such a hurry.
But there's so much I want to say to you.
Well, call me up sometime, Ken. Oh, no, you can't do that either when I'm going to be married. Oh.
You're going to be married?
Oh, yes, Ken, and I'm late. What time did you say it was?
4 minutes to 5. Looks like I came all the way down here just to tell you what time it was, doesn't it?
Yeah. Goodbye, Ken.
Goodbye. Good luck.
Driver, can't you hurry?
Sorry, miss. Traffic jam. I can cut across 32nd Street.
Oh, never mind. I think I'll save time if I get out here. I'm in a hurry. Here you are.
Hey, what's the big rush?
I'm going to be married, and I'd like you to be the first to congratulate me.
Sure. Congratulations.
Thanks. Bye.
Hey, look out. Look out, miss. What's the matter? What happened? Woman got hit. You stood out of my cab just this minute. I was talking to her. Get an ambulance. Get an ambulance, quick. And this tower is the tallest in the world. 102 floors above the street. If you ladies and gentlemen will just move around this way, you can see the whole of downtown New York. Now, that is park lines over here. Elevated to street. Going down, sir?
Huh? What's that?
Going down.
Oh, no, I'm just waiting for... What time is it?
10 minutes after 5.
Oh, thanks.
Gee, listen, must have been an accident somewhere.
Yeah?
And up that way is the George Washington Bridge. It's not very clear tonight, but if you look carefully, you can see the red light which marks the top of the steel tower. On a clear night, you can see the automobile lights crossing the bridge. The George Washington Bridge is the second light. Going down.
No, not yet.
It's 8 o'clock, sir.
I said I'm not going down yet.
Yes, sir. Looks like a storm coming up, don't it? Boy, some rain, huh? Going steady for 3 hours. Well...
Hey, wait a minute.
You mean you're going down now?
Yes, I'm going down.
Well, Doctor, how's she doing? Will she be all right, Doctor?
Well, her x-rays aren't too encouraging. It's hard to say if she'll ever walk again. We could tell better in about 6 months. Are you the fellow she was yelling about under the anesthetic?
No. No, that's another chap. She was on her way to marry him.
Have you notified him?
No, I haven't. She doesn't want that. Because until she knows what you say you won't know for a while, she'd rather he didn't know.
I see. Well, that's being sensible. A nice girl.
I think so. Well, may I go in?
Of course.
Hello, Ken.
Hello, Terry.
Ken, this is Father Haney.
Yes, I know.
We've met. He was the one who sent for me, child. We weren't very sure we were going to have you with us.
Fooled you, didn't I, Father? I guess I had this coming to me. But if the punishment fits the crime, Father, I must have been a very bad girl. Oh, Ken's the man I told you.
Yes, I know. He explained.
He did, huh? Oh, fine thing. A tattletale. Men like to talk, don't they, Father? You see, I was on my way to be married this afternoon. I was going to meet him, this other fellow. Do you suppose he'll wait a very long time?
We pause now for station identification. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System. Now, before Mr. DeMille returns with Charles Boyer and Irene Dunn for Act 3 of Love Affair, let's look in on Anne and Bill, a young couple who are entertaining some new neighbors. It's been a pleasant evening until Bill persuaded Anne to play the piano.
I'm sorry. I don't remember how it goes. Let's all go outside where it's cooler.
But Anne's real reason for confusion is her hands.
They look like a couple of lobsters on the keys. I saw that woman staring at them. I love keeping house for Bill, but her hands are so pretty and white. I'll bet she doesn't do dishes 3 times a day.
She does, though, Anne. But she guards her pretty hands with Lux Flakes in her dishpan. And all you need to do to have your hands grow soft and smooth and lovely again is to change to gentle Lux for your dishes instead of that strong soap you're using now. Yes, actual tests have proved that simply changing to Lux gets rid of ugly dishpan redness. The women who made these tests used no creams or lotions. They just changed from strong soap to gentle, new, quick Lux. And in from 2 to 7 days, their hands grew lovelier. Now, isn't that an easy beauty tip? And a thrifty one? It costs you less than a penny a day to change to Lux Flakes for dishes. Less than a penny a day to change dishpan hands to Lux hands. If Anne will do this one simple thing, she'll have a pleasanter reason for interrupting her music.
Why, Bill!
Honey, you've got the prettiest hands in the world.
Now, Mr. DeMille returns to the microphone.
The curtain rises on the 3rd act of Love Affair, starring Irene Dunn and Charles Boyer. For 3 months, Terry lay in the hospital, unable to move. And then at last, they told her she might go out, as far as the hospital gate. But in her loneliness, Terry has found company. The children from the Lincoln Heights orphanage next door, who climb over the fence each day to sit in an adoring circle around her wheelchair.
Oh, Miss Terry, sing for us, sing for us.
What, again?
Sing that song you wrote, Miss Terry, the one about the wishing. We've been practicing it, Miss Terry. We got a trio.
No. All right, I'll sing it, and then you join in.
Keep quiet, everybody. Okay, Miss Terry.
Okay.
Wishing
will make it so. Just keep on wishing, and care will go. Now, come on, let's hear the trio. Here we go.
Wishing will make it so. Just keep on wishing, and care will go. Dreamers tell us dreams come true. It's no mistake, and wishes are the dreams we dream when we're awake. The curtain of night will part if you are certain within your heart. So if you wish long enough, wish strong enough, you will come to know. Wishing will make it so.
What's all this? Children?
She's the kid that's all Picklefoot.
Hello.
How do you do? I'm the superintendent of the office.
Yes, I know.
How long has this been going on?
Well, just a few days. I hope you're not angry.
Oh, no. When you've got as many youngsters on your hands as I have, lady, you've got a problem.
Oh, I don't know. I like them. I like kids.
I do, too, but they don't like me. They call me Picklepuss.
Oh, dear.
I can see they like you and music, too. And if it has so much influence, if you can do so much in a few days, I'm thinking...
I'm wondering if you're thinking the same thing I am. I'll be up and around pretty soon, and music has charms, and I like children, and children like me, and I've been needing a job badly.
It would only be an experiment, you understand. We couldn't pay a high wage.
Oh, that's all right. Just so you'd pay me enough that I don't go around calling you Picklefoot.
Yes.
Christmas fun. Something for the Christmas fun, sir.
Michelle, welcome home.
How are you, Groby? Thought I'd pay you a Christmas visit.
Good, but where have you been, Michelle? I've been trying for 6 months to get in touch with you.
Oh, Madeira, mostly. You received my painting?
Come here. Look at the gallery. I've given you a one-man show. And have they been selling? Wonderful. You haven't wasted your time, Michelle.
You should have seen the 50 I threw over the cliff.
I can read your state of mind when you painted these. You were very sorry for yourself when you painted this one. Getting over your broken heart.
Broken heart? Oh, that's not for me.
But here, this one of the girl in the lace shawl. In this, you became a painter.
Well, I'm not exactly ashamed of that one myself. You know, I had a great deal to say, and I tried to paint it instead.
Oh, let me tell you something. A girl came in here the other day, a crippled girl. She saw this picture. Excuse me. Hello? Yes, madame? Oh, Michelle, it's for you. Miss Lois Clark.
No, excuse me. Hello?
Michelle, this is Lois.
Oh, how are you, Lois?
I called your hotel. They said you could be reached at this number. Oh, Michelle, I've just got to see you.
Well,
I know you must be busy, but can you make the theater tonight?
Well, I don't know. No.
Call me later, darling, and let me know. Do try to make it. And whatever you do, don't plan anything for after the show, huh?
All right. Well, Lois, where shall we go from here?
Well, suppose you plan where we'll go, Michelle. After all, this is your evening, darling.
Well, I don't know where to go anymore. I just got back, you know. If you...
Well, what is it, Michelle? Who's that girl you're staring at? That one sitting on the aisle?
Hello, Michelle.
Hello, Jerry. What were you saying, Lois?
I was saying you're never at a loss to do just the right thing.
Terry.
Oh, Ken.
Terry, why don't you tell him? I'll go get him.
No, Ken.
Stop. The first time you're able to get out and have a good time, and you have to meet him.
And all I could say was, hello. Well, the show's over. The boy gets the girl. Shall we go?
Sure. Usher. Usher, will you bring the wheelchair, please? Don't carry it. It seems awful to take you home when everybody's going out celebrating Christmas Eve. Well, I'm going to ask you again. Why don't you let me help you?
All right, I'll tell you again. If you paid for my getting well, he wouldn't like it. And if he didn't like it, I wouldn't like it. And if you did get me well and I went to him, you wouldn't like it.
But then he certainly ought to know.
Oh, no, because if I didn't get well, that would be awful. No, unless I can walk to him, and when I say walk, I mean run. He'll never know. I've got my job, and I'm on a budget, and if things come out all right, then maybe if I'm a good little girl, I'll get what I want next Christmas.
But, Miss McKay, we don't want to go without you.
Wait. Doctor, I could be back in a couple of hours. This is the Christmas benefit, their first public performance. This is my team.
But, Miss McKay...
She's our coach, Doc. Sure she is, Doc.
Look, if it weren't good for her, you wouldn't want her to go, would you? I've given orders to Miss McKay not to move from this couch.
I'm sorry, kid, but you can get along without me.
Oh, Miss McKay, there's someone here to see you. A gentleman.
Oh, all right. All right, kids, you better run. Good luck.
Merry Christmas.
Goodbye. Merry Christmas. All right, you can send him in now.
Will you come in, please?
Hello.
Michelle, I thought it was...
May I put this package over here?
But yes, of course.
How are you, dearie?
Oh, it's good to see you.
Good to see you, too. Why are you lying down? Feeling all right?
Oh, yes, I'm just resting.
Oh, good.
It's been a long time.
Yes, that's right.
It's good to see you.
You said that. Well, I bet you're wondering how I got here.
Uh-huh.
I was looking in the telephone book for a man named McBride, and I saw the name of Terry McKay. So I said to myself, could that be Terry McKay, my old friend?
And it was.
Yes. Then I said to myself, I haven't been very nice to Miss McKay. After all, I had an appointment with her one day, and I didn't keep it.
You didn't keep... Oh.
Well, that's not a very nice way to treat an old friend, is it? So I said to myself, I must apologize. So here I am.
That's sweet of you.
I thought so.
I've often wondered about you and how you were.
Really? I've often wondered about you, too. So, you did not get angry because I wasn't there. Oh, now, you must have been at first.
Yes, I was. First, I was furious. I said, he can't do this to me. Who does he think he is?
How long did you wait? Did you wait long?
Let me see. I waited till about...
midnight.
Oh.
Then, what did you do?
Then I really got mad. You can just imagine standing up there.
Yeah, in a thunderstorm.
Yes?
Then what did you say to yourself?
Then I said, why don't you go home and get tight?
Oh. But you didn't do that.
Didn't I?
No. Well, maybe you took a little one every hour for about a month.
Can you blame me?
I should say not. The least I could have done was to send you a note.
Or maybe by the time you thought of it, you didn't know where to reach me.
Well, you swore that if you ever saw him again, you would ask, didn't you?
No, I remember we said if we could make it, we'd be there. And if one of us didn't show up, there must have been a darn good reason.
Like what?
So there'll be no more questions asked, I hope. Cigarette?
No. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle.
You know, I walked all the way here, 10 blocks, to wring your beautiful neck, and instead I promised not even to ask you why you were not there. You knew that was the reason I came.
Uh-huh. How's everything with you, Michelle?
Oh, I see. You can ask questions.
I guess so.
Well, I thought everything was fine until I saw you last night. And then I knew there must be something between us, even if it is only the ocean. So I bought myself a ticket.
You're sailing?
Yes, tonight. You're happy, aren't you?
Yes. And you?
I don't know. You see, I'm worried about the future. What will people think of me? They will say,
There goes Andre, the mad painter. Oh, there must be something the matter with him. He doesn't like women.
He won't even speak to him?
Oh, yes. He sails the 7 seas, and to every woman he meets, he says, "Where will you be in 6 months?"
And they're there?
Everywhere. Tall buildings, pyramids, everywhere. Waiting.
And where is he?
Waiting. I'm sorry. Want to change the subject?
Uh-huh. Merry Christmas, Michelle.
Merry Christmas Day. Well, 6 months ago, who would have thought we would be spending Christmas together? Oh, before I go, I brought you a present.
Oh, I'm sorry I haven't one for you. I didn't know I'd be seeing you.
But it isn't really a Christmas present. It's a shawl.
A shawl? Her shawl? Then that's why my letters to her came back.
Yes, she died 5 months ago. I would have sent it to you, except I didn't know your address until today.
It's beautiful.
Put it on. She wanted you to have it. Well, goodbye, Terry.
Goodbye, Michelle.
You know, the way you look now, I painted you like that, with a shawl. I wish you'd seen it. Kobe said it was my best. I didn't think I would ever part with it, but, there was no particular reason for keeping it anymore. And then a girl came into Kobe's shop about a week ago. He told me about her. She saw in the painting, well, what I hoped you would see, so I told Kobe to send it to her. Because he said she was poor, and not only that, he said she was... Well, anyway, I told him to send it to her. It's the Christmas season, and she can't afford to. Well, you know me, big-hearted Michelle.
Yes.
What's behind the screen?
No, don't. No, it's nothing, really. It's nothing.
My picture. The lady with the shawl.
Michelle.
You know, there is one thing more Kobe told me about the girl. You know, the girl he gave my picture to. She had been hurt. She couldn't walk.
Oh, please. Don't say any more.
Why didn't you tell me, Terry? If anything had to happen to either one of us, why did it have to be?
Darling, don't look at me like that. It was nobody's fault but my own. I was looking up at the 102nd floor. You see, it was the nearest thing there was to heaven because you were there.
Terry, darling, I'm not going. I'm never going. You will be well again.
Oh, darling, of course I will. If you can paint, I can walk.
Our stars will be back for a curtain call in just a moment. Now, how can it be that two pretty girls come back from the same vacation with two such different reports? Mary says,
It wasn't much fun. I don't know. I guess I just didn't fit in or something.
but Ruth tells a different story.
Oh, I had a marvelous time. And I met the most wonderful man.
You see, the difference is that Ruth knows daintiness is the key to charm, to romance. And she knows how easy it is to be sure of freshness, especially with new Quick Lux to help you.
It takes only a moment to Lux under things every night. Then you're sure you won't offend.
Those rich, gentle suds take away every trace of perspiration, quickly, thoroughly, safely, with no harmful alkali, no cake soap rubbing to injure fabrics or colors. So pretty underthings stay lovely longer, too. To protect daintiness, to save pretty washables, get the generous big box of Lux Flakes tomorrow, and Lux underthings after every wearing. Dresses, blouses, sweaters, often. Now, here's Mr. DeMille with our stars.
The charm of Love Affair will linger long in our memories. And Irene Dunn and Charles Boyer were certainly worth waiting for.
Thank you, C.B. It is worth waiting a very long time to play opposite Irene Dunn.
I bet you say that to all your leading ladies, Charles, but I like it.
Will you be my character witness, Sibby?
Indeed, I will. If I were an actor again, I would have said the very same thing.
Oh, I didn't know you were once an actor. Was it on the stage?
Oh, yes, Charles. As a leading man, they say he made a lot of feminine hearts flutter back about, he made them flutter.
Excuse me, I didn't catch the date.
I didn't mention it.
Oh.
Well, there's considerable doubt about the flutter of hearts, but it was 35 or 40 years ago.
Well, I didn't know about this, Sibby, but if I ever produce a picture myself, I'll try to find a part for you.
If you happen to have Irene Dunn as the star, Charles, I'd like to play the leading man, or something like that.
You're hired, Mr. DeMille. What are you playing next week?
It's the Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer hit, H.M. Pullum, Esquire. And we'll have two of the original stars of the picture, Hedy Lamarr and Robert Young, and Josephine Hutchinson. H.M. Pullum, Esquire, is the drama of a young man who must choose between the tradition of his family and the life he himself wants. A choice that's symbolized by two women, played by Hedy Lamarr and Josephine Hutchinson. That play closes our regular season. So I hope you won't miss H.M. Pullum, Esquire, next Monday night.
Well, you certainly have a very fine cast for it, Sibby. Good night.
Good night.
Good luck. Good luck. You both win laurel wreaths tonight. Now, before I say good night, I'd like to have you listen to an important war message just received from Mr. Donald Nelson of the War Production Board. Mr. Nelson writes, "The War Production Board needs the cooperation of every American housewife in a waste fat collection program, vital to the war effort. One of the important tools of war is explosives. Explosives to smash enemy tanks, ships, and planes. We and our allies need enormous quantities of explosives. And you, women of America, can help supply them right from your own kitchens. How? Simply by saving used cooking fats and greases, the bacon grease, meat drippings, and frying fats you've been throwing away. For fats make glycerin, and glycerin makes explosives. It's as simple as that. And now that our supply of fats and oils from the Pacific has been cut off, we must stop throwing away the valuable kitchen greases that we must have to produce glycerin. Here's what you do. Strain your waste kitchen fats into clean, wide-mouthed cans. Very soon, your local salvage committee will give you instructions from the Conservation Division of the War Production Board telling you just what to do with these waste fats to get them into war production. Watch your local newspapers for instructions. This is a definite way in which you can help to win the war. Our soldiers and sailors on the fighting fronts need your help. Signed, Donald M. Nelson. Of course, we'll all do our part in this important undertaking Mr. Nelson has described. Our sponsors, the makers of Lux Flakes, join me in inviting you to be with us again next Monday night when the Lux Radio Theater presents Hedy Lamarr, Robert Young, and Josephine Hutchinson in H.M. Pullum, Esquire. This is Cecil B. DeMille saying good night to you from Hollywood.
Irene Dunn will soon be seen in the Universal picture Lady in a Jam. Charles Boyer's next picture is the Warner Brothers production, The Constant Nymph. Heard in tonight's play were Tris Coffin as Kenneth, Dee Benaderet as the grandmother, Ferdinand Munier as Courbet, and Griff Barnett, Norman Field, Edward Max, Anne Doran, Bruce Payne, Dory Carlton, Eric Snowden, Charles Peck, Tony Martelli, Leo Cleary, Dix Davis, Barbara Jean Wong, Joe Pinario, and the Bryan sisters. Tune in next Monday night to hear Hedy Lamarr, Robert Young, and Josephine Hutchinson in H.M. Pullum, Esquire. Our music was directed by Louis Silvers, and your announcer has been Melville Ruick. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Come and Get It theme. Take the A train. Ushers in another 30 minutes of danceable music from El Patio Ballroom in beautiful Lakeside Park in Denver. The one and only Duke Ellington and his orchestra with Ivy Anderson and Ray Ness. And now, let's gather round for a hunk of rhythm under the banner of which reminds us you still have time to stroll out here tonight. You know, this is the last night for Duke Ellington. You better come on. And here she is, the incomparable Ivy Anderson, complying with a request from the Chamber of Commerce of Boulder. Rocks in my bed. Hey, Ivy.
I see Why do they pick on for me and put rocks in my bed? All night long I weep, so how can I sleep it? Rocks in my bed. That mean man of mine, he's gone and he won't come back. That mean man of mine, he's gone and he won't come back. That man is more than a snake in a wagon track. I got rocks in my bed, rocks in my bed, rocks in my bed, rocks in my bed. Under love's overfed, my man's gone, so instead I got rocks in my bed.
Man, you can say that again. Ivy Anderson and Rocks in My Bed. Now, if you're a follower of the daytime serials, you're probably well acquainted with John's other wife. Duke Ellington, the band, now bring you up to date on the whole affair with the first Mrs. Hardy, John Hardy's wife. Yes. This one's a little bit of a jungleistic Ellington called Coco, and a weird trombone by Joel Lansing. All right, let's have it. Coco. a full half hour of those rhythmic, dancing, jiving tunes by Duke Ellington and his orchestra. Coming to you in a full half hour, as we said, of Tuesday night dancing party music from the colorful El Patio Ballroom, just off the lake in Denver's modest amusement park, Lakeside. Again, we'd like to remind you that only one more night remains in which for you to enjoy the music of Duke Ellington and his orchestra. On Thursday night, one night only, Denver's own Paul Whiteman with a group of 23 superb musical artists. Then again on Friday night, it's Ted Weems back in Denver again. So until tomorrow night, as we again bring you Duke Ellington and his orchestra, good night, and remember, for fun in 42, just make it Lakeside. KLZ, your Columbia station.
Welcome to The Victory Kitchen, the podcast all about American food rationing during World War II. I'm your host, Sarah Creviston Lee, author, historian, and vintage foodie. I'll be exploring the logistics of food rationing, featuring wartime cookbooks and recipes, and highlighting real homefront experiences. We're going to be learning exactly what our grandmothers had to do to get their food to fight for victory. Hello, my friends. Welcome back. Today's episode is number 12, Eat a Lunch That Packs a Punch. Yes, today we are talking about the Victory Lunchbox. I wanted to let you guys know that after I posted my last podcast episode about canning, I received in the mail something I'd ordered. It's an original ration canning sugar application. I'm going to be putting this on my blog along with the canning jar post I talked about. That's just like an extra little post on my blog. So yeah, go check it out at victorykitchenpodcast.com. As I record this episode, we are still awaiting election results for this very historic 2020 presidential election year. So it actually reminded me of a 1945 diary that I have. And the woman who wrote this journal talked about when FDR passed away and Truman took office and just how, crazy those times were and just uncertain. And, I think we can relate a little bit. So whichever way the election results go, I hope this podcast episode can provide a distraction or some entertainment that's much needed right now, I think. Victory lunchboxes. This is my most favorite topic to study when it comes to home front food ways of the 1940s. I'm not sure what it is exactly about it. I just get so excited. Maybe it's because I don't have that much of an imagination when it comes to preparing lunches, but it's so much fun, and there's a lot of cool experimentation that can happen when you try out these wartime lunch ideas. So let's just dive into this thing. Why was the Victory Lunchbox a thing in World War II? The number 2 reason is morale. I know I talk a lot about morale in other podcasts, and it was a really important aspect of the war. The feeling of the people had a huge reflection on how they worked. If the morale was good, then things were much more peaceful on the home front. But the number 1 reason was nutrition. Absolutely. This was the thing that the government was the most concerned about. And as I was going through one of my lunchbox cookbooks from the 1940s, I came across this part in the introduction to Recipes for Victory Lunchbox Meals. This was produced by the Pet Milk Company. And it says, the failure of so many young men to pass the physical examinations for our armed forces due to the results of faulty nourishment has done more to stress the value of a well-balanced diet than all the teaching of years gone by. And I've talked about this before too, that a lot of young men failed the nutritional aspects of joining up for the armed forces because they didn't have a good diet. And that's really what it just came down to. America had plenty of food, but they were not healthy. And so this lunchbox campaign was a way for the government to re-educate the public and to get its citizens in a much better place health-wise. There is a really cool wartime propaganda film talking about nutrition from 1943. I'm going to leave the link for this. It's on YouTube, and I'll have it at my blog in my resources. It says in the film, many Americans are starving not for lack of food, but because of poor eating habits. It also states, every American worker should have 3 square meals a day. So workers in factories and offices needed more protected foods due to the longer hours that they were working. The film also points out that people in wartime were working harder, so they needed better food and more of it to protect their health and prevent absenteeism due to their poor nutrition. It says, whether at work and at home, in restaurants and cafeterias, in their selection of foods, American workers choose the way to good or to poor health, to build or undermine the strength of our nation. Eventual victory in this war may depend on what we eat. We can build, here in America, a tougher, more vigorous nation, a nation with better morale and greater strength of mind than the world has ever known. Food can build a new America. And at the end, the words on the screen say, U.S. needs us strong. Eat nutritional foods. So if that's not propaganda, I don't know what is, but it is a really huge message that food can build a new America. And this line that they say, eventual victory in this war may depend on what we eat. That is a really compelling statement. And I think it's a really good window into that time period. I think we all have our kind of preconceived notions of people in the 1940s. And I, for one, never thought of them as an unhealthy people. In fact, I think most people today think, oh, they ate so much better back then. But in this, I don't know if it's this wartime film or another one that I saw about nutrition, they show a woman ordering her usual, which was coffee and 2 donuts for breakfast. And they were trying to point out, like, this is not going to cut it anymore. You can't eat like this if you want to be healthy and have the energy you need to work these really long hours at these really hard jobs. Now, there were not that many propaganda posters from the government about victory lunchboxes in particular. But there are some really good advertisements, and I'll have some of these on my blog. One of them is from a cover of the Argosy magazine from July of 1944. And this is one of my personal favorites. It shows a woman welder using her welding torch to toast her sandwich from her lunchbox. I just think that's so awesome. The most famous propaganda poster from the government, I think there's like 3 that I found. But the most famous one shows the food wheel at the center with the 7 food groups. And I'm going to be talking more in detail about this in my next episode, which is going to be about the nutrition. But on the poster, it says, eat the basic 7 every day. Feel better, work safer. And then it has different little subjects on this poster with cute little illustrations. One is protect yourself from illness. Another one says helps you dish it out, which means like working really hard at your job. Another says for strong bones and teeth, and builds muscle. 10 strike for victory. Fight that tired feeling, and good eyesight pays. And the focus on this was mostly for war plant workers, but in so many other things that I found in my research, they were talking about not just war plant workers, but office workers, housewives, and children. Now, most of the resources talk about war plant workers, office workers, and children. But one of my ration cookbooks has a lunchbox section. It's called Victory Recipes, featuring better recipes for wartime. And this is from about 1943. In its lunchbox section, it talks about not just school children or people working in an office or people going at the war plant. It has the lunch menu that stays at home because housewives need good nutrition as well. And I read somewhere in another one of my ration cookbooks, I can't remember which one, but it has a little paragraph talking about how housewives, they work really hard and that they need to keep up their nutrition and health as well. Because if they're sick, it makes it harder for them to support those, working outside the home or their children. So all in all, the whole message is everyone needs to have top-notch nutrition and everyone needs to stay healthy and not get sick. Because a healthy population was a working and a happy population. There are less sick days, less time off, more production on the home front and in factories. So that's really the bottom line right there. I wanted to take a little sidestep and talk about the lunch boxes themselves. I think these are so interesting. In this ration cookbook, it's called Ration Cookbook by Demetria M. Taylor from 1943. It says, "The lunchbox goes to war. Today, the lunchbox is seen everywhere. It travels on buses, trolley cars, subways, day coaches, and Pullmans. It goes to factory, school, and office. It marks Americans at work, Americans united in a common cause. The lunchbox solves a wartime food problem. Workers on the swing shift and the graveyard shift would find it difficult to get a good meal at midnight or 4 a.m. if it weren't for their lunchboxes. Trains that formerly carried at least 2 dining cars now have 1, and servicemen, quite rightly, have priority on the food served." When I read this, I learned quite a lot that I didn't know before, that the lunchbox was solving this wartime food problem. And these odd shifts that people were working, a lot of restaurants weren't open, so they needed to be able to eat, and the lunchbox solved that problem. And I did not realize that during wartime, trains, they carried at least 2 dining cars, and then in wartime, they carried 1. And servicemen had a right to that food first. So, bringing your lunchbox on the train was a great idea. A lot of cool aspects of the wartime that, I didn't realize. Now, the lunchboxes themselves came in a variety of materials and shapes. There was the metal lunchbox, which I think most of us think of. There was kind of the lunch pail, which was like a reused lard bucket. And I never understood this until I actually bought a vintage lard bucket. And it's got a very nice, tight-fitting metal lid and a little handle. It makes a pretty handy carrying container. There was also this very cool invention called a Victory View Kit lunchbox. View spelled V-U. This was a see-through plastic lunchbox. So in some factories, they had to check lunchboxes for safety and to make sure things weren't being stolen, I guess. And having a clear lunchbox made things go faster. So you didn't have to dump out the contents of your lunchbox every time you walked through the gate. They could just look inside it from the outside. A friend of mine just acquired an original one, and she's very kindly taking some pictures of it for me, and I will have that on my blog post about this episode. So be sure to check that out. I've also seen references for lunch carriers that were just a box. That's about as basic as you can get. I've also seen pictures for a canvas one, and it looks very similar to the ones I've seen today. There's also a foldable or collapsible cardboard Victory lunchbox. In one of my lunchbox cookbooks, they have a pattern for a crocheted bag that you could crochet yourself and put your lunch in there and take it to work. And finally, paper bags, good old paper bags. And there is a special tip if you do take a paper bag to work. And it is in this quote from What Do We Eat Now by Helene Robertson, Sarah McLeod, and Frances Preston from 1942. It says, "The lunchbox itself is an important piece of equipment. It should be of sturdy construction, preferably metal, easily carried, and by all means equipped with a thermos bottle for carrying a hot beverage or soup. That it be neat and trim of appearance is even more important than for the dining table at home to be so. The dining table has the warmth and cheer of the room to enhance its appearance, while the box has nothing save itself and its packings to make it inviting. In case paper bags are used for the lunch, if a center core of cardboard slightly narrower than the bag is inserted, it helps to keep the sandwiches in good form and prevents their being crushed." That is a great tip. I wish I had known that when I was packing a paper bag lunch, especially on field trips. I can't tell you how many times I had a smushed peanut butter honey sandwich in my lunch bag. Not very exciting to eat when everyone else has like Lunchables. In another book called Coupon Cookery by Prudence Penny from 1943, it says, the lunchbox must be washed with suds, scalded, aired, and kept scrupulously clean. This is something that was very important. You don't want like a yucky smelling lunchbox to put a new lunch in and then it sits for several hours before you eat it. That is the last thing you want. So in many sources, they talk about making sure you clean out that lunchbox. And that's why metal, I guess, was preferred, because it was something easy to scald and clean and air dry. The benefits of having like cardboard, like a collapsible cardboard box or paper bag or a box itself, was that they were disposable. So you didn't have to worry about having your lunchbox checked at the end of the day because you just threw it away when you were finished. Like it said in the other quote, being able to bring a thermos was especially important because you could carry soups, hot beverages like coffee or hot chocolate, or cold drinks like lemonade or fruit coolers. And these also, they talked about making sure you scald and clean these thermoses, air dry them really well so that they are fresh and ready to go for the next lunch. Okay, so what was supposed to go into these nutritious lunches? In one of the books in my collection called Health for Victory, How to Pack Lunchboxes for War Workers, 1943. This was one of those Westinghouse Health for Victory books, and it was specifically about packing lunches. I really love this book. It's got so many great ideas and recipes in there. It says, what is a good lunch? A good lunch must nourish. It has a big job to do. A good lunch must taste good, or it may not be eaten. A good lunch must carry well, or it will be unappetizing. A good lunch is a secret weapon for victory. But no weapon is any good unless it is loaded, and loaded with the right ammunition. No lunchbox is any good unless it is packed every working day with the right kinds of food. Because food is the ammunition that keeps war workers strong and healthy, and on the job, turning out the vital equipment our fighting army needs. Oh my gosh, I love this quote so much. I love their theme that food is a weapon, and it's not, weapons aren't any good unless it's loaded and with the right ammunition. So really appropriate analogy coming from wartime. But, it wasn't an easy job. Packing a nutritious lunch, you have to educate yourself about what is nutritious and how to keep it balanced and making sure they're getting everything they need for the day. In Ration Cookbook, the one I mentioned before by Dimitri M. Taylor, it says, the lunchbox is a challenge to the homemaker. It takes originality, imagination, ingenuity to avoid monotony. It is important that the man, woman, or child who totes the lunchbox should open it with keen anticipation and not be disappointed in the contents. It is important that the food be interesting and tempting as well as nutritious. Lunch, whether carried in a box or ordered in a restaurant, is an essential part of the nutrition pattern of the day. Therefore, it cannot be haphazardly selected. The health of the school child, the office worker, the factory worker are all part of the health of our nation. Pack health in the lunchbox. All right, so as I've read this, I've had a lot of things going through my mind. One of them is my own feelings as a school child. Opening my lunch that my mom packed for me. And, she did a great job. But I guess as a child, I didn't realize I could ask for something else. I had pretty much the same lunch every day. And I can tell you, I was not excited to open the same stuff every day. And this is not my mom's fault. It's just, my own, lack of imagination too. But I remember my friend sometimes brought dill pickles, and I always had carrot sticks, those dang carrot sticks. And so sometimes we would trade because she would get tired of pickles because I guess she got them a lot. And some days she didn't want to trade, and I was so disappointed. Why did it not occur to me to ask my mom for dill pickles? I don't know. But I told my mom about this years later, and she's like, Sarah, I would have given you dill pickles. Dang it. All those wasted days of disappointment. Anyway, so it's a real feeling, like this feeling of disappointment when you open your lunch. If you don't like it, you're not going to eat it. And that is a wasted meal of possible nutrition in your day. I also have to say that as I've studied wartime lunches, this quote reminded me of this, that I was not the same person after I studied this. It changed how I thought about packing my husband's lunch. Because I'm just the food person in my family, so I'm always thinking about food, how I can feed my family. And so I just take it on myself to pack his lunch. He does do it, but when I take a peek, sorry, honey, not up to spec. So I sometimes supplement when he's not looking. But yeah, it's really changed how I think of his meal for the day. When he opens it, I try to make sure it's has kind of a broad range of things. And we're going to talk about that in a little bit, actually, like what actually goes into these lunches. But first, we need to talk about the proper lunch packing equipment. In the Health for Victory Westinghouse How to Pack Lunchbox book, it has a list of proper lunch packing equipment. So what you need is waxed paper, a supply of jelly glasses or paper containers, a small meat grinder, small set of salt and pepper shakers, and paper napkins. It also says to set up in a lunchbox work corner, a sharp knife, a breadboard, small bowls for mixing sandwich fillings, string, rubber bands, and scotch tape if available, several spoons, including a tablespoon, and a box of toothpicks. Now, some of this might not make much sense, but we have to think in terms of, in the 1940s, what kind of materials did they have available for packing things or, containers to put things in? There wasn't Tupperware. There wasn't any plastic bags. So wrapping a sandwich in wax paper was really a good way to go because it kept moisture in, kept other moisture out, and you just keep it together with string or a piece of scotch tape. Also keeping things like pudding or a salad, like a potato salad, in jelly glass with the lid was a really smart way of keeping that fresh. And the meat grinder was specifically for making sandwich fillings. They used a lot of paste-based sandwich fillings, and having that meat grinder made it, right there at your workstation for making lunches, made a lot of sense to just have it all in one place and you could make your sandwich fillings right there. All right. So once you have all those supplies gathered, you need to know what should be going into these lunches. In the cookbook I mentioned before, Victory Recipes, it has a list called Hunches for Lunches. Number 1 is sandwiches. 2 or 3 sandwiches, at least 1 of meat, egg, poultry, cheese, or fish. For variety, include meat salad and plain bread and butter sandwiches, or try an easy-to-carry main dish. 2 is raw vegetables. They may be used as a sandwich filling, in salads, or as a relish. Celery, cheese-stuffed celery, radishes, a tomato, sliced cucumber, carrot or turnip sticks, wedge of lettuce or cabbage, at least 1. And they're talking about sandwich fillings. I've come across recipes that are like ground up raw vegetables, moistened with a little bit of mayonnaise or cream cheese, and that's the sandwich filling. So that's kind of what they're talking about. Number 3 is fruit. Apple, orange, grapes, stuffed dates, prunes, figs, raisins, or cooked fruit, at least 1, raw, cooked, or canned. Number 4 is bread. Emphasis on variety: white, rye, whole wheat, soft buns, muffins, and I'd like to also add quick breads. I've seen in a lot of lunch ideas from wartime, they talk about using quick breads like an orange honey loaf as your sandwich bread, which is brilliant, I think. I've never thought of that before. 5th is something sweet. Cakes, like cupcakes, gingerbread, spice cake, nut bread, or puddings, tapioca, cornstarch, gelatin, custard. Those are the different types of puddings. And a surprise, small piece of maple sugar, candy, or a popcorn ball. And 6th, hot food, soup, cocoa, tea, coffee, milk. This adds much and may either be carried in a thermos container or purchased at the plant or school restaurant. Do not pack creamed meat, fish, or poultry dishes, these may sour when kept warm several hours. I really love that they talk about, and quite a lot of these other books talk about, including a surprise on top of all the other things in the lunchbox, like a favorite piece of candy or fudge. Now, a while ago, I did like a ration cooking challenge on Instagram, and one of the days was like wartime lunch. And well, I made myself a lunch, like a wartime lunch, with all of these things in mind. And that's something also that I've learned as I've studied about wartime lunches. They talk about how important it is to have different temperatures and different textures. And I've never thought about this before, especially the different temperatures. So I made this victory lunch, and I made sure to include like potato chips along with my sandwich. I had I think I had some canned fruit, but then I also had a hot drink, which is something I normally don't have with a meal. But I was amazed by the end how satisfied I felt, because I'd had such a wide range of interesting temperatures and textures. It really does go a long way towards feeling satisfied at the end of your meal. And that was really the goal, was to have that nutrition and to feel satisfied after your lunch, because it just gave you that much added energy. Now, it was up to the housewife to plan and execute these lunchbox menus. But sometimes maybe there wasn't anyone at home to provide these lunches, or for whatever reason, they weren't able to bring a lunch. So in that wartime nutrition film that I mentioned before, it said that in order to keep up the health and morale, many war plants set up central food kitchens to prepare appetizing, nutritious meals for the men who build the ships and make the guns. So this is also an important thing to note, that, not everyone had to carry a lunch box to work, that there were some places that set up these food kitchens, and that includes schools. Schools also had cafeterias where they provided like a hot lunch, but not everybody had that. And a lot of kids especially went home for lunch. A lot of workers even went home for lunch. They didn't always bring a lunch. So I wanted to read these tips for packing a successful lunchbox. This also comes from the Victory Recipes cookbook. It says, number 1, pack lunchbox as late as possible. This makes sense because they didn't have like those little freezer packs which are so convenient today. So pretty much whatever temperature the food was when you packed it, that's what you had to try and keep it at. But, it would warm up throughout the day. So you just need to pack it as late as possible to make sure it was still a good temperature when they finally ate it. Number 2 was to mix sandwich fillings the night before and then store in the refrigerator in separate little containers. Number 3, don't put lettuce leaves in sandwiches. Wrap separately in waxed paper. And this was so that the lettuce didn't wilt. You wanted it to stay cool and crunchy for that very important aspect of texture. And who wants to eat wilted lettuce at lunchtime? Not me. Number 4, any food you can, put up in paper containers. Puddings, potato salad, etc. Chill in the container in the refrigerator overnight. They will keep cool 5 to 6 hours. Yeah, they didn't have the insulation and chilling technology like we do today. So that's really smart to put them in their separate little containers and chill them separately in the fridge so that they were as cold as they were going to get when you put them in the lunchbox. Number 5 tip is for night shift workers, pack lunch in units. Wrap each unit in wax paper. So, wrap them all together. If you're going to have 2 separate meals that you're packing, wrap them separately in wax paper to keep them cool. Number 6, in packing the lunchbox, put the heavier things such as fruit at the bottom. Pretty common sense right there. But how many times have you had an apple on top of your sandwich? Not the greatest thing to discover in your lunch. Tip number 7 is it's a good idea to have a small salt cellar that stays right in the lunchbox. Be sure to put paper over the end so the salt won't spill. Have another for sugar, but be sure to mark them. Sorry, that was just funny. If you have an extra salt cellars, you can wrap the sugar or salt in paper. Even though you did your best to season whatever sandwich filling, the person eating it might have different tastes. So having that extra salt or pepper and sugar for their drink or whatever, was important so that they can eat it and feel happy. Tip number 8, don't forget to include a spoon or a fork if needed, and a couple of paper napkins are a good idea. Tip number 9, a whole orange is refreshing. To make it easy to eat, carefully cut through the skin only, from stem end to blossom end, making about 8 cuts around the orange. Carefully start peeling back the rind, then wrap a piece of wax paper around the orange to keep peeling in place. This makes the orange much easier to eat. And I have to say, if I got an orange as a kid in my lunch, depending on how I felt that day, I might not eat it, because peeling an orange is hard work, and it gets under your nails and gets your hands all covered in citrus oils, and it's just not very fun. So having it pre-cut and peeled like that is awesome, and it really makes it, that much more likely that they'll eat it. Tip number 10 is a tremendously important daily task is to thoroughly wash the lunch pail and especially the thermos bottle. Oh yes, like I mentioned before. Allow thermos jug to air when not packed in lunch pail. At least twice a week, scald with boiling water, to which 1 teaspoon baking soda has been added. So really great tips from Victory Recipes. Now, in case you haven't been able to tell, sandwiches were king. Sandwich fillings were a huge aspect of wartime lunches. Now, in that Westinghouse How to Pack a Lunchbox cookbook, it has this section called Varieties, the Spice of the Lunchbox Too. You don't like the same thing for dinner day after day. Neither does the person who carries a lunch. So try not to pack the same things 2 days running. Most sandwich fillings, desserts, and so forth will keep for several days in the refrigerator, but be sure you put them in a covered container. Even the bread keeps better there too. Do the unexpected and make each lunch a surprise. Here are a few suggestions. You'll think of many more. So these are a different set of tips and advice. And let me tell you, I have a little stack of wartime cookbooks here that have a section about wartime lunches, and they all have their own advice. But I really liked the advice in this one too. The first tip is vary the bread. Use brown bread, cornbread, whole wheat, raisin, nut, oatmeal, graham, rye, cracked wheat, soya, or enriched white bread. They add variety and make a big difference. I think this aspect of wartime lunches was the most mind-blowing to me. I mean, I know there's different breads out there, and I've had different breads growing up, and even as an adult, I like eating different breads, but using them strategically in your lunch to create variety, I'd never thought of that before in that way. And this is a really key aspect of wartime lunches that you'll see. Their second tip is to change the sandwich fillings. For meat, you can try roasted, braised, or stewed, sliced when cold, or ground and seasoned. Seasoned deviled meat, chicken sliced or chopped and seasoned, tongue or heart sliced cold or ground and seasoned. Corned meat, sliced or ground with pickle. Another sandwich filling was eggs, hard cooked, served whole, sliced or chopped and seasoned, hard cooked and mixed with green peppers and celery as a sandwich spread. So, like an egg salad. Another sandwich filling was cheese-based, ground cheese with olives or pickles, or creamed and combined with chopped meat or vegetable, or sliced and combined with bacon, cottage cheese dressed up with mayonnaise, and finally chopped peanuts. Or cheese spreads. And then the last type of sandwich fillings were categorized as others. Peanut butter with carrots or honey and yeast, or orange marmalade or chow chow with peanut butter, keep in mind. So peanut butter and carrots, peanut butter and honey and yeast, peanut butter and orange marmalade, or peanut butter and chow chow. Dried fruits and nuts ground together, moistened with cream, mayonnaise, or fruit juice, mashed baked beans, raisins, carrots, peanuts ground together and moistened with salad dressing, which salad dressing is like Miracle Whip. There are so many lists of sandwich filling ideas out there in these wartime recipe books. I wish I could share them all with you because they all have really interesting ideas. One of the most surprising ones was peanut butter and chili sauce. I was really scared to try this one, but I mixed it together, and you guys, it's not that bad. Sometimes you have to think of peanut butter in a savory sense. I grew up with eating peanut butter and Miracle Whip lettuce sandwiches. Most people are going to cringe when they hear that because, ew, peanut butter and Miracle Whip. Why would you combine those two? But this comes from my grandmother, well, from my mother who had it from her mother. It's just a family thing. And she got it from the 1930s when peanut butter and mayonnaise was combined together for some unknown reason. But my family still eats it. I have yet to convince one of my children to eat it. I'm working on it. But peanut butter and Miracle Whip is so good together, you guys. So when you are looking at wartime recipes, you really need to keep an open mind for these sandwich fillings because they really will surprise you, like peanut butter and chili sauce. All right, so continuing on in this book, it has a section called Lunches a Man or Woman Can Work On. So I wanted to read you a week's worth of lunches that are meant to go in a lunchbox because I think the only way you can get a really good sense of what a well-rounded lunchbox looks like is by reading a variety of menu ideas. And this is just for 1 week. In this Westinghouse Health for Victory book, I will be putting a picture of the entire month's menu of lunchbox ideas on my blog. So you can get a really good sense of what they put in there. All right, so day 1, cheese and dried beef sandwich spread on rye bread, peanut butter and honey sandwich spread on brown bread, whole tomato, fresh applesauce, milk or coffee or tea. Day 2, meatloaf sandwich on whole wheat bread, cream cheese and jelly sandwich on rye bread, carrot sticks, celery hearts, whole apple, milk or coffee. Day 3, mashed potato soup, vegetable meatloaf on whole wheat bread, grapefruit sections, honey cookies, and milk. Day 4, bacon cheese sandwich spread on rye or whole wheat bread, liver sandwich spread on enriched white bread, pickled beets, cottage cheese salad, whole orange, milk or lemonade. Day 5, flaked fish sandwich on enriched white bread, pimento sandwich spread on rye bread, carrot strips, pickles, baked apples, hot chocolate. Day 6, cream of tomato soup with crackers, chopped meat sandwich on enriched white bread, molded apple salad, gingerbread, milk or coffee. Day 7, bacon and cheese sandwich spread on whole wheat bread, soya bread and butter sandwich, pickles, autumn glow salad, honey crisp cookies, milk or coffee or tea. Okay, so what are some of the things you noticed in these lunches? What I noticed was that there was savory and sweet going on. There's cold drinks and hot drinks. And then, the fresh fruit, vegetables, and a dessert. Now, one thing that they don't mention in these particular menus is the little surprise or treat that you would put in the lunch. But I don't think there's a need to mention that because that was solely based on the personal preferences of who you're preparing the lunch for. Whatever favorite candy that they like, you could sneak in there. Now, one interesting thing that I came across in my research is that you need to keep in mind who you're packing the lunch for. And the work they do makes a difference. This also comes out of the Westinghouse How to Pack a Lunch box. You have to keep in mind, the type of work that they do. So not so active, like office or sitting down a great deal in their job, you prepare them a lighter lunch. So like one sandwich, some soup, and, a fresh fruit. Moderately active, you're on your feet all day and doing work that requires more skill than strength, you give them kind of a moderate lunch. Very active, doing hard physical labor all day on a farm or in a factory, driving a truck and so forth, you make for them a substantial lunch. And that would include at least 2 sandwiches, if not 3. And then there were school children. Definitely a lighter version of the adult lunch, but still keeping in mind the textures and the temperatures for that school lunch, and always include a dessert. Kids need their cookies, okay? And then, like I said before, the homemaker who stays at home, they need to have a specific kind of lunch. And I think the ones that they talk about for homemakers are like between the lighter lunch and like a moderately active lunch because of the work that they do at home. Is actually, I mean, if they do a lot of like the cooking and cleaning, that's a lot of physical labor there. They also talk about keeping in mind their shift, especially the night shift. So when war workers eat depends on when they work. So the first shift, 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., they would have an 11 a.m. packed lunch. The second shift, 2 to 10 p.m., they would have a 6 p.m. packed lunch. And then the third shift, 10 p.m. to 6 a.m., would have a 2 a.m. packed lunch. And they talk about how important it is to not forget these night workers. You know, they're not eating dinner at home with their family. They are eating on the job. And to keep that in mind when you pack their lunch. Now, I don't think this episode would be complete without me talking about a really fun experience that I had teaching a homeschool co-op class. I taught a cooking class called History in the Kitchen, World War II edition. And so I used that semester to teach the kids about wartime rationing. And we made all kinds of really fun American ration recipes. But I thought it would be fun to include a challenge at the end where they had to compete in teams. They were very gung-ho about this. And what the theme was wartime sandwiches. So it was the ultimate sandwich challenge. Now, what they had to do was the second to last class, I brought in all these sandwich filling ideas from wartime. And I provided a variety. And they had to choose, I think, 6 different ones because there were 2 different teams. And they picked them with the opposite team in mind. But I did warn them that all these ideas were going into a container and I was going to pull them out. And so they might be subject to trying that sandwich. But so they went to work. They combed through these lists in their teams, and I thought they would play it safe. But oh no, there were, I think, at least 3 liver-based sandwich fillings that were chosen. They chose some really wacky ones that I was like, okay, guys. That's what we're going to do. I felt really worried for them because they were going to have to try these. So I made up all the sandwich fillings that they chose. And then I brought them the next class. And so they had to pull out, the name of one from the container I had. And I would spread it on a piece of bread, and they got to pick which bread, whole wheat or white, I think, as I had the choices. And then they had to try it. I was worried. So these are some of the sandwich fillings that they had to try. Deviled cheese, flaked fish, bean and applesauce, egg and chicken livers, ground bologna and cheese, liver sausage salad, peanut butter and chow chow, peanut butter and chili sauce, cream cheese and jelly, red kidney bean, liver sandwich spread, peanut butter and Miracle Whip, and peanut butter and fluff. Those last 2 ones are ones that I included because I wanted them to try them. Now, marshmallow fluff. If you've never had this, it is a very fluffy marshmallowy spread that's very popular on the East Coast. And it is a thing. Peanut butter and fluff is something people still eat today. And I was very dubious of this one. Like, peanut butter and marshmallow. But it's really good, guys. It is. I'm a convert to that stuff. It's really good. Okay, so yeah, those are very interesting sandwich spreads. All of them original recipe ideas. The one that surprised everyone the most was the liver sausage salad. It's because you use Braunschweiger, which is like a German liver sausage it tastes a lot like ground up bologna. That's but a little bit spicier. And quite a few kids actually like this. And I was really happy because, The other two liver sandwich spreads that they chose, they were not good, guys. Unless you really love liver. But yeah, those kids were not a fan of those. One of the kids really liked the flaked fish. And, you know, it was interesting to see these teenagers and, you know, what they were willing to eat in the face of a competition. And there were a few, you know, races to the drinking fountain. But overall, I think they were all, you know, pleasantly surprised at how many of the sandwich fillings that they liked. So I just have to give them kudos. I mean, I was so proud of them that they were brave enough to try these, no matter how gross they thought they were, and that they found things that they liked and that were unexpected. So good for you guys. Now, the winners of the competition got a prize, and the prize was a can of Spam because, you know, appropriate. It was such a good time, and the kids in my classes learned so much, and I'm really excited and happy I was able to teach them about wartime rationing. Hey guys, Sarah here. I wanted to take a little break to tell you about my World War II fiction, The War Between Us. This book earned the Historical Novel Society's Editor's Choice Award, and it's a really unique American home front story about a Korean American's experience with prejudice in World War II. Right now, the ebook is on sale on Amazon for 99 cents from November 7th through the 14th. To learn more about my book, you can go to my website, sarahcrevistonlee.com. And now, back to the show. Today's cookbook feature is 300 Helpful Suggestions for Your Victory Lunchbox. This was published by Dell Publishing Company in 1943. It was one of a series of quote-unquote hookup cookbooks. It's got a hole right in the middle at the top of the book, but when you open it, there are two holes that you can hang it up on two hooks. It'll keep it open right at your eye level. Really clever concept for a cookbook. And this particular issue is number 4 in the series, and it is all about your victory lunchbox. I think one of the best features of this cookbook are the pictures. There are a lot of pictures. On the cover is a beautiful color picture of a couple lunch boxes with a variety of paper containers for putting food in, a thermos, and even a paper cup, and with a variety of foods in the containers. It's just really cool. And inside there's a picture of school children eating from disposable containers, someone at work, someone at the plant. And then inside, they show pictures of people preparing these lunches at home. It is an amazing cookbook. The intro says, "Win with food. Food management, one of wartime's most important jobs, rests squarely on the shoulders of the American homemaker. Food will win the war and make the peace only if it is administered wisely by the meal planners of the nation, so that supplies will be adequate to meet the ever-increasing demands. Knowing about food is more essential today than ever before in history. In times like these, it is not enough to have a few pet recipes. You have to broaden your food knowledge and honestly look beyond personal tastes and lifetime habits in order to be able to view the food picture as a whole. You should resolve to get out of that old food rut so that you are ready to meet big shifts in shortages and supplies. You should try to conserve in every way possible. Above all, you must choose foods that will provide maximum nourishment and learn how to prepare them correctly so as to avoid loss of nutrients through improper cooking. In these ways, you will help to assure for your family the energy and good health needed to handle added tasks and stepped-up activities. Here is your chance to, as a homemaker, to contribute directly to winning the war. These cookbooks have been prepared to help you not only through present days of readjustment, but in happier times to follow, when the lessons in nutrition, thrift, and adaptability now being learned will make better food managers of us all." I really like this intro. I especially like that they talk about how people get in these old food ruts. And in order to meet the big shifts in shortages and supplies, you have to have some bigger ideas. You need to have more ideas and to not be in that food rut anymore. And they also talk about how these skills that you'll learn now will help you in the future. In this cookbook, it has really cool pictures of the different lunch boxes. This is the one that has a picture of the canvas lunch bag, the see-through Victory View lunch box, and then the metal lunch box. And each one includes a thermos. It also includes a recipe for a tote and poke, which is a crocheted lunch bag. But they also point out that you can change this into a snood, which is a really popular hair accessory of the day. So, I guess it has two different patterns. One is for the tote and poke and one is for the snood. And they're very similar. But anyway, I just think that's really funny. But this was a real thing, was women who worked in factories, they had to keep their hair back or they would get in serious head accidents with their hair getting caught up in machinery. Wearing a snood was an answer. Also, cutting their hair shorter was an answer. Another really special thing about this cookbook is that it shows 4 popular sizes of paper containers for the lunchbox. And this is something that I know I didn't think of when I originally started learning about wartime, is the different containers, and that they had disposable containers back then. Not plastic. I mean, these were all waxed paper, but it's really cool detail from wartime. Now, I really wanted to make all of these recipes. There are so many cool recipes, but it's got a section on beverages, soups, lunchbox breads, sandwich butters, sandwich fillings, which is a pretty hefty section, lunchbox meats, main dishes, because sometimes, you don't want a sandwich. It's good to have some other options. Pickup salads, salad dressings, jams, jellies, and relishes that you could include in your lunchbox sandwich, cakes, little cakes, like cupcakes, along with toppings and fillings, cookies, desserts, including puddings and confections, so like little candy and fudge type things. And then they have a last section called Surprise, Surprise. And included in this is Cracker Jack. I want to try that recipe. Like, all of these are so good. So I decided on 2 different recipes to try for this episode. I like that they include the sandwich butters section because that is another key thing about making wartime lunches, is that you spread your bread with butter first, then put on the filling. Especially if it's a moister filling, this was important to keep it from soaking into the bread. So it wasn't just like a palatable thing. I mean, it does add some nice flavor, but it was really to keep the bread from being soggy, because there's nothing worse than a soggy sandwich. All right, so first up, I tried School Days bread. I wanted to try a new bread recipe I'd never tried before. And I really like the title for this one, School Days, in quotes, School Days bread. At first glance, it is just a regular old bread. It's got yeast, warm water, corn syrup or honey. I used honey, scalded milk. And in this case, I used almond milk just because my son can't have dairy and I knew he'd probably want a piece of this bread. So I made mine with almond milk. Sifted flour, salt, a melted shortening. And then this is where it gets a little different. It calls for 3 tablespoons of sifted cocoa. So essentially, this is a chocolate yeast bread. This really intrigued me. So what you do, you soften the yeast in lukewarm water, and then you add a teaspoon of the syrup or the honey. Now, it says to only use a half package of yeast. I'm not sure why they asked for this. I don't know if it's a chemical thing with the cocoa, but I just found my bread rose really slowly, and maybe it's a taste thing. Like maybe you didn't want the yeast flavor to overpower the chocolate flavor. I'm not sure. I might need to try it again with a full package of yeast. which is 2 1/4 teaspoons if you have it loose. But yeah, because it just rose really slowly. All right, so you soften the yeast in the water, and then you add that little teaspoon of syrup or honey. Then you let it stand for 5 minutes. Then you scald your milk and then cool it to lukewarm. You add it to the yeast mixture and beat in half of the flour, beating until the batter is smooth. And then you cover and let this rise in a warm place until light and bubbly. This is different than maybe some other bread recipes, but this actually really helps improve the flavor of your bread and the texture as well. Then, after it's light and bubbly, you add salt, the remaining honey or corn syrup, the melted shortening, and the cocoa. You beat that till it's smooth, and then you stir in enough of the remaining flour to make the dough so that it can be handled. And you knead until smooth and elastic. You place it in a greased bowl, you cover and let it rise in a warm place until double in bulk. And for my bread, this took forever. Then you punch it down and let it rise again. And then you shape it into a loaf. I think I accidentally skipped the second rising. I would not skip any of the risings in this recipe because this is a sandwich bread. You really want that good, strong gluten texture to be fully formed so it can keep its shape when you cut it, and for flavor too. All right, then you shape it into a loaf. Place it in a greased bread pan and let rise until double in bulk again. And then you bake it in a moderate oven, which is 350 degrees Fahrenheit, 45 to 50 minutes. Then you turn it out on a rack to cool. This makes one loaf. My bread took way longer to bake. I think I had to add like 15 or 20 minutes. Now, I'm not one of the people that taps the loaf to see if it's done. Like, that has never worked for me. But one tip that I learned is that you just test the internal temperature of the bread and then you know it's done. And the magic number is 190 degrees Fahrenheit. That's when you know inside it is definitely baked. Another thing I wanted to mention that I learned in another recipe. Oh my gosh, I just realized I did make 3 recipes from this book. So I'll tell you about them all. But what I learned from I made another bread recipe, is that modern bread loaf pans tend to be wider than the vintage ones. So when you're making any kind of vintage loaf, make sure you're using a smaller bread pan. And the reason for this is because the amount of dough in the recipe in a larger bread pan, it will spread out and it will be flatter when it's done baking. If you have a little bit smaller loaf pan, it gives that dough the chance to, rise a little higher, and it makes a really tall, well-rounded loaf. So I have my bread pan right here. I wanted to make sure I could tell you the size that I used that I felt like gave good results. And it's 11.5 centimeters by 21.5 centimeters. And I use centimeters just because they're a little bit more precise than inches. So yeah, keep that in mind when you're making these vintage bread recipes. Okay, so this school days bread, it smelled really good in the oven. It smelled yeasty and chocolatey, but I was very curious about how it would taste. I did not taste it when it was warm. I let it sit overnight and I tried it in the morning. I'm not quite sure how to describe this bread because when you're first biting into it, you're thinking, this is a really great homemade bread. But then you get hit with this chocolatey flavor and it's like, wow, that's not what I was expecting, but it is so good. It's just very lightly sweet. I didn't taste any honey flavor from it because sometimes honey can be overpowering, but in this case it wasn't. And just a really rich flavor. I'm not going to say it's like, chocolate lovers chocolate. It just has a really good balance of chocolate flavor in there. I did not try it as a sandwich bread. It just tastes too good with just butter on it. Warmed up. But, I can see it tasting really good with like a peanut butter and a sweet, jam or something, or a cream cheese and a jam or jelly. So I highly recommend this recipe. Super good. And it had a very good texture for a homemade bread. All the extra risings really, really help it. The other recipe that I forgot about is a quick bread, because I've always been so fascinated that lunchbox recipes include quick breads as a sandwich bread option. The original recipe I tried this with years ago was a honey orange nut bread. Oh my gosh. And it was just a revelation. It was so good with cream cheese as a sandwich. So this time I tried a date nut bread. And this has flour, baking powder, baking soda, salt, brown sugar, 1 egg, melted butter or margarine, milk, and then nuts. A half cup of nuts chopped and a 1 cup of dates seeded and finely cut. I felt it was important to keep the nuts in there just for texture and also for protein value. So what you do, you sift together the flour, the baking powder, the soda, and the salt, and then you add in your sugar and you mix it well, the brown sugar. Then you add the remaining ingredients, beating only enough to dampen all the flour. And then you bake it in a greased loaf pan in a moderately slow oven, so 325 degrees Fahrenheit, for 1 hour until done. This also makes 1 loaf. At the bottom it has a little note that says it's rich enough to serve as a dessert. It is really good. This is another really good bread recipe. I did try this with butter. I tried it with peanut butter. I tried it with cream cheese. All of them were so good. I really think, peanut butter and dates just go really good together. But you could try this with any nut butter that you like. And the nuts that I put in here were walnuts. And I thought they were good. But I think including slivered almonds or pecans would equally be good. The last recipe was a cookie recipe because, a lunch is not the same without cookies. The cookies that I tried were molasses cookies. And at first glance, this is just like a regular old molasses cookie recipe, but it's not. So it calls for 3/4 cup melted fat, cup of New Orleans molasses. I don't know. I just used the molasses I had on hand, so I'm not quite sure what the difference is. But then there's a cup of brown sugar, uses sour milk or buttermilk, 6 cups of sifted flour. When you're making this, keep this in mind. That calls for 6 cups of flour. That's a lot of cookies. Salt, ginger, baking soda. And here was the interesting part. 2 teaspoons of lemon extract. Now, I didn't know this before making wartime recipes, but molasses and lemon go really well together. So I got really excited. You mix the fat, molasses, and sugar until smooth. Then you add the sour milk or buttermilk. Then the flour sifted with salt, ginger, and baking soda. Then you add the lemon extract, and then you mix to a smooth, stiff dough, and then you chill it until it's firm. Then you roll it out on a floured surface to about a 1/3 inch thickness, and then you cut out with cookie cutters. You bake them on a greased baking sheet for 8 to 10 minutes in a 350-degree oven. Oh my, this is where I am so notorious for not reading thoroughly through the directions, but at the bottom it says make 7 to 8 dozen cookies, depending on the thickness and size of the cookie cutter. My bad. But luckily, everyone loves these cookies in my family. At the bottom, it does have a note about the lemon extract. It says it may be omitted, substituting 1 teaspoon grated lemon rind or 2 teaspoons cinnamon. The cinnamon would definitely make it more of a festive holiday cookie. But with the lemon, oh my goodness. So I think gingerbread cookies have to have icing or a frosting of some kind. So it does not say this in the recipe, but I made a lemon buttercream frosting using the lemon extract. And oh my goodness, it was so good. There is just something magical about lemon and molasses. I can't even tell you. I've made another recipe that was from a Westinghouse Health for Victory cookbook. It was molasses cupcakes with lemon frosting. Oh, that's where I just first discovered this combination. Oh my goodness, guys. You really have to try it. It's just so special. So All of these recipes were really great, and I will have them on my blog, and I hope that you give them a try. Today's story highlight comes from the Farm Journal and Farmer's Wife magazine from the September 1944 issue. There's an article in here called School Lunch Arithmetic. Child plus good food equals good marks. And it has a really cute picture of a little boy eating his school lunch. In the article was a really neat story that I wanted to share with you under the title, A Hot Lunch at School Helps. The problem of managing a hot school lunch with limited help and funds was solved by mothers of the Van Meer School unit in Alger County, Michigan, when they got together as late as September to plan and can. They started to serve hot lunches in October and kept it up until May. The food they canned, plus donated vegetables, soup stock, and milk, furnished most of the materials needed for the daily lunch. The rest was bought with money raised and with a 25-cent assessment per child. The wife of a teacher prepared the one hot dish as her volunteer war work. A 4-H Foods Club served it, and committees of school children working a week at a time did the dishes. The hot dishes served were vegetable soup and creamed or buttered vegetables, cocoa, puddings, and hot applesauce. The children supplemented the lunch with food brought from home. In this story about how these mothers solved a problem of managing and funding, hot school lunches, and, they did the work themselves. And I also really like that the wife of a teacher prepared the one hot dish as her volunteer war work. So she considered it her war work. And I think that's so cool. And then 4-H Foods Club served the food. And then children working in committees a week at a time, did the dishes. And I just love that this community came together to provide these school children with these supplements to their school lunch. And that they were serving them hot dishes. I think this is a great example of, how one community was trying to solve the problem of making sure that their kids had the nutrition that they needed. And that they were doing their best to provide a meal that packed a punch, not just for war workers, but for their school children as well. All right, well, that's it for this episode. If you or your family have American Homefront stories, I would love to be able to share them on my podcast. To share your story, go to victorykitchenpodcast.com and click on Share a Homefront Story. Don't forget, you can follow me on Instagram. My handle is Victory Kitchen Podcast, and on there I give little behind the scenes of what I'm working on, research that I find, and recipes that I come across. And I would also love your support, which helps to keep this podcast going. To do so, go to anchor.fm/Sarah Crevice Lee and click on support. Thanks so much for listening, and I'll talk to you next time. Bye.
You can't do business with Hitler. We are now at war. There are but two alternatives, total victory or total defeat. There can be no such thing as a military stalemate that would result in the survival of Hitlerism. That is the opinion of a man who knows. Douglas Miller, for 15 years commercial attaché to the American Embassy in Berlin. Presenting a new radio series adapted from Mr. Miller's book, You Can't Do Business with Hitler, Episode 1. Heads, they win. Tails, we lose. This is Douglas Miller speaking. I'll be very blunt and to the point. I want to give you a picture of Nazi trade methods and Nazi business methods as I saw them during my 15 years in Berlin. I have two reasons for so doing. First, to tell you some of the causes of this war that you perhaps have never heard of before. Second, to convince you, if you need convincing, that there can never be any compromise with Hitlerism. We wipe it out, or it wipes us out. Now let's get on to cases. The case of James Dunning Forrester, for example. Forrester was an American businessman who back in 1937 was trying to do business with Germany. He had nearly completed a deal to sell a shipload of American goods to the Nazis. To close the deal, Forrester was asked to call upon an important Nazi official at the Ministry of Economics in Berlin.
And now, Herr Forrester, there are just a few things more to settle, and we conclude your business.
But I thought everything was settled.
Not quite everything, Herr Forrester. There is the matter of shipping.
But my firm will take care of that naturally.
Yeah, of course. But we expect that you will ship your goods on a German ship.
I'm sorry, I'm afraid that's impossible. My company has a contract with an American line. You see, we...
Then the contract must be broken.
I beg your pardon?
I mean, Herr Forrester, that our regulations demand that your goods be shipped on a German vessel. Otherwise, your business with us must be cancelled.
But why should I put American seamen out of a job?
Regulations, Herr Forrester, regulations. There's nothing I can do about it, you understand.
Well, I suppose it could be arranged, but I don't like it very well.
Now, another thing, Herr Forrester. Are you insured with an American company?
You needn't worry about insurance, Herr Schwartz. The company I'm insured with...
Is it an American company, Herr Forrester?
Naturally.
Unfortunate.
I don't understand.
Well, our regulations demand you insure with a German company.
Why, that's ridiculous. After all, I'm the one who stands to lose if anything happens. I think I should have a right to insure myself with an insurance company of my own choosing.
Herr Forrester, are you implying that German insurance companies are not dependable?
I'm implying nothing of the kind. Look here, Herr Schwartz. We'll forget this insurance matter for the moment. But how many other regulations do I have to conform to?
Well, when your cargo is loaded in America, it must be examined by German inspectors.
German inspectors, eh? Well, that's all right with me.
Your company, of course, must pay the expense of sending these inspectors from Germany to America and back again.
Now, wait a minute. Why should we pay the expenses of men who are working in your interest? I never heard of such a thing.
Herr Forrester, if you wish to do business with Germany, you must do it according to German regulations.
No other country has such arbitrary regulations.
The Greater Reich, Herr Forrester, is not responsible for the regulations of other countries.
That's some consolation.
I beg your pardon.
Never mind. Let's get on with it.
And that's the way the Nazis do business. There's no such thing as having a purely business relation with a totalitarian state. Every business deal carries with it political, military, social, and propaganda implications. Proof? I have plenty of proof. For example, about 3 years ago, Goebbels' Ministry of Propaganda arranged for the president of the German Film Chamber to visit my office to discuss an exchange of motion pictures. After this high Nazi official had arrived and we had exchanged a few pleasantries, he said to me,
Herr Miller, Dr. Goebbels is interested in buying American motion pictures. The few that we have shown have been very popular here.
Yes, of course. But am I to understand that the American film companies will be paid cash for these films?
Cash? Yeah, of course. What else?
Well, isn't it a bit unusual? Usually you do business on a barter basis.
Yeah, but this is different.
And will the American firms be able to take their profits out of Germany? That is, without the usual restrictions, I mean?
There will be no restrictions.
Well, I'm very glad to hear it. But why are you waiving a standard regulation?
But we are very friendly to Americans.
Oh, I see. This is a gesture of goodwill.
Yeah, goodwill. That's it. Of course, we would expect some little favor in exchange.
Oh, I see. And what is the nature of the favor?
Well, Herr Goebbels would like each of the large motion picture theaters in 25 of your leading American cities to give 1/4 of their time to us.
You mean Herr Goebbels would like to supply Americans with motion pictures in these cities?
Yeah, that is. The Ministry of Propaganda would supply the pictures.
Oh, but you don't understand. The United States government has no power to force American motion picture houses to show German propaganda films. Or any other films, for that matter.
The United States government hasn't the power. Oh, come, Herr Miller, you are joking, yeah?
No, seriously. American movie houses show what films they choose to show.
But I cannot believe it.
It's according to an old American principle, freedom of speech.
I have never heard of such a thing. Herr Miller, if you do not agree to our arrangement, Herr Goebbels will be very displeased.
Yes, but if I do agree to such an arrangement, I'm afraid the American people will be very much displeased. And after all, they're the ones who would have to look at Herr Goebbels' films. So you see, the Nazis were very willing to do business with us if they could, in exchange, flood American theaters with their Nazi propaganda. Because American movie producers refused to agree to the Nazis' outrageous demands, the Nazis deliberately set out to ruin our movie business in Germany. Proof? Here you are. In 1932, we sold Germany almost 3.5 million feet of film. In 1938, because of Nazi restrictions, we were sending to Germany less than 500,000 feet of film per year. Anyone caring to check these figures will find them in a publication of the United States Department of Commerce entitled Foreign Commerce and Navigation. Send for it and see for yourself. Sometime after my experience in the film transaction, Herr Goebbels approached another American official in Berlin. At that time, Germany was trying to gain the favor of American newspapers and radio stations. Here's what Herr Goebbels said to our embassy official on that occasion.
Sir, I am very pained at the insults offered to our leader in your American newspapers and your American radio broadcasts. I see no reason why we cannot have an understanding about such things.
What do you suggest?
As a friendly gesture, I suggest that you select any German journalist or radio announcer who, in your opinion, has made remarks insulting to the United States. I promise you that I will arrest the offending person within 24 hours. Furthermore, I shall see that he is punished in any way you see fit. Now, why can't we have the same friendly cooperation on the part of the American government?
Can you imagine our government permitting any foreign government to point out offending American journalists or radio broadcasters and suggesting their arrest? Yet Germany was treating us very well compared to the way she treated smaller countries who were powerless to resist. Let me tell you what happened to Swedish firms doing business with the Nazis. One day in the office of the president of one of these Swedish firms...
Mr. President, this letter...
never mind that now, Carlson. I called you in here to discuss something very important.
This letter is urgent, Mr. President. You must look at it right
please,
away.
Carlson, listen to me.
But, sir...
Carlson, I want to talk to you about a personal matter. Now, will you please sit down here?
Oh, very well, sir.
Carlson, how long have you been working for me?
How long? Let me see. 21 years?
21 years. I don't have to tell you, Carlson, that you've been one of my most loyal employees.
Is there something the matter, Mr. President?
No, nothing. No. Well, have you thought of retiring, Carlson, on a pension, I mean?
Mr. President, is this all you have to speak of? My career? No, sir. I have 10 good years in me yet for the company. Now, this letter, Mr. President, you must look at it. It is from the Berlin Secret Police.
Gestapo?
Yes. They demand that we stop advertising our goods in the local newspaper. What right have they to ask such a thing? It's the best newspaper. We've been advertising in it for years.
You don't understand, Carlson. The paper in which we advertise is pro-democratic. And this is the Nazi method of striking out at their enemies. Well, they're using us as a tool.
But we won't do it. You tell them, sir. You tell them we won't do it.
I can't tell them that, Carlson. If I refuse, it means ruin.
You must refuse.
But you don't understand. We're in their hands. You see, we've come to depend upon their business. They should cut it off now. Well, if only I hadn't permitted myself to be led into such a position. And one demand after another. I thought I could play along with them and still maintain our independence. I was wrong.
Don't give in to them, sir. You must make a stand somewhere.
No, it's settled, Carlson. We make all necessary changes and see that our advertising contract is transferred elsewhere.
Very well, Mr. President. If that's your order.
Now, I'll go back to my office.
Carlson, wait.
Yes, sir?
This other matter, your resignation.
But I'm not ready to resign, Mr. President.
Please, now, I'll be very frank with you. I received another letter from the German secret police that I haven't told you about.
Another letter?
Yes. Remember a few months ago, they asked me to send them a complete list of all the workers here? Well, they've checked that list with their spies here in Sweden, and now they demand that I discharge certain employees.
Discharge employees? But why?
Now, the Nazis say they're Jewish and communistic. Of course, these are the names the Nazis apply to anyone opposed to fascism.
Will discharge these employees, then?
I must. But I wanted you to understand.
That's all, Mr. President.
No, it's not all. There's one more thing.
Yes?
Carlson, your name was among those the Nazis demanded I discharge.
My name?
Yes, because you have openly stated your hatred of the Nazis. Now, of course, you understand you'll be pensioned. You don't have to worry about your wife or your children.
You needn't discharge me. I shall save you the trouble. Any man who would work here is a traitor to his country. I resign.
Oh, don't go on like that, Carlson. You must understand my position. Carlson, wait. Carlson, please come back here. Carlson.
I have given you, in the short time available, some faint idea of the viciousness of Nazi business methods. Germany has been carrying on a war against America since 1933. A war of trade, a war of espionage, a war of propaganda. We must finish this once and for all, so that Hitler's cutthroat business and propaganda methods will never again sap our strength. We must carry on this war until Nazism is completely and finally exterminated. You can't do business with Hitler.
You have been listening to the first broadcast in a new radio series entitled You Can't Do Business with Hitler. Listen for the second broadcast in this series, which is entitled Broken Promises. This program, written and produced by Frank Telford, is brought to you by the Office for Emergency Management in Washington.
The Johnson Wax Program. Makers of Johnson's Wax, Johnson's Self-Polishing Glow Coat, and Johnson's Car New present the brilliant conductor-composer of melody, Meredith Willson, and MGM's noted young commentator, star, and teller of amazing tales, John Nesbitt, our vocalists, Connie Haynes and Bob Carroll, and our guests for the evening, the King's Men. Ladies and gentlemen, this program by Mr. Nesbitt and Mr. Wilson is sent to you by S.C. Johnson & Son, makers of Johnson's Wax Finishes for the home and industry. But now, here is John Nesbitt.
Thank you, and good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second edition of this new series. Just to be sure that you know everybody, Connie Haynes, our feminine singer, is one of those shapelies at whom most of the time we all look dreamily. Bob Carroll is the kind of good-looking baritone who always wins the girl in the musical movies and rides away with her on a horse singing Ria Rita. Bob, not the horse. in the room here. And Meredith Wilson, of course, our music master, is, well, Meredith's impossible. Hello, Meredith.
Hello, dear boy. My, it's a comfort to know that while I'm up on the stand conducting the music, you are down here saying fine, worthwhile things about me.
Common decency, Meredith, common decency. What's on the menu tonight?
Well, for the salad, we'll have some sentimental music in which we present our theme melody for the first time as a full-fledged love song.
Sentimental? Well, that'll be fruit salad, won't it?
Mm-hmm. And for the meat course, one of your dramatic specialties.
Oh, yes. The roast beef, of course.
Yes, or the ham. And I say for dessert, we'll have the entire company in America sing.
My mouth is watering heavily, Meredith. The salad. In days of yore, ladies and gentlemen, when men had good manners and believed that women were angels, this is actually the way they said, I love you. Or rather, as Meredith would have said it in Grandfather's day.
Miss Connie, I beg that you won't be offended if I call you Miss Connie. Miss Connie, having known, and I may say, having worshipped you for the past 11 years and 3 months, this very evening, I joined your father in the library. And there, Miss Connie, after examining me as to my financial condition, he tendered me, oh, happy hour! He tendered me his consent.
Oh, I know, Mr. W. For Mother and I listened at the door.
And for many a generation, though the music and the words changed, we men held our American women high in the altar of respect. We proposed in solemnity, and incidentally, there were very few divorces. And then, 20 years ago, came bathtub gin, came trucking on down, and flaming youth. But today, nonetheless, the boys shoulder the enormous burden of war and go marching off to stand before the flag. And youth, once again, is no longer ashamed of sentiment. It was because he sensed the new quiet mood of young people that Meredith recently wrote a new popular song on which we base our program theme, and which we hear for the first time now as a full-dress number. It's light, of course, but full of the simple, direct sentiment that marks the hit tunes of the summer, and it's called 32 Bars of I Love
You. 32 bars of I love you. That's how my love song will start. It is my pleasure to let every measure accompany the beat of my heart. Sure as the heavens above you, titles must always reveal 32 bars of I love you, and now the first half is complete. The bridge is a minor refrain, and it may make you sad for a while, but soon you will hear once again the reprise to remind you to smile. 32 bars now are blending into the cadence, and then you'll find my song has no ending, for I'll sing it over again.
Which was the premiere of Meredith's new song, 32 Bars of I Love You. Last week, you may remember, we began our department of lost music, in which we have been rediscovering songs which should have been hits, but for some mysterious reason never got before the public. Music that never had a chance. A number of years ago, in a house on the great American plains, there lived a woman who loved the West. Now and then she wrote a song about it. Not long ago, Meredith heard a portion of one of these songs in a movie, made inquiries, and located a copy of the entire number. He believes it to be potentially one of the great Western ballads. It's a lazy cowboy song, such as the hands might hum to themselves as they ride home in the darkness after a long day at the roundup. And so it is called Roundup Lullaby. And this is really a lost song in a sense, For not long ago, the woman who wrote it, Gertrude Ross, passed away without knowing what a great potential song success lay hidden here. The orchestra with the King's Men in Roundup Lullaby. Tonight's nomination for our Department of Lost Music. You must remember that one, the Roundup Lullaby. We hope that through our presentation it may find a rightful place among the folk songs of tomorrow. Our next department embraces the all-important subject of conservation and protection. And what Harlow Wilcox has to say to you in exactly 48 seconds, you will find worth your while. Harlow, please.
We hear a lot today about conservation. To many people, it seems to be a new idea. Certainly an important one now with a war to win. But to a great many housekeepers, conservation isn't anything new. They've been practicing conservation every time they've protected their linoleum floors with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat. Glow Coat has already increased the life of perhaps 1 million linoleum floors. It actually makes linoleum last 6 to 10 times longer than if it were unprotected. That's real conservation, isn't it? And besides that, there's another big saving. Many hours of work. Because Glow Coat is so easy to apply, and it polishes itself without rubbing or buffing. And, of course, Glow Coat makes floors beautiful and easy to keep clean. All good reasons for protecting your linoleum floors regularly with Johnson's self-polishing Glow Coat.
One of the most amazing true stories in the passing parade we sketch for you tonight. The story of a Chinese hero and saint who is actually an American Marine. is 1859. China is writhing under the greatest and most terrible civil war in the entire history of the world. In this rebellion, 20 million people are murdered. 600 villages and cities completely erased from the map. China is in the grip of outlaw enemies as frightful and ruthless as it has ever known, and will ever know again until the more frightful Japanese strike it in the year 1937. On the day that the bandit armies had finally reached Shanghai and begun to destroy it, off an American sailing ship in the harbor got one of the toughest sailors who ever shipped out of New England. A mahogany-fisted, loud-cussing, salt-cured, belligerent Yank who would fight you with his fists or his feet or a tomahawk or a knife or a belaying pin or with his teeth. His name was Fred Ward, a very tough lad. And seeing that a lot of fighting was going on in Shanghai, he naturally decided to join the fun. One day in June 1860, a great Chinese banker named Taki was informed that a young American wanted to see him. The young American was Fred, and he had an offer to make. He himself would personally put down the terrible rebellion, provided he was paid $45,000 in gold for each city he captured. The banker stared at him. "What will you do for soldiers?" "I've got a whole blamed army," said Fred, and the Chinese shrugged his shoulders and, being a loyal patriot, agreed to pay Ward what he asked. Whereupon Ward went down to the waterfront, to the saloons, the ships, the lowest and toughest dives in the hard-boiled city of Shanghai, offering $100 a month for men who liked to fight. And by nightfall, he had an army. Just 200 men. American sailors, ex-Marines, deserters from the French and English navies, Filipinos, Chinese pirates, the rowdies, the drunks, and the bandits of the underworld. But they all loved to fight. They might sleep in the gutter at night, but let anyone reflect upon their honor, and they'd tear him to pieces. Ward lined them up by cuffing them and arming them with rifles, old Colt revolvers, Malay Crees, and quite a few brass knuckles, and led them at once toward the walls of the city of Sung Kiang. There were 11,000 of the enemy within those walls. Ward found an old cannon, wheeled it up to the city gates, and blasted away. He had two officers, one a Filipino named McConney and one a Yankee named Forrester. And he had 200 nameless pug-uglies to conduct a whole war. For 2 hours, the battle raged. When it was over, 62 men were dead and 101 wounded out of the original 200. Just 27 were all in one piece. But Fred Ward had captured Sung Kiang. In 2 years of this kind of mad fighting, the man actually captured 14 cities. His army kept growing in size, and throughout China was known as the ever-victorious army. At Yingqiaping, he defeated a force of 100,000 with 500 of his ruffian fighters. And he went a little mad. While still alive, he became a legend. And he himself began to believe that no bullet could touch him. He would actually stand out in front of his ranks during the thick of the fight, bullets raining around him, leaning on a Malacca walking stick, studying the situation and sometimes screaming with ribald laughter. Suddenly a strange change comes over him. Ribald laughter. Suddenly a strange change comes over him. It begins when he no longer demands money for his fighting. Somewhere along the road of 100 flaming battles, he himself has become part of China, has come to love and understand the warm-hearted people who die so willingly for their freedoms, for the freedom of China. And as clearly as if a voice speaks it into his ears, he realizes that when China needs him no more, the mysterious thing that protects him from death will be withdrawn. On the 20th of September 1862, his vagabond troops are besieging the city of Tsiki. It is the 15th city on his list, the last city in the hands of the enemy. Ward stands out in the open field, dressed up in a uniform like a rainbow, which he's assembled from half a dozen costumers' shops, waving his Malacca cane in the air and making wisecracks. He suddenly turns to his lieutenant with an expression of amazement on his face. Forrester looks at him. "Why, what's the matter?" Ward reaches out and clutches his shoulder. "Don't laugh when I tell you this, but I've actually been shot." whereupon Ward fell to the battlefield a dying man. His job was finished, his destiny finished with him. Late that night he made his peace with his God, and death took him. But not until the vagabond leader learned that his last battle had been victorious. His men tried to find an American flag to cover his body. None could be found. But the Chinese tore apart red ceremonial garments of silk and took the blue sashes from the statues of saints in the temples. And in a few moments, 100 Chinese women had made up a gigantic American flag. When the hour came for burial, the Chinese people threw open the gardens of their Confucian temples, and in the ground that was holy to them, they laid the Yankee warrior. Later, they raised him his own temple and read the rites that made him a real Chinese saint. He is to this day one of the beloved heroes of China. And whenever the American squadron of flying tigers goes out to meet the overwhelming odds of battle with the Japs, the old Chinese will say to them, "May the spirit that sent Frederick Ward to us in our need ride on the wings of your airplanes and keep you like him, forever victorious." And that's the story. But perhaps the last chapter could simply be told tonight, July 7th, 1942. Millions of Chinese people again standing at the very edge of doom, asking us tonight, not for shoes, for they go barefoot, asking us not for meat, for millions of them have never even seen it. They ask only a little bread, a little medicine for their wounds, a little hope. But here, lest we have too many words and not enough notes, is another chapter in Meredith Willson's musical history of the songs of America. And Meredith had better do his own announcing here, for in regard to this music, I, my friends, am a total ignoramus.
Why, John, that's one of the most wholesome things you ever said.
I expect you to say that.
I say when a commentator admits that he is ignorant about anything, it gives old Wilson a very warm feeling indeed. But it's all quite simple. In fact, simplicity is the keynote of all the music we call America Sings. These are the melodies we dance to in nightclubs, or sang in rumble seats, or even whistled in the bathroom. John, do commentators whistle in the bathroom or just narrate to themselves? A lot of people look down their noses at our popular music and call it common. But I like to think it's democratic. So we're playing a group of tunes that are so familiar that I don't even have to list the titles, but ones which I believe can become the folk songs of tomorrow.
Like your family, they don't make a hit with me. I don't want to bother lending money to your father while your blood relations live on me. I don't think your Uncle John ever had a collar on. You're a perfect lady, but when I get hitched for life, I want an orphan. paper moon, sailing over a cardboard sea. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believe in me. Yes, it's only a canvas sky hanging over a muslin tree. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believe in me. Without your love, it's a honky-tonk parade.
Without your love,
It's a melody played in a penny arcade. It's a Barnum and Bailey word, just as phony as it can be. But it wouldn't be make-believe if you believe in me.
nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning. No one could be sweeter than my sweetie when I meet him in the morning. Where the morning glory wine around the door, whispering pretty stories I long to hear once more. Strolling with my fella where the dew is really mellow in the morning. Butterflies all flutter up and kiss each little buttercup at dawning. Now if I had Aladdin's lamp for only a day, I'd make a wish, and here's what I'd say. Nothing could be finer than to be in Carolina in the morning.
Oh, cannonball, running great, trying to make connections with the nickel plate, running fine, trying to make connections with the oh-so line.
And then the oh-so line keeps to the rail, trying to make connections with the Royal Mail, trying to see the Atchison, Topeka, and the Santa Fe.
And then the Santa Fe doesn't slow, trying to keep up with the B&O. Runs like a fountain, trying to make connections with the Iron Mountain.
Oh, then the Iron Mountain is really terrific, trying to keep up with the Southern Pacific, the old SP, running like well, trying to make connections with the M and St. L.
And then the M and St. L, I must confess, trying to keep up with the Hartford Express, going insane, trying to make connections with the Boston and Maine.
And then the Boston and Maine feeds them all, trying to make connections with the Cannonball, running fine, trying to make connections with that old gal of mine.
people do not present a commercial message at this point this evening, but rather ask that you listen to what Mr. Nesbitt has to say. John?
Ladies and gentlemen, the people of China and the Americans working with them there are asking us for help tonight. Each time you buy a war bond, you are helping to send them guns and planes and tanks to rain death on the invaders. And if tonight also you can send some pennies, dimes, or dollars to the United China Relief, 1790 Broadway, New York City, you help the uncomplaining, decent people of China to go on living. And somewhere in China, a human being may someday say, because of you, China will be a happy land for 1,000 orphans. Until with Meredith Wilson, we join you again a week from tonight, this is John Nesbitt bidding a very good evening to you all.
This is Harlow Wilcox speaking for the makers of Johnson Wax Finishes for Home and Industry, inviting you to be with us again next Tuesday night. Good night. This program reached you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
This is Chicago WMAQ.
Pepsodent invite you to have a date with Judy. Here's Judy Foster again. So far, she's lived 16 years, and life has been a whirl the whole way. Right now, she's in a special summer class in domestic science over at City High School.
We are preparing ourselves for women's place in the world, and that, of course, includes the rearing and training of children. Judy Foster.
Yes, Miss.
The workings of the underground in occupied Norway are as nothing compared with what is going on in this class.
I don't know what you mean, Miss.
Is this a class in domestic science, or is this a class in note writing?
It's a class in domestic science. So you ought to know the teacher.
Judy, you wouldn't have had to take so much trouble to send a note to Mitzi. You could simply have read it aloud to her in the first place. Like you're going to do now.
But, Goofy, if I read it to Mitzi, everybody else will hear.
That is the idea. Read it, Judy.
Well, all right. But you won't like it.
I'm sure I won't like it. Let's read it anyhow.
Well, quote, Dear Mitzi, I think your dream man is a fluke. My type of dream man is Gerald Putnam, who is the most unfulfilled man I ever saw. Are you sure you want me to go on, Miss Dixon?
I'm positive.
Well, quote, I'd give anything to snag a date with him if he has strictly not given me a tumble up to date. Yours sincerely, Judy Foster, unquote. That's all.
That is enough. Now, could we return to domestic science?
Oh, gee, Miss Whittle, if you don't think about dreaming, you don't get married. And if you don't get married, you don't have any domestic science to worry about.
Judy!
Oh, gee, Miss Whittle, you probably didn't think about dreaming when you were young. And you didn't get married.
Judy, I don't want to hear another word from you. Now return to our classwork and the hypothetical problem of bathing a baby. Besides, we could have been married if I wanted to. Now, Mitzi, what is the first thing one does when one bathes a baby?
One undresses it.
Naturally. And after that?
One places some water in one's bassinet, and then one sticks the baby in the water.
Ah, but the water.
One tests it for temperature.
Very good. Judy?
One puts the thermometer in the water, and if it says 96 degrees, it's okay. And if one doesn't have a thermometer, one sticks in one's elbow. And if one's elbow feels about 96 degrees,
yes?
One goes ahead and sticks the baby in the water.
Quite right. I see if one can put dream men out of one's mind, one is quite able to concentrate on domestic science.
I still think one's got to concentrate on a dream man before domestic science is very practical on account of your...
Judy?
We're off on another date with Judy, chaperoned by Pepsodent. And in a moment, we'll see where concentration on dream men will lead Judy. You know, the direct opposite of a dream man in Judy's set is a drip. Now, a drip is an ick with no personality, no sunny smile. And why no sunny smile? Dingy teeth, that's the trouble. On the other hand, the lads who use Pepsodent toothpaste have the brightest, sparklingest smiles there are. Yes, sir, Pepsodent with Irium is the Super Cleanser that speeds up results. It makes teeth not only look cleaner, but feel cleaner than they've ever felt before. It gives your mouth a wonderful feeling of freshness, too. There's no excuse for anybody to go around with dingy teeth when it's so easy to keep them really clean with Pepsodent. It's so easy to have a bright, beautiful Pepsodent smile. If that's what you'd like tomorrow, well, go to your drug counter tonight and say, Pepsodent toothpaste, please. And now, let's get back to that date with Judy.
We're in the kitchen, dear.
I can bathe the baby.
Oh, how nice, dear.
Now, if you only had a baby, Randolph. This is a hypothetical baby we bathed in class. Did it get hypothetically clean? Mother, please, Miss Randolph, stop discouraging me.
Randolph, stop discouraging Judy.
I'm not discouraging her. I'm just trying to find out how good she is at bathing a baby.
Why, dear?
Because my dog hasn't been washed in 3 months. Are you trying to get me to wash your dog? Well, the dog's mighty smelly. My field is babies. Mother, I have a wonderful idea. I could go in the baby minding business. Oh, no, not that. Think of the future generations. People are always looking for somebody to come in and mind their babies. I could charge 25 cents an hour, and if I worked 7 nights every week... And went out on dates in the daytime. Oh, that's right, yes. Oh, well, it would have been a good idea. Maybe some night when I don't have a date, I'll do it. I'm sure glad my cradle days are over. Judy! Yes, Randolph? Judy, I drummed up some business for you. Business? What kind of business? Baby-minding business. Mr. and Mrs. Hess have to go to their sister's wedding, and they want you to come over and take care of their baby this afternoon and stay all evening until they get home. But I might still get a date for tonight. Mrs. Hess will pay 30 cents an hour, Judy. 30 cents an hour? Why, that's a nickel more than I planned on charging. Well, don't change your plans. The nickel is for me, for getting you the job.
Now, you know what to do, Judy. Give him his bottle now, and then at 6 o'clock again, and at 10 o'clock tonight.
Can I bathe him, Mrs. Hess?
No, it won't be necessary. He had his bath this morning. Now, here are the bottles in the refrigerator, and just heat them in the bottle warmer.
I know how to give a baby a bath.
He's perfectly clean. Judy, are you sure I can trust you to like him home?
Oh, absolutely, Mrs. Hess. You don't need to give the baby another thought. I've been taking care of a hypothetical baby in domestic science for the last 2 weeks. I know simply everything.
If my husband didn't want to go to his sister's wedding so much, I'd stay home.
But nothing could possibly go wrong. Nothing went wrong in domestic science.
Yes, well, all right. Don't forget his bottles.
You can have the most implicit trust in me.
Well, goodbye, Judy.
Bye. Has him got a pain? Has him little baby got a pain in nasty old tummy? Yes, what? Got a pain in nasty old tum-tum. Oh, it's you, Randolph. For a moment, I thought the baby was talking. What are you doing here? Oh, I just thought I'd stop in and see how well you're minding the baby. I've got to look out for my commission. You know, I think I'll give the baby a bath. Does it need it? Well, its mother said it didn't. She said to give it a bottle. I think it ought to have one of the others. Is it a boy baby or a girl baby? It's a boy baby. Are you sure? Well, its name's Chester. Give it a bottle. Now, what I came over here mainly to tell you is that I detected a little item in the newspaper which reads as follows. Baby contest this afternoon. $25 prize for most beautiful baby. Honestly, Randolph? Why, that's wonderful. We could enter Chester. Well, he isn't very beautiful. My enthusiasm for the contest has practically petered out since I saw him. Never mind. Randolph, you have a great idea. I'll get the baby ready right away. Come on, sweet puss. Him's got to look mighty pretty. Him's going to be in booty time. Randolph, he's kind of, well, don't look at me. Mrs. Hess gave you the directions about what to do in emergencies. Oh, I don't think I'll bother. After all, they'll just look at him at the contest. Well, put his hat on and hurry up. There. He's got his pretty bonnet on. Well, we're ready. My, won't everybody be surprised when they hear we won the baby contest? Yeah, and won't they be goggle-eyed when they hear we kept the $25? Oh, look at the mess of babies. I feel
kind of out of place, Judy. I like dog shows better than this.
We aren't concerned with dogs today, Randolph. We're concerned with babies.
Entrance register here.
Oh, how do you do? I'd like to enter this baby in the contest.
Well, how do you do? I'm Mr. Singer, the judge. So you want to enter your baby? My, how young you are to be a mother.
Yes, isn't she?
May I have your name, madam?
Judy Foster.
Foster. And the baby's name, madam?
Chester.
And his age, madam?
5 months.
Oh, that's fine, madam. Now, just go over there to the last seat and make yourselves comfortable.
Thank you.
The judge, that's me, is ready to begin. And good luck, madam.
I wish you'd stop calling me madam.
Well, sit down and hold him in your lap. Well, the judge is starting down the line. Gee, Judy, I'm terribly nervous. Isn't there something we ought to do to the baby to help him win the prize?
Do to him?
Well, when I entered my dog in a contest, I stood him on the floor and pointed his tail.
Well, you can't do that to a baby.
Well, we ought to do something. He looks terrible.
Do you think he looks better lying down or with me holding him up?
At the dog show, I made my dog stand up on his hind legs.
The judge is getting closer.
You know, I'd feel a lot better about it if we'd have fed this baby raw eggs for a few weeks beforehand. Makes the coat so much glossier.
Randolph. My goodness, Chester will never win the prize if the judge hears you talking like this.
And now, Chester Foster, 5 months. Oh, fine little fellow.
Aren't you going to see those biceps?
Well, no. The contest is based purely upon appearance.
Well, I guess our goose is cooked.
Well, this is the last one. I'll now go into a huddle and decide the winner. Meanwhile, will everybody please place their baby on the blanket in the center of the room so the photographers can photograph them all together?
Gee, he's going to have his picture took.
Well, bring him over here, Judy. Sit him down someplace in this squawking mess.
Look, Randolph. Here's a baby with a bonnet just like Chester's.
Now, this is no time to worry about millinery.
And now, everybody, while the photographer sets up his camera, I wish to announce the results of the contest. First prize of $25, baby Dorothy Johnson. Oh, no, that's better. Yes, a little close. Second prize of the blue ribbon, baby Chester Foster.
Oh, gee, 1 second prize.
Oh, Jesus, what do we want with a blue ribbon?
I don't know, but my visions of living in wealth for the rest of my life are fading fast.
Randolph, let's get out of here before the photographer takes Chester's picture and Mrs. Hare finds out about this. There's no use taking any risk.
Okay, grab Chester and let's plan.
Here he is. Come on, hurry, Randolph. I'm glad you're out of there. Imagine that dumb man giving Chester a blue ribbon. What does he think he is? A cow? Randolph, I think I'll put Chester to bed. I bet he's all tired out from you starting to lose him.
Gee, Chester, what a dud you turned out to be.
Randolph, look at Chester. Does he look sort of strange to you?
Yeah. He doesn't look like Chester at all.
Randolph, we got home the wrong baby.
Judy's troubles with the baby mining business are becoming a bit hectic, and somehow they remind me of my worst trouble. It happened when I tried one of those toothbrushes with the stiff, scratchy bristles. I couldn't break it in. Finally, I gave up and threw it away. Now, a Pepsodent 50-tuck toothbrush would have saved me all that trouble, because the nylon bristles in the Pepsodent toothbrush are gentle. They're kind to your mouth, but they're not wishy-washy. They give you extra cleansing power because 50 tufts of gentle bristles are united for strength. So, if you want the best feeling, smoothest working, and most efficient toothbrush you've ever used, get a Pepsodent 50-tuft toothbrush at your store tonight. And get that bonus for buying it. Remember, packed in every Pepsodent 50-tuft toothbrush container is a cash certificate good for 10 cents in extra spending money. And now, let's get back to that date we have with Judy.
This is the most terrible mistake I ever made. Mrs. Hess isn't going to like it at all.
My goodness, don't you ever look at anything but a baby's hat?
Well, you were there, too. You could have looked. Gee, I can't understand it. I picked him up and there was a bun.
Well, we gotta do something. Gotta get the right baby back. Since we're sitting here in post-mortem.
Gee, I hope that isn't Mrs. Hess. Hello?
Judy? College is home this time. Tell me where you were. This is Gerald Putnam.
Gerald Putnam. Gee whiz.
Really just got around to it. I was the dream man.
Oh, Gerald, that's an absolute vicious lie.
Well, I got it on good authority. Listen, how about a date?
A date? Gee, I'd love to, Gerald, but I'm minding a baby. And I just got him mixed up with another baby, and now I've got to get the right baby back. If you want to help me, you can.
Well, it sounds like a novel way to proceed. It's different.
Well, then come over here to the Hess's house.
Okay, I'll be right over.
Oh, swell. Randolph, Gerald's coming over to help me get this about.
Oh, I'll go home.
Randolph, why you got that funny expression on your face?
Well, I was just wondering what happened at the baby contest when some kid's mother found the wrong baby under its bonnet.
Oh, gee. Well, I think I'll go home. Gee, Randolph, I'm worried.
Well, don't worry. The penalty for kidnapping isn't so bad. Only the death sentence.
Oh, now, do try and control yourself, Mrs. DeLucci.
But this isn't my baby, Mr. Tinker. Somebody put my bonnet on this baby and stole my Eleanor.
Well, keep calm. I'm sure there must be some very simple explanation of it, Mrs. DeLucci.
And where's my baby? If it's so simple, answer me that. Where's my Eleanor?
If you'll just let me think. Now, let's be methodical. This baby is Chester Foster. I know because I was just about to ward it second prize, but Mrs. Foster left without waiting for the photographer.
Sure she left. Because she stole my Eleanor, that's why.
Let's not say stole, Mrs. DeLucci. This is a very respectable baby contest.
She stole it.
Come now, we must be rational. Why should she prefer one baby to another?
Because my baby is a better baby than her baby.
Now. Remember, her baby won second prize and yours didn't.
My baby should have won second prize. He should have won first prize.
Now, Mrs. DeLucci, the judge's decision is final.
I don't care. I want my Eleanor back.
Of course. Now, just keep very calm. It's so simple. I'll just go to the phone and call Mrs. Foster, and I'm sure as soon as she realizes her mistake, she'll return your Eleanor to you at once. Oh, there's nothing to it at all.
Hello?
Hello. Is this Mrs. Foster?
Yes, it is.
Oh, I'm so glad I was able to reach you so soon. Mrs. Foster, I want you to do something.
Be quiet, Randolph. What was it you wanted me to do?
I want you to look at your baby.
My baby? All right, I'm looking at him.
Are you sure he's your baby?
Well, of course I'm sure he's my baby.
Well, look again. Are you positively sure?
What is this? If it's a practical joke, I don't think it's very funny.
Now, I want to ask you something else. Is your baby a boy or a girl?
A boy, of course.
Oh, there's where you're wrong. The baby's out there is a girl. Yes, that baby's a girl. It's Mrs. DeLucci's baby.
Mrs. DeLucci? Why, this is ridiculous. Who is this?
Why, this is Mr. Singer. I just awarded your baby second prize at the baby contest. Remember?
I certainly do not. I think you have the wrong number. Goodbye. Of all the crazy things. Trying to tell me you're a girl, Randolph. You're talking about baby contest. See, but... baby contest. Wait a minute. Baby.
Here it comes.
Randolph, where's Judy?
Now there's an interesting question.
Randolph, I don't want any of your hedging. Out with it. Has Judy done something to the Hess baby?
Well, if you look at the matter closely, yes, I'm implicated too.
Tell me, Randolph, and tell me quick.
I guess I'd better. Judy and I took the Hess baby to a contest. And by mistake, we brought home the wrong baby.
Oh, no.
Judy's out with Gerald Putnam trying to re-switch the baby.
Oh, for the love of heaven. Look, I'm going out and find Judy, and you stay right here, Randolph.
Oh, don't worry. After this, I'm not going near a baby until she's at least 18. Okay, I'm coming.
Is this the Foster residence?
Well, yes. Oh, no, Mr. Singer.
Where's the baby?
The baby?
You give me back my Eleanor. Here's your baby.
Take it. Yes, ma'am. Hi, sister. Now give me back my baby. Well, I couldn't do that just at the moment.
Now, come. Let's unravel this whole perturbing mess. This is Mrs. DeLucci, and she's come for her child. Now, where's Mrs. Foster?
She's out.
Out? My, and I got no satisfaction at all from her on the telephone.
Honest, right now I couldn't say just where your baby is.
Look here. You're certainly the boy who was with Mrs. Foster at the contest. Now,
Oh, don't bother with him. Search the house.
all right. You go upstairs, Mrs. DeLucci, and I'll look over here.
Hello, Chester. Nice seeing you again. Hey, Chester. While they're looking around, why don't you say you and I swam over to your house? Wait here. In one quick switch, we'll straighten this whole thing out. We'll get you home and get Mrs. DeLucci's baby out of Judy's clutches.
Boy. Now, where did he go? And where's the baby we left with him? Mrs. DeLucci! Mrs. DeLucci! Something terrible has happened. Now we're missing two babies.
Hey, Randolph, what are you doing with the baby? Oh, go away, Curly. I'm in a hurry. Besides, I'm so punched. I expected to see you carrying the baby, Randolph Foster. Why, you sure look funny. Gee, Curly, do you gotta follow me every place I go? What are you doing in this house for? Because Chester lives here. Chester is this here infant. Judy! Hey, Judy! Oh, jumping Juniper, I would get stuck with a baby on my hand. You look real demented, Randolph. You gotta mind this baby for a while. Where are you going? I gotta find my sister Judy. Now don't let this baby out of your sight. Stay right here. Go ahead and say it, Chester. I look demented. Oh, hello, Miss Foster.
Shirley, what are you doing here?
I'm minding the baby.
Well, you can stop right now. I'm taking it back where it belongs.
Oh, doesn't it belong here, Mrs. Foster?
It certainly does not. It belongs to a Mrs. DeLucci, and I'm going to take it right back to her.
But Mrs. Foster...
I don't know how Judy could have mistaken one baby for another.
Well, for goodness sake.
Now what do we do? I thought somebody should be at the baby contest, but they were all gone.
Well, you can tell Mrs. Hess you tried to get her baby back.
Oh, Gerald, I'll never be able to place you.
I'll tell you what. Let's go back to Mrs. Hess's house. You've still got this baby. Maybe she won't notice the difference.
Of course you'll notice.
Judy! Hey, Judy! Oh, I've been looking all over for you.
What do you want, Randall?
Come on to Mrs. Hess's house, quick! I got Chester back.
You did? That's wonderful,
You grab
Randall.
this baby. Oh, come on, Judy. Let's run. We can't take any chances on making connections this time.
See that baby you got there? His name is DeLucci. Its mother's been screaming all over the place. Your mother's been screaming all over the place, too, Judy. Jeepers. Oh, jeepers.
Oh, boy, I sure got my fingers crossed.
Here we are. Now, where's Chester?
Yankees! He was right here, too.
Well, Curly isn't here. Maybe we added this same old... What's his name?
DeLucci. Gee, there's been a mighty lot of baby snatching going on. You know, I wonder if whoever snatched Chester just now snatched Curly, too. Curly's very... Curly, where have you been? I've been around. Well, I wish you'd been around Chester. Somebody took him. Your mother did. Mother? Yeah, she said he belonged to Mrs. DeLucci or something like that. She just took the baby and walked out. Well, you're some baby minder, you are. Well, sure. What John Maple, so you can over this fruit.
You know where she is now.
Why, sure, I just came back from there. Well, lead us through it. A colossal mess in the history of man.
Gee, what'll we do, Gerald? We can't just walk in and say, how do you do, here's your baby, give us ours. They'd arrest us. There's something worse, maybe.
Look, let's sneak in the back and try to switch the baby off and sing.
That's a good idea, Gerald.
Come on. No, take it, Curly. Take Randolph.
Very interesting. Now go right down and go to sleep in a little crib. Judy will sing you a nice song. Dum, da, dum, 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 da, dum, dum. Baby's asleep, now baby's asleep.
Judy, we're home.
Oh, hello, Mrs. Heck. Come right in. Chester just ate.
Oh, look at the little darling. Sound asleep. Well, Judy, I can't tell you how much I appreciate you taking care of Chester. Poor child, you must have had a very dull day.
Oh, it was all right.
Oh, my Chester looks contented. You must have taken marvelous care of him. He's sleeping peacefully as a little angel.
I guess maybe he's tired.
Oh, what would he have to be tired about? After a peaceful day at home, the little darling.
Judy, I thought I'd meet you on the way home. Listen, I've got the most amazing news.
What's wrong, Randolph?
Oh, nothing's wrong. Listen, the baby that won first prize was disqualified for being overage. And Mr. Singer just called to say Chester won first prize.
He did?
Yeah. And I went right over to Mr. Singer's house and got the dough. $25. Count 'em.
Oh, my. Oh, it's funny. For heaven's sake. Gee, I hardly feel right about keeping it, though. You know, Randolph, what I think would be the fair thing to do?
What?
Not to charge Mrs. Hess for taking care of the baby.
Well, that's that. Oh, Randolph, what were you doing 5 years ago today?
Golly, Mr. Keating, I hadn't any idea. Really observant.
Well, 5 years is a long time, and it's easy to forget things. But what about those 5 years? Have they been pleasant ones for you?
Oh, sure, everything has been just swell.
Well, that's because you've been one of the lucky ones, Randolph. And I wouldn't want to change that for anything. But here's something that all true Americans should try to change. For 5 years, things haven't been so swell for some real friends of ours, the Chinese people. 5 years ago today, Japan launched its brutal assault on China. For 5 long years, China has been fighting to save her freedom from the Japs. And those years have been horrible ones for the Chinese people. More than 3 million Chinese soldiers have been killed. Soldiers like your sons, brothers, and husbands. 50 million Chinese civilians are homeless. People who are as peaceable and home-loving as you and your neighbors. 2 million Chinese children are orphans. Helpless, innocent children just like yours. No, things haven't been so swell in China. Let's do all we can to change that. You can help relieve the suffering there by contributing to United China Relief. And when you do, remember this. Not only does China need us, but we need China. If the Chinese front falls, our hope of a short war falls with it. So put it on the basis of giving tangible evidence of American friendship to the Chinese people. Put it on the basis of insurance against the invasion of our shores and the bombing of our homes and factories. Put it on any basis you want. United China Relief deserves, yes, demands your support. Send your money to your local United China Relief chairman or the United China Relief, 1790 Broadway, New York, New York.
Well, good night.
Good night, Judy. Remember, you all have another date with Judy come Tuesday next. A Date with Judy with Deli Ellis and Dix Davis is written by Jerome Lawrence and Aline Leslie. Original music by Gordon Jenkins. And remember, for the safety of your smile, use Pepsodent twice a day, see your dentist twice a year. Larry Keating speaking. This program came to you from Hollywood. This is the National Broadcasting Company. K.
At this time, WGN joins the Mutual Network for the presentation of the All-Star Game, which is in progress at the present time.
Theo DeRocher, who will guide the destinies of the National League All-Star team this year, has for outfielders such game-breaker-uppers as Mel Ott, Joe Medwick, and Pete Reeser. Pete Reeser leading the National League in hitting with an average of .361. These men are fortified by such stalwarts as Enos Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals, young Willard Marshall, freshman sensation of the New York Giants, making the all-star team even before he's completed his first year as a major leaguer. Then there's Terry Moore, pretty good with that willow, and considered as one of the finest defensive center fielders in the history of the game. And then there's Danny Litweiler of the Philadelphia Phils. In the infield for the National League, there's Archie Vaughan, who hit 2 home runs in last year's All-Star game, you remember, hit them in succession. And when he had hit his second one, with the National League ahead, it looked as if Archie Vaughan would be the hero of the 1941 All-Star game. It took Ted Williams' ninth-inning home run, which won the game for the American League, to rob Archie Vaughan of being the hero of the 1941 Midsummer Classic. Then there's Jimmy Brown of the St. Louis Cardinals, a switch hitter. Bats right or left, depending on whether a right-hander or left-hander is pitching. Always a dangerous little man up to that plate. Eddie Miller at shortstop, who hits a long ball. Frank McCormick of the Cincinnati Reds, another long ball hitter and a good hitter. And, of course, last but certainly not least, one of the biggest power men in the major leagues, Johnny Mize, who's become very fond, incidentally, of those short right field stands here at the Polo Grounds since he's become a member of the New York Giants. The distance from home plate to the right field stands, 294 feet. Not a very long distance, and John has learned how to pull that ball closely, which you have to do to get them into that right field stands, and is very fond of them. There's a 100-foot drop away from that 294-foot sign as the wall out there fades away toward deep right field to the bullpen. It's a 100-foot drop, so that in order to get that ball into the right field stands, you do have to learn how to pull them closely. The men back of that plate for the National Leaguers tonight can hold their own with a bat, too. Walker Cooper, Ernie Lombardi, and Mickey Owen. And as for pitchers, looking at it from a defensive standpoint, what more could you want than such men as Morton Cooper, Whitlow Wyatt, Claude Passo, Johnny Vandermeer, Bucky Walters, Ray Starr, and Carl Hubble have been added to that list since Cliff Melton, who was originally scheduled to perform for the National Leaguers tonight, came up with a sore arm. Morton Cooper's won 11 games. Whitlow Wyatt has won 8. Claude Passo has won 12 games. Johnny Vandermeer has won 8. Bucky Walters has won 9 games. And Ray Starr, a veteran sensation of the Cincinnati Reds, a veteran from a standpoint of age rather than service, has won 12 games. That group of pitchers, all in all, have won 52 games, while losing only 26 among them, for an average of some 667, and that's pretty good pitching. Morton Cooper, who's scheduled to start for the National Leaguers tonight, has appeared in 16 games for the Cardinals this year, has won 11 of them. He pitched 134 and 2/3 innings, has allowed 88 hits, walked 37 men, and struck out 71, and in his string of 11 wins, there have been 6 shutouts. So if he performs up to par this evening, it's going to be perhaps a little bit too bad for those sluggers in the American League lineup. Of course, that is strictly conjecture. It remains to be seen. Looking at the starting lineup for the National League, Jimmy Brown, who leads off and will play second base, is a switch hitter. And, of course, with a right-hander ready to go against them, Spud Chandler of the Yankees, Jimmy Brown will bat left-handed. Leo DeRocher, as a matter of fact, has, for his first 6 men in the lineup, all left-handed hitters, playing that percentage angle of a left-handed hitter against a right-handed pitcher. Brown, Vaughn, Reeser, Mize, Ott, all bat left-handed. The first 5 hitters, I should have said. Jimmy Brown has a batting average of 267 to bring into the ball game with him. Archie Vaughan hitting at 262. Pete Reeser will bring into the ball game an average of 361 on the season. And Johnny Mize has come up over the 300 mark, hitting at 301. Mel Ott hitting at 261. Joe Medwick, who follows, hitting at 344. Walker Cooper, who will catch, hitting at 286. Eddie Miller batting at 270. And these boys are pretty good in the matter of home run production, too, to give you an idea on their slugging propensities. Jimmy Brown has had only 1 homer. Pete Reeser has 6. And Johnny Mize, the National League leader in that department, has 14. He'll be followed by Mel Ott, who has 12 home runs. And, of course, Mize and Ott are very, very accustomed to these stands here at the Polo Grounds, this being their home lot. Between them, they've hit 26 home runs this year. Joe Medwick has 3 home runs to his credit, Walker Cooper 4, Eddie Miller 4. So that the first 8 men in the lineup for the National League have accounted for 44 home runs between them this year. In the matter of runs batted in, to give you an idea of the hitting strength of this National League team, which in the past has been noted especially for their defensive propensities, Jimmy Brown has batted in 43 runs, Archie Vaughan 23, Pete Reeser 38, Johnny Mize has driven in 63 runs this year, leading the National League in that respect. Mel Ott has driven in 44. Joe Medwick has driven 55 runs across the plate. Walker Cooper, 26. Eddie Miller, 25. And so with the first 8 men in the lineup, they have accounted in runs batted in this year a total of 317. So all in all, you can see from what Jim Britt has told you and from my brief analysis of the National League lineup, the two teams tonight are pretty evenly matched. And one team cannot be said especially to have any advantage over the other one way or another insofar as pitching, defensive strength, or offensive strength is concerned. So what we shall see will be a game in which the cream of the crop of the major leagues, pretty evenly matched, will go to it in this 10th meeting of the National and American League All-Stars. All right, here's Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Mel. Well, friends, from what my two colleagues have told you, Jim Britt and Mel Allen, you can gather that this is going to be quite a ball game. We have two evenly matched squads here tonight, and it should really be a swell game. We're going to pause now for station identification. We're happy to say that our mutual stations from coast to coast have set aside their time, canceled programs with the cooperation of sponsors, so that the Mutual Broadcasting System could bring you an exclusive presentation of one of America's greatest classics, the All-Star Game. You're listening to the broadcast from the Polo Grounds in New York City. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Well, friends, here we are back at the Polo Grounds in New York City. One thing we wanted to tell you about was that the ball game tonight cannot run past 9:10 New York time. There's going to be a test blackout in New York tonight at 9:30, so the ball game will not run past 9:10. If because of any circumstances beyond the control of everyone there should be no ball game tonight, this ball game would be played here in New York tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, and the Cleveland game would be played in Cleveland on Wednesday night. In the event that something should prevent this broadcast tonight or this ball game tonight, it would be played here in New York tomorrow afternoon at 1:30, and then the Cleveland game would be set back just one day. In other words, we're anticipating a game in Cleveland tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, and don't forget that your mutual station will bring you that great game, and boy, that should be a classic. From that huge bowl at big Municipal Stadium in Cleveland, your mutual station will bring you the story of that game tomorrow night at 8:45. Now, I know that someplace across the country there might be some of you fans who are tuning into our mutual broadcast late. The game has not started as yet. There's been a delay of a bit here, and I'm going to run down the batting order and line up again slowly for you. Some of you are perhaps keeping a scorecard on this ball game, and so we'll give it to you slowly in their teams. So those of you who want to keep an actual card, an actual rundown of the ball game, will have plenty of time to get it in. Let's take the home team first, the National League team. Jimmy Brown of St. Louis, second base. Archie Vaughan of Brooklyn, third. Petey Reeser of the Dodgers in center field. Johnny Mize of the Giants at first base. Mel Ott, the manager of the Giants, will start in right field. Medwick of Brooklyn, and by the way, Medwick has really been playing marvelous ball for the Dodgers this year. I think that Joe's comeback, although it wasn't exactly a comeback because he played good ball last year, but the baseball he's played this year has really been something. As you know, he's right up there hitting around 345, has driven in a flock of runs. He hits safely in a long stretch of ball games, and Joe's having another great year. Medwick will start in left field. Walker Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals will catch. Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves is going to start at short, and Morton Cooper, the ace of the St. Louis Cardinals staff, who's won 11 ball games and lost 3, is going to start for the National League. By the way, looking over Cooper's record, we see that he won 11 games and lost 3. He pitched 12 complete games, and one thing you notice about Cooper's record is that he pitched 6 shutouts. Morton Cooper has 6 shutouts out of the 11 games he's won. Now turn around on your scorecard, and here is the American League starting lineup. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, the manager of the Indians, will start at shortstop. Boudreau at short. Tommy Henrich of the Yankees will start in right field. Henrich, 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 right field. Williams of Boston, left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees in center field. As I told you before, little Dominic of the Boston Red Sox is laid up with a bum back, and he's in uniform but will not play in the ball game. So Joe DiMaggio will bat fourth and play center field. Then Rudy York of Detroit will bat fifth and play first base. Gordon of the Yankees, second base. Kenny Keltner of Cleveland, third base. Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit, that's T-E-B-B-E-T-S, Tebbetts, will catch. And Spurgeon Chandler of the New York Yankees, a right-hander who's won 9 ball games and lost 2, is going to pitch for New York. There were three late switches in the rosters today. As you know, Paul Derringer was laid up and could not take part in the ball game. And we also had another late withdrawal from the ball game, and that was Melton of the Giants, their outstanding left-hander who had a sore arm and couldn't come into the ball game. And so there were 2 other pitchers nominated, and they are Carl Hubble of the Giants, who's down here in uniform for the National League, and also Starr, the great right-hander of the Cincinnati Reds. He was also nominated in place of Paul Derringer. The other nomination concerned the American League squad, and that was that Bill Dickey dropped out of the lineup, and Wagner of the Phillies stepped into his spot. Wagner, as you know, is a catcher, a left-handed batter, and a very good hitter, and he stepped into Bill Dickey's spot. Bill has been ailing for a couple of weeks, hasn't been in the Yankee lineup, I don't think at all, until the Boston series, and he's not well enough to get into the ball game, and Wagner has taken his spot. The umpires, when the ball game gets underway, will be Ballanfant, B-A-L-L-A-N-F-A-N-T of the National League, back at the plate. This is the National League game. The National League is the home team. At second base will be Barlick, B-A-R-L-I-C-K of the National League. At first base will be Stewart of the American League. And at third base will be McGowan of the American League. Now, there you have the pitchers. There you have the umpires. There you have the starting lineups and the squads. Al Shack, by the way, is just walking back from center field. He's coming out here toward the infield, and the crowd's giving him a hand. While we have time, let me tell you something about this Polo Grounds layout. It's a complete double-decked affair. Our Mutual Broadcasting booth is in a swell spot here, right back the home plate, where we can see those balls break in over the plate. It's in a great spot to see the ball game. And there's a complete double deck all the way around the park. This has often been referred to as the left-hand hitter's paradise, because it's just a short poke down that right field line. As I look down that line right now, I can see the markers around 290 feet, which isn't very far for a good left-handed pull hitter. It's a little bit farther, however, down the left field line. It's a poke of something like 330 feet, and from there on out into left center field, to deep center field, to right center field, it is a real wallop. In fact, it's one of the longest drives to the center field fence of any ballpark in the majors. It's something from here to the center field wall is something like 483 feet, and that is really a wallop. 483 feet to the center field wall, so you can tell what a poke that is. The only spot where the hitters get a break in this park at all, I really think, are down this right field line. Of course, that is the left-hand hitters, those pull hitters, who can pull that ball into those stands, which are only 290 feet distant here from the home plate in the ground. There's been an unavoidable delay here in the start of the ball game. It hasn't gotten underway as yet. Right below me here is the American League squad. I might tell you, too, that all the American League players are wearing their home team uniform. The American League teams are the visiting teams, so the American League players are wearing their road uniforms. And right below us here, below our mutual booth, a little bit to our left, is the Yankee team, or is the American League team. Joe McCarthy, who just recovered from an unfortunate illness, is back. I talked to him today. He looks in good shape. He said, Bob, we have a great squad this year, and I think we're going to beat the National League again. Joe is all set, right in the pink for this ball game. I also had a chat around noon with the fine manager of the National League squad, Leo Durocher, who's done such a splendid job with the Brooklyn Dodgers. And he said to me, Bob, we've got the best National League team that we've had in years. This year we not only have National League pitching, but we're going to show those guys some hitting, too. And as you can see from the figures that Mel Allen has given you on the National League, the National League team this year does carry a lot of power, and anything is apt to happen in this ball game when it finally gets underway. Friends, there is going to be a delay. Circumstances beyond our control are going to delay the start of this ball game. And so we're going to leave you here, take leave of you now for just a little while. Stand by, however. We'll be standing by in our Mutual Broadcasting booth here in New York, ready to bring you this ball game, the All-Star game, play-by-play, just as soon as the ball game starts. So just stay right with your mutual station, and just as soon as the All-Star game gets underway, we'll bring it to you. And so for just a while at least, this is Bob Elson saying goodbye to you from the Polo Grounds in New York City and returning you to our New York studios.
Our program service will continue in just a moment. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago. Stay tuned to WGN for the broadcast of the All-Star game between the American and National Leagues, which will begin shortly from New York City. We rejoin the Mutual Network.
How do you do, baseball fans across the country? This is Bob Elson talking to you again from the Polo Grounds in New York City, and we're all set now for Mutual's exclusive coverage of the 10th Annual All-Star Game. You hear that announcement through your radio? That's the public address announcer here in the Polo Grounds in New York City, calling the official batting order and lineups around here to the people in the stands. He just completed it, and now I'll give you the rundown again for those of you who might be tuning in late. Here's the starting lineup for the National League, and the National League team will very shortly take the field. And then Jim Britt will describe the first 3 innings for you. Mel Allen of New York will describe the middle 3, and I'll describe the last 3. The announcer has just called the official batting order and lineup. I repeated it to you before. There's been an unavoidable delay, and the ball game is going to start now any minute. And here's the lineup. For the National League, Brown of St. Louis at second base. Archie Vaughan of Brooklyn at third base. Petey Reeser of Brooklyn in center field. Johnny Mize of New York at first base. Mel Ott of New York in right field. Joe Medwick of Brooklyn in left field. Walker Cooper of St. Louis is the catcher. Eddie Miller of Boston is the shortstop. And Morton Cooper of St. Louis is the pitcher. His record, as we told you before, he's won 11 ball games and lost 3. 11 of his wins have been shutouts, and he's been one of the outstanding pitchers of the year. You stop and figure 11 wins and 6 shutouts, you've got something. Here's the lineup for the American League. Cooper has just come out of the National League dugout, which is down here to the right of our Mutual Broadcasting booth, and he is going to warm up now with Ernie Lombardi. Ernie Lombardi of the Boston team. He's going to take a few throws, and the rest of the National League team is out on the field just tossing the ball around. Not on the diamond, they're on the field. They haven't got out onto the diamond as yet. And Cooper is going to try a few practice throws from the mound. He's walked out to the center of the diamond now. And here is Big Ernie Lombardi of Boston, who is one of the reserve catchers for the National League, standing just back of the plate taking Cooper's practice throws. Here's Spud Chandler of New York, who's going to start for the American League. He's come out, and he's going to get a few practice throws. Well, let's get on anyway with the American League lineup. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, shortstop. Here's another announcement. Officials contacted Mayor LaGuardia, who gave permission to carry this ball game until 9:30. As you know, if you were listening to the broadcast earlier, there is a practice blackout here in New York tonight at 9:30. They had established a time as a deadline time on the game at 9:10. In the event of a tie at that time, the ball game was to have been played tomorrow, but because of an unavoidable delay, the baseball time has been allowed to run until 9:30. So the ball game will run until 9:30. Now, let's get on, shall we, with that American League team. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland is going to play shortstop, and Lou's really been having a grand year. Spud Chandler is also out there getting in his practice throws. He's standing in one side of the pitcher's mound, and Walker Cooper of St. Louis, or Morton Cooper's on the other side, and both pitchers are warming up from the center of the diamond. The teams are not on the field. The players of both teams are along the playing field on the side of the foul line side, here to our left and to our right. Lou Boudreau of Cleveland, I think, is having one of the greatest years of his career. Not only has he done a splendid job with that Cleveland ball club, he's really revitalized that club. He's had them playing great ball. He has the respect of his players, and he has been playing the best ball of his career. I talked to him in Chicago when the Indians played a series there with the Sox last week, and Lou played wonderful ball. And talking to some of the players on the Cleveland Ball Club, I know that his year so far at Cleveland has been a howling success, even though Cleveland's not in first place. So Boudreau will start at short. Tommy Henrich, the dependable right fielder of the New York Yankees, is going to be in right field tonight. The alternate was Dominic DiMaggio, who they had intended starting. But in yesterday's doubleheader, the Boston doubleheader, Dominic hurt his back. And although he's in uniform here tonight, he is not going to start in the ball game. In left field will be Teddy Williams. Yesterday in Chicago, I talked to Eldon Auker, who's won 10 ball games this year for St. Louis, about great hitters. Auker told me that in his judgment, and he's pitched in baseball many a year, Williams will go down in history as one of the 5 greatest hitters that ever lived. I asked him what was it that made Williams such a great hitter. And he said, Bob, the thing that makes Williams the great hitter that he is the fact that he can hit these kind of specialty pitches like knuckleballs, sliders, and sinkers and all that sort of thing right when they're in their motion. In other words, when a knuckleball comes in and starts its particular motion, Williams can hit that ball right when it's in that particular motion that makes the knuckler famous, and he can drive that kind of a ball out of the ballpark. So those specialty pitches not only don't fool him, but he can time them, and he can hit those specialty pitches, and not only hit them, but he can drive them out of the park. And Auker told me, and he's a pretty good pitcher and a pretty good judge of hitters, that he thought that Williams would go down in history as one of the greatest hitters that ever lived. Now, in center field is Dominic DiMaggio. The great DiMaggio, the famous Yankee Clipper, has gotten off to a rather slow start this year. But he's been coming along. His throwing hasn't been, for one thing, as good this year as it has been in previous years, nor has his hitting been as good. Seeing Joe DiMaggio batting around 270 doesn't look like Joe, because you'd expect to see him up around 350. But Joe just hasn't been able to get going at his regular clip. Of course, Yankee fans and the Yankee bosses figure that Joe will get going. He's been in a slump before. But anyway, he's one of the greatest ball players in the game, and he'll be in center field. At first base will be the big powerhouse of the Detroit Tigers, Rudy York. No, he's not exactly the outstanding fielding first baseman in the American League, but he can knock him down, he can get in front of him, and what is more, he can really powder that baseball. Yes, sir, that big boy can really sock that ball, and his big bat will come in handy in that American League lineup tonight. Now at second base is one of the greatest ball players in the game, Joe Gordon. If there's anything that a great second baseman should do that this fella cannot do, I don't know what it is. I was talking to one of the greatest men in baseball, Connie Mack, last year. Mr. Mack told me that he thought that Gordon was one of the greatest second basemen he'd ever seen, and that was enough for me. At third base will be Kenny Keltner, the outstanding third baseman of the Cleveland Indians. The catcher is going to be Bertie Tebbetts. Here's an announcement. It's about the test blackout. If you couldn't hear the announcement, the public address announcer was telling the fans that the blackout, the test blackout here in New York tonight, is going to start at 9:30, and the ball game had previously planned to end at 9:10, regardless of what stage the game was in. But now, because it's been late getting started, they're going to run it down to the actual blackout time, and the customers and fans here in the stands have been asked to remain in their seats. Gotten as far as the catcher, Bertie Tebbetts, who's going to be back at the plate in place of Bill Dickey, the old workhorse of the Yankees and one of the greatest catchers in the game. Tebbetts is a fine catcher, and he's a good hitter. And the pitcher tonight is going to be Spurgeon Chandler, a very fine right-hander of the New York Yankees, who has had a fine record this year. The pitchers in the American League are Chandler, Bonham, Ruffing, Benton, Newhouser, Hewson, Bagby, Hudson, and Eddie Smith. The pitchers for the National League are Morton Cooper, Whitlow Wyatt, Carl Hubble, Passaw, Vandermeer, Walters, and Ray Starr of Cincinnati. There's been 2 changes. Melton was dropped off the squad today because of a sore arm, and Carl Hubble was substituted. Derringer was also out because of an injury, and Starr of Cincinnati was substituted. There was 1 substitution on the American League squad today, and that was Bill Dickey dropped off, and Wagner was substituted. And now, fans, we're all set for the All-Star game. The teams are going onto the field. The umpires are coming out. The 10th annual All-Star Ball Game is going to be brought to you exclusively by the Mutual Broadcasting System. The umpires have just walked up to the plate. The National League team has gone out onto the field, and I'm going to turn our microphone over now to my good friend Jim Britt of the Yankee Network, who will talk to you just as soon as you hear our national anthem. Good evening again, everyone. This is Jim Britt about to bring you the first 3 innings, play-by-play, of the 10th All-Star Game. As you know, the previous record is 6 victories for the American League, 3 for the National Leaguers. And at the moment, there goes the official starting ball being given to Morton Cooper. The rosin bag has already been handed him by the Brooklyn Bat Boy, who is the home bat boy for the National Leaguers, just as the Yankee Bat Boy is the host of the evening as far as the visiting American Leaguers are concerned. Walker Cooper is the catcher, and his brother Morton Cooper is on the mound. Recently, on the occasion of an Army-Navy relief game at Braves Field in Boston, attended by more than 25,000 fans, Morton Cooper came within 2 bloopers, 2 accidental base hits, you might say, of pitching a near-perfect ball game. In addition to that, he gave 1 walk. That was his 3rd consecutive shutout. Later, that streak was broken. Here is the starting plate umpire, Lee Ballanfant, coming over to talk with manager Joe McCarthy of the New York Yankees about some matter pertaining to the game itself. At first base will be Ernie Stewart of the American League. At second base, the colorful Al Barlick of the National League. And at third base, Bill McGowan of the American League. The first man up will be manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians. He bats right-handed, has a season's batting average of 302. This is his first year as a skipper, the youngest skipper the American League has seen. He has 7 doubles, 7 triples, and a single home run since the start of the season. He is one of the most famous athletes in the history of the University of Illinois. He was a great basketball player. His opponents in the Middle West, especially in the Western Conference, insist to this day that great as he is in the diamond world, he was an even greater All-American cage star. There's the roar as Boudreau, who has quite an unorthodox batting stance, starts his position. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third base, and at first base is Bucky Harris, the manager of the Washington Senators. Boudreau crouches. The outfield is just about straight away. Here's the first pitch, and it is ball 1. 1 ball and no strikes the count. The infield is back on the left side. Archie Vaughn is playing just about 5 feet away from third base. The outfield is fairly deep on the left side, with Joe Medwick playing deep in the corner. 1 ball, Morton Cooper winds up, delivers. There goes a long drive towards left field. That ball is given a real ride, and it is up in the stands for a home run, and the American Leaguers lead 1-0. That was the first home run ever hit by Lou Boudreau in an All-Star game. It was a long drive that went to left center field at around the 400-foot mark. It was a tremendous wallop off right-hander Morton Cooper, and the American Leaguers lead by a score of 1-0. Portsider Tommy Henrik is up now. Here comes the pitch, and he looks at the ball low and outside. That is the second time Lou Boudreau has driven in a run in All-Star game competition. The score is 1-0 in favor of the American League as a result of his walloping a tremendous homer to left field on the very second pitch thrown to him. The score 1-0 in favor of the American Leaguers. 1 ball the count on Henrik. Here it is. Too low. 2 balls and no strikes. A tremendous roar came from the throats of the assembled fans here at the Polo Grounds. That would have been a home run in virtually any baseball park in the league, in either league, including Washington's Griffith Stadium. The outfield is just about straight away for Tommy Henrik. Right fielder Mel Ott is fairly deep. Here's the pitch. Called strike. A nice pitch, just buckle high through the heart of the plate. Incidentally, Morton Cooper, like Higbee of the Brooklyn Dodgers and Passeau of the Cubs, is a jinx-defying hurler who wears the numerals 13 on his back. Paced by Boudreau's home run, the American Leaguers have nobody on in the top of the first. Nobody out, and the count is 1-2. Outside. Ball 3. 3 balls, 1 strike the count. Cooper is a tall, swarthy, extremely handsome right-hander whom many of the Cardinal rooters believe is another Jerome Dizzy Dean. His record so far this season is 11-3, and his streak of 9 consecutive victories was just broken. He winds up, pitches. There's a foul ball down the third baseline, fielded very easily by third base coach Artie Fletcher, who flips it to Archie Vaughn. Vaughn is rubbing up the ball. He takes a few steps over toward the infield grass, and Morton Cooper is standing out on the edge of the mound waiting for it. There is one of the American Leaguers making a slow trek from the giant dressing room here at the Polo Grounds over towards the left field bullpen. The count is 3-2. The big one just about ready to sail up with Tommy Henrik, the New York Yankee right fielder, up. Here it is. There goes a drive that goes solidly into right center field for a hit.
Henrik pulls up at first base, rounds the bag, decides to go to second. There's the throw, and he has a double. Center fielder Pete Reiser came in to slow the ball up. It didn't quite have the power to reach him. It was right over the head of second baseman Jimmy Brown of the Cardinals. Henrik rounded first base and very smartly decided that he could take two. He went all the way to second base, hit the dirt, and the play was not close. That is Henrik's 18th double of the year, by the way, but it doesn't count as far as his .287 batting mark is concerned. Thumping Theodore Williams of the Red Sox is up. That was Henrik's second RBI. Strike one called. Williams looked at the first one, which Morton Cooper threw just about chest high, right over the heart of the plate. Williams has a batting average of .348, 18 home runs so far this year, 80 runs driven in. He spread eagles both the major leagues in the power department. The American Leaguers lead 1-0. Henrik on second. Here's the pitch. High and outside, 1-1. Bucky Walters is warming up for the National Leaguers out in the right field bullpen. Morton Cooper has already faced two men. Boudreau hit a tremendous home run drive into the left field stands at the 400-foot mark, and Henrik doubled to right center. He hit the dirt with a nice slide going in. 1-1 the count on Williams. Henrik leads off. Here it is. There goes a long drive to left center field. Medwick is going deep for it, waiting, and he takes it. There goes Henrik tagging up. He draws a throw to third base, which is good, and he goes back to second. Williams hit a long fly ball to left center. It was taken by Medwick. And here is Joe DiMaggio. Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, whose all-star record is not star-studded. He has a batting average of .268. Many observers believe that this is the night he is destined to break out into full all-stardom. Low and inside, ball one. Tommy Henrik is on second base with his illustrious Yankee teammate, Jolting Joe DiMaggio, standing in that famous wide base of his at home plate. He's waving his bat in the direction of Cooper. The outfield is deep to the left. Medwick has backed up. He is just about as deep as Ott was in right field for Williams. 1-ball the count. Here it is. Strike called. A good strike. Through the heart of the plate, buckle high, and the count is 1-1. One man out. The American Leaguers 1 run. The National Leaguers nothing. Lou Boudreau hit a home run on the second pitch. Then Tommy Henrik doubled to right center. Henrik is still anchored at second. He takes a lead. Cooper pitches. Inside. Ball two, strike one. Joe was all set to tee off on that. Had it appealed to him, he doubtless would have swung from the heels. But he choked his bat and got out of the way. He and his brother Dominic and his other brother Vince stand with their feet probably wider apart than any other trio of batters, certainly any brother combination in the majors. 2-1 the count. There goes a high bouncing ground ball to Archie Vaughan. He holds the runner to second, throws to first. There's the throw to first base for the out, and Henrik, after the throw was made from Vaughan to Mize to retire DiMaggio, took third. Archie Vaughan did his job. He tried to bluff Tommy back to second base. Tommy did not go all the way back, realizing that Vaughan would have to commit himself. And just as soon as the long throw was made from Vaughan to Mize to retire Joe DiMaggio, Henrik took third on the out. 2 men out. Bucky Walters is still warming up, by the way. And big Rudy York, Chief Rudy York of the Detroit Tigers, is up. He is the first baseman. He bats 1 below the cleanup slot. Has an average of .278, including 14 home runs. Henrik on third, 2 men out. Ball inside. That one very nearly shaved the letters. Detroit, right off the front of Rudy's chest. He wears the number 4. All these players, you know, are wearing their own uniforms. The National Leaguers, their home uniforms. The American Leaguers, their traveling suits. 1 ball, no strikes, 2 men out. Henrik stands in foul territory, just a little off third. Here's the pitch. A swing and a miss. 1-1. Rudy swung from the heels on a handled curveball that came through fast. The infield is back on the left side. Eddie Miller, who has played in 39 errorless games going into this one tonight, which will not count against his National League fielding record, is a deep shortstop. The outfield to the left. There's a drive that goes towards right field. A long drive, and that ball is going in for another home run to make it 3-0. Rudy York is coming home, back of Tommy Henrik. He's being congratulated by Joe Gordon. The American League leads 3-0. And Rudy York, who is a notorious center field and left field hitter, hit a home run straight away into right field for his first All-Star run batted in his 15th home run of the year. He has 14 through the regular season, and the score is 3-0 as Henrik scored ahead of him from third. Flash Gordon is up. He has an average of 347. A swing and a miss. Flash went up there ready to swing on the first one. The American leaguers are threatening to turn this into a first-inning rout. Two mighty home runs, one to left by Boudreau, one to right with one on by Rudy York, each hitting his first round-trip wallop in an all-star game. 2 men out, none on, Gordon up. The count is 1 strike. Cooper pitches. There's a swing and a miss. And a chest-high curveball outside, and the count is 2 strikes. Morton Cooper so far has been no puzzle for the American leaguers, but the game is young. With 8 2/3 innings still to be played, it is anyone's ball game. 2 men out in the top of the first, nobody on. Gordon has a mark of 347, bats right, waits, swings and misses for strike 3. That's the first strikeout of the 10th All-Star game. But the American leaguers pounded Morton Cooper savagely in the first half of the first inning. They collected 3 runs on 3 very solid hits for a total of 10 bases. There were no errors, and of course, there were no runners left on base. Now, in the event you tuned in late on Mutual's exclusive play-by-play report of the 10th All-Star game from the Polo Grounds in New York, the proceeds of which are to go into the Baseball Equipment Fund and to the Army and Navy Service Relief Societies, here are the lineups again. For the American League, manager Lou Boudreau of the Cleveland Indians, shortstop. Tommy Henrik of the Yankees, right field. Ted Williams of Boston, left field. Joe DiMaggio of the Yankees, center field. Rudy York of Detroit, first base. Flash Gordon of New York, second base. Ken Keltner of Cleveland, third base. Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit, catcher. And Spurgeon Spud Chandler, whose record is 9-2, a right-hander, on the mound. For the National League, Jimmy Brown of the Cardinals, second base. Archie Vaughn of Brooklyn, third base. Pete Reiser of Brooklyn, center field. John Mize of the Giants, first base. Manager Mel Ott of the Giants in right field. Ducky Medwick of Brooklyn in left. Walker Cooper of the Cardinals, back of the plate. Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves at shortstop. And Morton Cooper of the St. Louis Cardinals on the mound. He already has been shelled savagely to the tune of 3 runs. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American leaguers. Here comes Jimmy Brown, who is a switch batter. He will bat left-handed. With Spud Chandler on the mound, he has a batting average of 263, including 1 home run and 14 doubles. Here's the pitch. That ball hit him right in the small of the back, and he takes first. Jimmy Brown had no opportunity even to get out of the way of an inside curveball that broke very sharply, hit him in the small of the back, and he becomes the first National League base runner in the All-Star game of 1942. Archie Vaughn is up. Archie has a batting average of 270. He bats left-handed, 1 on, nobody out. Chandler pitches. Inside, ball 1. Bill McKechnie is coaching at third base for the National Leaguers. Frankie Frisch of the Pittsburgh Pirates is coaching at first. 1 ball, no strikes. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball that is hit to second baseman Gordon. Gordon to Boudreau, 1 out. Boudreau to York. Double play. With a count 1 ball, Archie Vaughn lashed a savage grounder that went straight as an arrow from a bow to Flash Gordon. Gordon wheeled through to Boudreau, who made a magnificent pivot to throw to Rudy York, who made a good stretch to get Vaughn ahead of the relay. 2 men out, nobody on. Pete Reiser, the Major League batting champion of the moment at least, with a batting average of 361. A left-hand batter, 2 men out and none on. It knocked him down. Ball 1, close to the head. Pete went down, now he gets up, brushes the dirt off his trousers. Spud Chandler is scraping the dirt together on the mound to make more comfortable that pace of his that he takes towards the plate. He has gotten rid of 2 men. His teammate, Joe Gordon, started a twin kill. Here's the pitch. Low and inside for a 2nd ball. The American leaguers have a lead of 3-0 on the strength of a home run by Lou Boudreau and a home run by Rudy York after Tommy Henrik had doubled. 2 balls, no strikes. There's a slowly topped ground ball that goes to Gordon. Gordon flips to York, and the side is retired. Chandler did not retire the side in 1-2-3 order, however. He hit Brown with a pitch. Vaughn smashed into a Gordon to Boudreau to York double play, and then Reiser hit an easy roller to Joe Gordon. Gordon came in fast and smothered it on a slow hop and threw to York for the out. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left in the last half of the first inning. And there's a little band music to celebrate the fact that the American Leaguers have been the first to score. They'll show no partiality through the course of the evening, however, because there'll be just as much in the way of celebration on the part of the National League fans here tonight. The National League, by the way, is the host of the evening. Artie Fletcher is coaching at third base. He's the celebrated Yankee coach, signal stealer, and third base coach par excellence, who has aided Joe McCarthy and his Yankees to so many World Championships. Coaching at first base is Bucky Harris, the manager of the Washington Senators, the former boy wonder. The coaches for the National Leaguers are Bill McKechnie and Frankie Frisch. The respective managers, of course, are the two men who matched strategies and tactics in the World Series last year at Yankee Stadium and Ebbets Field, Leo Durocher and Joe McCarthy. Defensively, the National Leaguers have Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right, an infield of Mize, Brown, Miller, and Vaughn, and the Cooper brothers of the battery. Ken Keltner of Cleveland is up. He has an average of .285, and he bats right. He opens the second inning for the American Leaguers. Cooper pitches. Ball one. The first pitch was just about hip high, and it missed the outside corner. The score, American Leaguers 3, National Leaguers nothing. The outfield is a shade to the left. Third baseman Archie Vaughn is playing close to the bag. Miller is deep at short. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball, slowly topped towards Miller, who charges it. Makes a quick throw to first baseman John Mize for the out. That was an easy chance. And the Boston Braves shortstop, who has gone through 39 errorless games and has come within 25 or 30 chances of Leo Durocher's all-time National League defensive record, made an easy play. One man out, and here is Bertie Tebbetts, the catcher of the Detroit Tigers. He has a batting average of .244. He has 9 doubles so far this year. He is a straightaway hitter. They play him slightly to the left. A crossfire pitch is wide. Ball one. One man out in the first half of the second inning. The outfield slightly to the left. Miller playing back on the grass. Jimmy Brown, too, on the right side of second base is deep. And the third baseman and first baseman are playing fairly close. Right fielder Mel Ott is not deep. Cooper winds up. Delivers. Strike called. A sidearm fastball. The crowd likes the colorful way that Valenfant has been calling them, because his voice has penetrated to every nook and cranny of the historic Polo Grounds. 1-1 the count, one man out, nobody on. The American League at bat in the first of the second with a 3-0 lead over their National League brethren. Here it is. A swing and a miss. And Tebbetts very nearly lost his balance and sat right down into the dirt. 1-2. If there is any one mark of distinction that Bertie wears more than any other, it is his aggressiveness. He is reminiscent of the great Mickey Cochran. He is a fire eater, and he fights for what he believes to be the right. 1-2. One man out. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. That is Cooper's second strikeout. He got Gordon to end the first half of the first inning. And here's Spud Chandler, the Yankee pitcher, coming up. He worked as recently as last Friday night when he defeated the Boston Red Sox in the opening tilt of that crucial 3-game series at Fenway Park. The first 5 hits were doubles, 2 of them by Williams and 2 by Dorr, but thereafter he settled down to coast in with a 5-3 lead. The fact that the Yankees took 2 out of 3 from Boston in that series enabled them to stretch their American League lead to 4 games. Spud has a batting average of .147. 2 men out and none on. A half swing. Called a ball when the pitch is wide. 1 ball, no strikes. Spud has a season's pitching record of 9-2. He and his teammate Hank Baroe of the Yankees are tops in the American League, just as Larry French is in the National League. Cooper pitches. Ball 2. That pitch was low and outside. Spud steps out of the batter's box. As pitchers hit, he's capable of pulling it a long way. The infield is back slightly on the left, and Mize is playing in just a few feet back of first base. Cooper gets his sign from his brother Walker. He delivers. Ball 3, low. Chandler was well up front that time. He had his bat in bunt position, never used it, and the count is 3-0. 3 balls and no strikes. The American Leaguers are trying to make it 7 out of 10 in this All-Star Classic tonight. Cooper gets set, and it's a perfect strike. Chandler was set to take it, and he did. Not even an effort to swing. 3-1 the count. The National Leaguers are in the home team's dugout to the right, and just below us, in the dugout occupied by the New York Yankees, when they play in the Polo Grounds in World Series, are the American Leaguers. There's a swing and a miss for strike 2, and then Chandler did go down on one knee and was quick to get back up again. Cooper had himself in a 3-0 hole. Then he pitched a good called strike and got Chandler on a clean swing and a miss. 3-2. 2 men out and no one on. The windup. The pitch. There goes a long drive to right center field. Center fielder Reeser is over, waiting. And he takes it going away for the third and final out in the first half of the second inning. That is Pete's first chance. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. At the end of an inning and a half, going into the last half of the second inning with the National Leaguers slated to come to the plate, the totals are American Leaguers, 3 runs, 3 hits, no errors. The National Leaguers, no runs, no hits, and no errors. We pause now for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
The last half of the second inning coming up with Big Johnny Mize, the New York Giant first baseman, his manager and right fielder Mellott, and left fielder Ducky Medwick of the Brooklyn Dodgers slated to bat in that order. If you're one of our most recent listeners and tuned in late, in the very first inning, Boudreau led off with a home run on the second pitch to put the American League ahead 1-0. Henrik doubled to right center, moved up on DiMaggio's infield out after Williams had flied out, and York hit a home run into the right field stands just inside the pole to make it 3-0. Chandler faces Mize. It's a strike. A fast one right down the middle to Big John. He represents most of the Giant power, the power the Cardinals lost in their trade. He has an average of .292 and 14 home runs. There's a foul ball way over to the right, up against one of the box seats, and there goes Frankie Frisch of Pittsburgh to recover it. Strike 2. Spud Chandler of the Yankees and Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit. That's the American League battery. In left field, Williams of Boston, DiMaggio and Henrik of the Yanks in center and right. The infield, York of Detroit, Gordon of New York, Boudreau and Keltner of Cleveland at first, second, short, and third. The count is 2 strikes on Johnny Mize. Here's the pitch. Too close. John simply stepped back almost imperceptibly to get out of the way of it. The outfield is just a shade to the right, and center fielder DiMaggio is playing deep. Chandler winds up, delivers. A curveball missed the outside corner. John followed it with his eye until the last possible break. The count is 2-2. The National Leaguers are trailing, no runs to 3 in the last half of the second inning. Spud Chandler of the Yankees and his American League teammates are off to a flying start as a result of that power that they have been talking so much about. The windup, the pitch. There goes a ground ball hit towards Rudy York. York spears it. Chandler covers, takes it in time for a beautiful piece of teamwork. That was a fine play, both by York and Chandler, who was able to go all the way from the mound to first to cover in time for the out. Mellott is up, and this, of course, is the Polo Grounds in the shadow of Coogan's Bluff, and Little Mel is one of the most beloved baseball players John McGraw ever had. He succeeded to the mantle of the famous Little Napoleon. He bats left-handed, has a batting average of .269, which is well below par for him. He has 12 home runs, however, and 10 doubles this year. 1 out, none on. Strike called. Chandler threw a fairly slow curveball over the outside. It had a nice break, just about waist high. 1 strike, 1 man out, nobody on. The American League ahead, 3-0. There goes a high foul ball, and it's going out of the field of play, up on top of the press coop, and then it rolled down over the top. The count is strike 2. That play made by Rudy York on Mize was great, but it would not have been possible had it not been for the quick reflex action of Spud Chandler, who went very quickly from the mound to first base to cover, a distance of about 65 feet. 2 strikes, 1 man out, nobody on. The National Leaguers are striving desperately to get those 3 runs back. Chandler so far has been effective, and he has had fine support. The outfield is straight away. Here's the pitch. Outside and high. 1 ball, 2 strikes. When Little Mel first reported to John McGraw down in the Louisiana training camp of the New York Giants, you may recall he was a catcher. But after 1 or 2 days back of the mound, back of the plate, McGraw decided to make him a fielder. Here's the pitch. Outside. Ball 2, 2-2. Mel still has that characteristic of his batting stance. He cocks that right foot well up into the air and lets go with it just as he swings with that lethal left-handed power of his. 2-2, 1 man out. Nobody on for the National Leaguers in the last half of the second. Spud Chandler gets his sign from Bertie Tebbetts. He takes a deep windup. Pitches inside. That one very nearly hit Mel. 3-2. He had to spin back out of the way of it. Plate umpire Lee Ballanfant goes through his whisk room act. Now he puts the brush back into his pocket. He is trying to tell somebody in the dugout that last was a foul ball, and the count should be 2-2. That's right. I assumed that the ball nearly hit Mel, but it ticked his bat on the way by. Here's the pitch. Strike 3, and he is called out. He stands there as if he does not believe it. It's a called third strike. A curveball that broke just about chest high. Apparently it caught the inside corner, and Mel stood there incredulously, finally went back to the dugout and made way for Ducky Medwick of Brooklyn. That is the first strikeout for Spud Chandler, and he crossed up Mel out with a superb curveball. 2 men out, Medwick up with a batting average of .344. He's runner-up to Reeser in the National League batting department. Here's the pitch. There's a ground ball hit to Rudy York. York takes it. There goes Chandler to cover quickly. He steps on the bag. Medwick is out, and that is a 1-2-3 inning. In 2 frames, Spud Chandler of the New York Yankees has faced only 6 of his National League brethren. Oddly enough, out of the 3 plays that have not involved a double play on the part of the American League defense, it has been York to Chandler twice, with Mize and Medwick being the victims. In 2 innings, the National Leaguers have no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left. They have had only 1 base runner, and he was short-lived. Jimmy Brown was hit by a pitch in the first inning, but Vaughn whacked into a Gordon to Boudreau to York double play. Morton Cooper is going to pitch in the first half of the 3rd inning as well. And again, he will face Lou Boudreau. That home run of Lou's must have climaxed a boyhood dream, because what red-blooded American youngster doesn't have some childlike vision that one day he will step up to the plate in an all-star game or a World Series classic and boom one of the enemy pitches far away into the bleachers for 4 bases. It was the first run Lou had driven in an all-star game. It was also his first home run. Rudy York's first home run was a freak as far as Rudy is concerned, because he hit it as a left-hander might, just down the right field line, a well-timed blow that went into the stands. Boudreau has 1 hit for a total of 4 bases. Morton Cooper pitches. There goes a high fly ball to straight center field. Reeser is coming in fast. Second baseman Brown going out. Reeser takes it for the out. 1 man out, nobody on. Tommy Henrik comes up. Henrik got 2 bases on a ball that stopped rolling when it got out into short right center field. Both Reeser and Ott had to converge on it. Tommy collected his 18th double of the year, but 17 of them count in regulation American League games. 1 out and none on. He bats left. There goes a high pop-up. Jimmy Brown is running in to the right side of second base. He follows it, and he takes it for the second out. Morton Cooper has really buckled down. He has now retired 6 consecutive American League batters after that savage 3-run explosion in the top of the first. 2 men out and Ted Williams up. Ted lifted a high fly ball to left fielder Joe Medwick about 360 feet out his first time up, with Henrik on second base. Henrik was stranded, moved to third, and then scored on York's homer. Ted gets set. Here it is. Strike called. That pitch was right through the heart of the plate. It split that 17-inch platter just below the buckle, and the count is strike 1. 2 men out. Ted has 18 home runs, 13 doubles, 4 triples this year, and has driven in 80 runs. 2 men out and none on. Here's the pitch. There goes a drive safely into right field for a solid base hit, and the kid pulls up at first with a single. Hit number 4 for the American League. Joe DiMaggio comes up. Joe grounded out in the first inning to third baseman Archie Vaughn of the National Leaguers. The fact that a few boos greet him as he goes to the plate is really a tribute to his popularity, because no player has ever really achieved greatness until some of the boys sit back and give him the old Bronx cheer. It's music to the ears of most of them. 2 men out, Williams on first. DiMaggio, a right-hand batter, the outfield deep to the left. There's a high pop-up to the right. Back of the plate comes Walker Cooper waiting for it, and he takes it for the 3rd out in the top of the 3rd inning. A high foul fly on the first pitch with Williams breaking for second. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. In the event you tuned in late, the American League's 3 runs came right off the reel. They exploded like gunpowder. Lou Boudreau took a ball. Then the next pitch was in there, and he promptly lost it in the left field stands at around the 400 mark. It was a tremendous wallop, and he put every ounce of his right-handed power behind it to drive in his first all-star game run and send the American Leaguers away to a flying 1-0 start. Then Tommy Henrik doubled to right center. He held second as Medwick took Ted Williams' long fly ball in left center field. Henrik moved to third as Archie Vaughn threw out Joe DiMaggio, and Rudy York poled a long right-handed home run just inside the right field stands, the spot into which Mel Ott normally deposits those long round trippers of his. Willard Marshall is going to bat for Cooper, Mort Cooper. The first man up in the last half of the third inning will be Walker Cooper. His brother will not come to the plate. It will be Walker Cooper, Eddie Miller, and Will Marshall of the New York Giants. He is the sensational rookie outfielder of this year, whom the Giants purchased from one of the southern clubs on a look basis. There's the long throw from catcher Bertie Tebbetts down to second baseman Flash Gordon of the Yankees. Third baseman Ken Keltner is waiting for Spud Chandler to look up before he returns the pitch to him. In 2 innings, Spud has faced 6 men. He hit Brown in the back in the first inning to give the National Leaguers their only base runner. Now, with a more or less decisive 3-0 lead, he faces Walker Cooper, whose season's average is .284. Walker bats right. Foul tip into the dirt, out of the reach of Bertie Tebbetts. Walker has 4 home runs so far this year, 8 doubles and 2 triples. Oddly enough, he was the pitcher and Morton was the catcher when the Cooper brothers broke in. Mort decided he would infinitely prefer to throw at his brother. So today he is the outstanding pitcher of the National League, with 11 victories and 3 defeats. 1 strike, no balls, none out and none on in the last of the third. Chandler delivers. There's a drive that goes savagely to Gordon's right into center field for a hit. The first National League hit of the night. It came on the second pitch. After a foul strike, Walker Cooper smashed a savage grounder about 15 feet to the right of Joe Gordon. And there is no longer a no-hitter in prospect for the American League twirler. Eddie Miller is up. Eddie has a batting average of .268. He's the shortstop of the Boston Braves, is having his greatest year. He has a record of 39 errorless games. His batting record includes 4 home runs, 19 doubles, and he's well up among the major league leaders in stolen bases. Walker Cooper on first, none out. Here's the pitch. There's a foul ball drifting back into the stands for a strike. 1 strike, no balls. Nobody out in the last half of the third inning. How long Spud Chandler is going to pitch remains to be seen. There has been no warm-up activity in the American League bullpen, but Johnny Vandermeer and Bucky Walters have been warming up alternately. It now is Vandermeer in the National League bullpen out in right field. 1 strike. Chandler stretches, pitches. There's a ground foul to the left, and the count is strike 2. That hit the box in which the venerable Connie Mack of the Philadelphia A's is seated, one of the greatest figures in baseball. 2 strikes the count. Back of home plate crouches Bertie Tebbetts of Detroit. The infield is slightly to the left. It's set up in a possible double play formation. And Spud Chandler is undoubtedly trying to keep the ball low on Eddie Miller to make him hit it into the dirt. Here's the pitch. Strike 3. Miller went after a chest-high curveball, missed it cleanly, and then he asked the plate umpire, Lee Ballanfant, to check it and look it over. And Ballanfant is going to throw it out. That is Chandler's second strikeout. And here is Willard Marshall of the New York Giants. He is one of the New York Giant outfielders. He has a batting average so far this season of .251. Miller was the first out in the last half of the third inning. He went down swinging. Walker Cooper is on first, and left-handed Will Marshall is batting for Morton Cooper, the St. Louis Cardinal pitcher who started for the National Leaguers. The American Leaguers lead 3-0. Here's the pitch by Chandler, low and outside for a ball. Here is another first, by the way. Walker Cooper got the first National League hit. Willard Marshall is the first pinch hitter of the evening. Chandler stretches, pitches. A slow ball is topped to the right of the mound. Chandler picks it up, throws to Boudreau for a force out at second. The relay to first is not in time. It's a fielder's choice. Marshall grounded one right back to Chandler, who quickly went to his left to break it down. He wheeled and threw to shortstop Lou Boudreau to force Walker Cooper, but Marshall reached first base on the fielder's choice. Boudreau was unable to get out of the way of Walker Cooper, who came in spikes flying in an effort to make his relay in time for the twin kill. 2 men out. Will Marshall of the Giants is on first base, and Jimmy Brown, the St. Louis Cardinal third baseman, and the second baseman in the All-Star Classic tonight, is up. He was hit by a pitch in the first inning. He bats left-handed. In the dirt, ball 1. Jimmy bats both left and right. But the fact that Spud Chandler throws from the right side makes Jimmy turn around on the left side. He is a switch hitter. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 men out. Marshall on first. Chandler delivers. There's a ground ball hit right to Joe Gordon. Gordon bobbles it, recovers it, and throws to first for the out, and the first 3 innings are over. Gordon bobbled the ball, but recovered in plenty of time. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left. So here are the 3-inning totals. For the American Leaguers, 3 runs, 4 hits, and no errors. For the National Leaguers, no runs, 1 hit, and no errors. And now for the play-by-play report of the next 3 innings, here is Nell Allen of WOR, New York.
Hello, everybody. We're going to have a new pitcher for the National Leaguers as we get ready to go into the 4th inning of this 10th annual All-Star game, and it's going to be Johnny Vandermeer. Morton Cooper, who started for the National Leaguers, worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1 man, and allowed 3 runs, all of which came in the first inning when manager Lou Budrow of the Cleveland Indians led off with a home run. Tommy Henrich followed with a double, and then after Cooper had retired Williams and DiMaggio, Rudy York hit a home run into the right field stand, scoring Henrich ahead of him to give the American Leaguers their 3 runs and their current 3-0 lead as we prepare to go into the first half of the 4th inning. And Johnny Vandermeer has appeared in 15 games so far this season for the Cincinnati Reds. He's won 8 and lost 6. He has pitched 121 and 1/3 innings, during which time he has allowed 90 hits, walked 46 men, struck out 75. This is not Vandermeer's first appearance in an All-Star game. Here's the announcement. Back in 1938, Johnny Vandermeer appeared in an All-Star game and got credit for 1 of the 3 games which the National Leaguers have won from the American League teams. He pitched 3 innings in 1938 in the All-Star game, allowed 1 hit, walked 1, struck out 1 to get credit for the win. Incidentally, Dizzy Dean and Paul Derringer are the other 2 pitchers who boast wins over the American Leaguers. Dean's came in 1936 in the 4th game of the All-Star Classic. Final score was 4-3. Paul Derringer got credit for the win for the National League in 1940. That was the year the National Leaguers shut out the American Leaguers 4-0, the only shutout game in the history of the All-Star Classic. Along with Derringer, Walters, White, French, and Hubble combined to hurl that shutout. Rudy York leads off for the American League as we go into the first half of the 4th inning, where the American Leaguers leading 3-0. York hit a home run in the first inning with Tommy Henrich aboard. Bats right-handed. Vandermeer into the windup. In comes the pitch. York takes a very high one way over the head of Morton Cooper. Had there been anyone on, it would have been a wild pitch. Ball 1. A very high pitch way over the head of both York and Morton Cooper. Vandermeer goes to the rosin bag, get a better grip on that ball. Outfield plays York. Just a bit toward left and center and left, straightaway and right. Vandermeer ready. Into his windup. In comes the pitch to York. He takes a high one for ball 2. 2-0 to count on York. On deck is Joe Gordon. Then will come Kenny Keltner. Vandermeer looks in to get the sign from Morton Cooper. Art Fletcher is coaching at third base. Bucky Harris, manager of the Washington Senators, coaching at first. Vandermeer ready with the 2-0 pitch to York. York swings and misses. Strike 1. 2-1 to count on Rudy. The National League infield, Vaughn at third, Miller at short, Brown at second, Mize on first. In the outfield, Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right. 2 balls, 1 strike on Rudy York, leading off for the American League, first half of the 4th inning. Vandermeer throws. York takes another one high, very high for ball 3. We have a 3-1 count on the Detroit Tigers first baseman. He turns around and looks at Walker Cooper and umpire Lee Ballantyne working back to the plate and sort of smiles at them. Vandermeer adjusts his cap, stands up on the hill, looks in now to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Taking his time. Eyes all set for the 3-1 pitch. York digs in, cocks that bat up over his right shoulder. Here it is. He takes it, and it's in there for called strike 2. So we have a full count on Rudy York. 3-2. 3-0 the score, favor of the American League. First half of the 4th inning. Outfield back very deep for York. Archie Vaughn playing a deep third, close to the third base line. Mize a deep first, guarding the first base line. Here's the payoff pitch to York. Rudy swings, he misses. Strike 3. Strikeout number 1 for Johnny Vandermeer. And the second American Leaguer to have struck out this evening. The first one being Joe Gordon in the first inning, whom Morton Cooper struck out. And here's Joe Gordon stepping in. Has a batting average on the season of .347. Bats right-handed. Gordon's all-star batting average is 125 up until tonight's game. Vandermeer throws. Gordon takes a slow pitch high for ball one. Outfield pulled over toward left and deep and center and left, almost ready to win right. Playing for a pull hitter primarily. Vandermeer taking his time. One out, nobody on base. Johnny ready to work. Throws. Gordon takes it high for ball two. 2-0 to count on the Yankees' second baseman, Joe Gordon. Joe steps out of the batter's box for a moment to get himself a little dirt in his hands. Now he moves back in hitting position, has a look at Bucky Harris coaching at first for the hitter take sign of the 2-0 pitch. Vandermeer ready to throw it. Goes into his windup. Gordon set at the plate. Here it comes. Joe swings, he misses. Strike one. 2-1 the count. Gordon steps out of the batter's box now. Vandermeer goes back to the rosin bag. Crowd got a whale of a kick out of Joe Gordon's terrific cut at that pitch. 3-0 is the score in favor of the American League. First half of the fourth inning. Vandermeer rocks in the box as he goes into his windup. Here's his delivery. Gordon takes it. Strike two, it's called. Sharp curve over the outside corner. Letter high. So it's 2-2 on Joe Gordon. Once again, Vandermeer to the rosin bag. The umpires back to the plate. Lee Ballanfant at first base. Ernie Stewart. Al Barlick on second. Bill McGowan at third. One away, nobody on. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Joe Gordon. Vandermeer looking in to get the sign from Morton Cooper. Now he's ready to work. Gordon digs in, awaiting the pitch. In it comes. It's high. Ball 3, and we have a full count on Gordon. 3-2. Joe reaches down, gets a little dirt. Wipes it on his hands, looks over at the National League bench. Some of the boys gave him a bit of a ride. Now he gets in, stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate, feet pretty close together, holds that bat down to the end of the handle. Vandermeer all set for the payoff pitch to Joe Gordon. Here it comes. Gordon takes it, and it's in there for called strike 3. And so Johnny Vandermeer strikes out the first 2 men he faces, Rudy York and Joe Gordon. And already buzzing in the minds of the fans here at the Polo Grounds tonight is that historic performance in an all-star game of Carl Hubbell. Remember that. He struck out those 5 men in a row. Here is Kenny Keltner stepping up, grounded out to short in the second inning. Bats right-handed. First pitch is high outside for ball 1. Keltner hitting at .299 on the season. He was hitting at an even .500 up until tonight's game in all-star competition. Knee slightly bent, holds that bat down at the end of the handle, extended in front of his body. Outfield pulled a little over toward the left. Vandermeer all set. Keltner digs in. In comes the pitch. Keltner swings and lifts a pop-up. Out toward short. Eddie Miller under it, waiting for it to come down. Still waiting, and he makes the catch for the out. It went way up there. Took a long time to come down. And so Johnny Vandermeer gets a nice hand as he moves off the mound to the National League bench. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on for the American Leaguers in the fourth inning, and the score at the end of 3.5 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. Now we're going to pause for station identification.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Hello there once again, baseball fans. Mel Allen speaking to you from the Polo Grounds this evening. The Mutual Broadcasting System is bringing you exclusively the play-by-play description of the 10th Annual All-Star Game. Bob Elson of Chicago and Jimmy Britt of Boston alongside bring you this play-by-play description. The game tonight is being played for the benefit of Uncle Sam's Armed Forces, for the benefit of their Bat and Ball Fund, for the Army Emergency Relief Fund, and for the Navy Relief Society. The score is 3-0 in favor of the American League as we come into the last half of the fourth inning. The American Leaguers striking swiftly, a home run by Lou Budrow and one by Rudy York with Tommy Henrik on, who had doubled in the first inning, giving the American Leaguers their 3 runs. Here's Archie Vaughan leading off for the National League in the last half of the fourth. He hit into a double play in the first inning. He hit 2 home runs last year in the All-Star game in Detroit. Spud Chandler into the windup. In comes the pitch. Swung on. It's a ground ball hit out to first. York grabs it. Chandler running over to first to throw. He steps on first just in time for the out ahead of Archie Vaughan. A very close play. Chandler's had quite a workout tonight in taking throws over to first from New York. That's the 3rd time tonight that he has made the put out at first base. Johnny Mize and Joe Medwick in the second inning each grounded to York, and Chandler covered on each play. 1 out. Here is Pete Reeser, the Brooklyn Dodgers, stepping in, grounded out to Joe Gordon in the first inning. Bats left-handed, has an average on the season of .361. 3-0 favor the American League, last half of the fourth. This year it's possible for the starting pitcher to go 5 innings, and it may be that Chandler will go that distance. We'll wait and see. First pitch into Reeser. little outside, ball one. On deck is Johnny Mize. 3-0 favor the American League, last half of the fourth. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looks out in the outfield. Playing Reeser almost straight away. Little activity in the American League bullpen right now. Left-hander and a right-hander warming up. Chandler into the windup. In comes the pitch to Reeser. It's inside for ball two. Al Benton of the Detroit Tigers is throwing, along with Cotton Ed Smith of the Chicago White Sox. Chandler throws. Reeser swings to lines one out. Gordon makes a great stop, picks it up, throws to first, and in time for the out, but then York drops the ball, and the decision is changed on the play, and safe at first is Pete Reeser. Joe Gordon went far to his right and back to second base, made a one-handed, glove-handed stop of Reeser's drive, picked the ball up after he had momentarily booted it, threw over to first, in time for the out, but York couldn't hold on to the ball, and the decision first was changed, and the official scorer has decided to give Pete Reeser credit for a base hit. A beautiful stop by Joe Gordon. And here is Johnny Mize stepping in. Mize grounded out York to Chandler, who covered in the second inning, his first time up. Mize bats left-handed. One out. Reeser on first. Chandler looks in to get the sign from Tebbets, takes a stretch. Looks over at first. Here's the pitch. Mize takes it over the inside corner for called strike one. Bill McKechnie, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, coaching at third base. Frankie Frisch at first base. Outfield playing Mize deep. Slightly toward right and center right, almost straight away and left. Chandler ready. Reeser moves off first. The pitch to Mize. Mize swings and he misses. Strike two. Kenny Keltner at third base. Lou Budrow at shortstop. Joe Gordon at second. Rudy York on first. The American League infield. Bertie Tebbets is catching. In the outfield, it's Williams in left. DiMaggio in center. Joe DiMaggio. And Tommy Henrik in right field. Spud Chandler stands ahead of Mize. Frankie Frisch hollers down to the plate to John, be ready. Chandler ready to work. Looks over, throws. Mize swings and drives one going into deep right field. There goes Tommy Henrik racing way back, going back to the bullpen and makes the catch for the out. And Pete Reeser, who was all the way down to second, has to hustle to get back to first. Johnny Mize drove one into deep right field. A drive good for more than 400 feet. But Tommy Henrik raced way back to the National League bullpen, which is in deep right field, to make the catch for the out. It was so far out that Pete Reeser was on first, had time to go all the way down to second base and come back to first after the catch. 2 outs now. Had Mize been able to pull that one a little bit more, it would have been in the stands. 2 outs, and here's Malott stepping in. Took a third call strike in the second inning. Left-handed hitter. First pitch to him. Outside and low for ball one. 3-0 the score in favor of the American League. Last half of the fourth inning. 2 men away. Pete Reeser on first base. Defensive setup for Ott, almost the same as it was for Johnny Mize. Chandler blows on his pitching hand, bobs the ball around in his glove. Bertie Tebbets in the cotch to give him the sign. Chandler takes a stretch. Reeser leads off first. In comes the pitch to Ott. It's into the dirt and gets away from Bertie Tebbets. There goes Pete Reeser down to second. Tebbets chasing the ball. Reeser takes a wide turn, but ducks back into second. And lining up in back of Kenny Keltner, who's there to cover third, is Chandler, Budrow, and Ted Williams. He had plenty of protection. Back of him on that play had Tebbets elected to throw the ball down to third. The official scorer has called that a pass ball. Charge to Bertie Tebbets, enabling Pete Reeser to go down to second base, and that puts him in scoring position. 2 balls, no strikes on Mel Ott. Ottie has a look at Bill McKechnie coaching at third for the hitter-take sign of this 2-0 pitch. 3-0 the score, favor the American League, last half of the fourth. And that's the first National Leaguer to have reached second base so far in the ball game. Chandler taking his time. Malott stepping in there to hit. Chandler ready, takes a stretch, looks back at second, throws over the inside corner for call, strike one on Ottie. 2-1. 3-0 the score, favor the American League. It's the last half of the fourth inning. 2 men out. Pete Reeser on second base. Out the batter with Joe Medwick on deck. Chandler takes a long, slow stretch. Throws. Out swings and drives it foul right at the plate. Strike 2. 2-2 the count. Bertie Tebbets picks the ball up. Hands it to Lee Ballanfant. Lee rubs the cover up a little bit and hands it back to Tebbets, who in turn tosses it out to Spud Chandler. Little activity still going on in the American League bullpen. Al Benton, a right-hander, and Ed Smith, a left-hander. Warming up. Benton of the Tigers, Smith of the White Sox. 2-2 the count on Mellott. Chandler taking his time. Now he's ready. Into his stretch. Reeser leads off second. Here's the pitch to Ott. Mel swings and drives one, but curving foul. It's going foul up into the upper deck in right field. He pulled that one a little bit too much. Pulled it foul up over the scoreboard in right field and into the upper deck. So the count remains 2 balls, 2 strikes. Mel's been playing these polo grounds for many a year. Knows all of its little tricks. And many a ball he's pulled into those right field stands. He's hit 12 home runs on the season. Chandler ready. Here it is. Ott moves away from an inside pitch for ball 3. So we have a full count on the Giant skipper. Mel Ott steps out of the batter's box, gets a little dirt on his hands. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looks around the outfield once again. Pete Reeser standing just a few feet off second. Lou Budrow a deep short. Budrow starts moving in back of Reeser, trying to make Reeser duck back into second. Reeser doesn't pay him any attention. Chandler ready for the payoff pitch to Mel Ott. Here it is. Ott swings, sends a bounder out to second. Joe Gordon takes it on 2 hops, throws over to Rudy York in time for the out. And that's all for the National League in the last half of the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no American League errors, 1 man left on base. And the score at the end of 4 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. As we go into the 5th inning, it'll be Bertie Tebbetts, Spud Chandler, and Lou Budrow scheduled to hit in that order unless we have a pinch hitter possibly for Chandler. Activity still taking place in the American League bullpen, and that's all for Chandler. He just took his jacket, threw it over his arm, and is trotting out to the clubhouse. And listen to the applause. Spud Chandler, who started the game for the American League, thus worked 4 innings, allowed only 2 hits, issued no passes, and struck out 2 men. And should the American Leaguers maintain their current advantage, the victory will be credited to Spud Chandler in all probability. Bertie Tebbetts will lead off for the American League as we go into the first half of the 5th inning. Tebbetts struck out in the 2nd inning in his only appearance at the plate thus far. This is Bertie's first appearance in an all-star game. Bill Dickey, who was scheduled to catch for the American Leaguers, came up with a lame shoulder and was unable to participate. Tebbetts digs in, right-handed batter. Outfield pulled over toward left. Johnny Vandermeer, left-hander, doing the pitching now for the National League. Morton Cooper worked the first 3 innings. Vandermeer into the windup, first pitch to Tebbetts. Over the inside corner for call, strike 1. Art Fletcher coaching at third. New York Yankee coach. Bucky Harris, manager of the Washington Senators, coaching at first base. Bob Johnson of the Philadelphia Athletics is going to bat for Spud Chandler. He's on deck. Vandermeer pitches. Tebbetts takes it inside. Ball 1, almost had the inside corner, but not quite. Walker Cooper still doing the catching for the National League. National League wearing home uniforms. They're the home team today. 1-1 the count now on Bertie Tebbetts. 3-0 the score, favor the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning. Johnny Vandermeer, the left-hander, ready, throws. Tebbetts swings and fouls it off. Over the National League dugout, up into the upper deck. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Walker Cooper rubbing up to cover the new ball he just got from umpire Lee Ballantyne, tosses it out to Johnny Vandermeer. If custom is followed, as in past All-Star games, we will have a shift in the umpires at the end of this half inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Bertie Tebbetts. Johnny Vandermeer doing the pitching. All set to work on Tebbetts. Into his windup. In comes the pitch. Tebbetts takes a high one for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Bertie. Al Benton is throwing in the bullpen for the American Leaguers and very likely will take to the mound as we come into the last half of the 5th inning. Time call for a moment. Tebbetts stepped out of the batter's box. Now he moves back in hitting position. 2 balls, 2 strikes to count. In comes the pitch. Tebbetts takes it. It's high for ball 3. 3-2 the count. Bucky Harris, coaching at first, points to first base as Tebbets looks down to him. In other words, meaning watch this one carefully. Get on base. Make it be in there, in other words. Vandermeer standing on the hill looking in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Swoops down low into his windup. In comes the pitch. Tebbets lifts a high pop-up curving foul back at first. Johnny Mize going over, and Walker Cooper Mize under it and makes the catch for the out. Tebbets fouls out to Johnny Mize. And here's Bob Johnson of the Philadelphia Athletics coming up to bat for Spud Chandler. Johnson has an average on the season of .278. Here's the announcement. Johnson was on the All-Star squad for the American League in 1935 and 1938. Has been at bat 5 times and has failed to hit. Vandermeer into the windup, the first pitch to Johnson's. He starts to swing, checks it, but it's in there anyway for called strike 1. The outfield plays him toward left and center and left, almost right away and right. Johnson holds that bat down to them. The handle cocks it high up over his right shoulder. Stands in fairly close to the plate. Feet slightly spread. Vandermeer set to throw. Does. Johnson swings and lines one out in the left field for a base hit. Joe Medwick goes over to field it. There's Johnson taking his turn. Medwick throws in to Jimmy Brown at second. The ball cut off by Eddie Miller. It's short. And on at first is Bob Johnson with a single to left. And that's his first hit in an All-Star game. His 6th time at bat. And that for the American Leaguers is their 5th hit of the evening. 4 of them off Morton Cooper. The first one off Johnny Vandermeer. Claude Passot is throwing in the bullpen for the National Leaguers. Passot, a right-hander. Manager Lou Budrow of the Cleveland Indians steps in. A right-handed batter hit a home run in the first inning. Fly to Reeser in center in the third. That one hit and 2 times the bat so far tonight. Stretched by Vandermeer. A look over at first. In comes the pitch. Budrow takes it. A little low. Ball 1. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning. Outfield shaded toward left for Budrow and center and left. Straight away and right. Eddie Miller in about 3-4 paces at short. Same for Jimmy Brown at second in double play position. Vandermeer takes the stretch. In it comes. Pitch is swung on and fouled off by Lou Budrow, who took a couple of steps forward in the batter's box, trying to drive the ball behind the runner into right field. 1-1 the count on Lou. Tommy Henrik is on deck. 1 out. Bob Johnson on first base. Vandermeer just gone to the Rosenbag. Now steps back onto the hill, looks in to get the sign from Morton Cooper. Takes his stretch. Johnson leads off first. Mize on the bag with him. Here it is. Pitch is swung on, fouled off high to the right of the plate, up over the roof and out of the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes still to count on Lou Budrow. The youthful skipper of the Cleveland Indians, doing a grand job for his American League entry. 1-2 on Lou. Johnny Vandermeer's taking his time. Guys all set to go. Johnny Mize on the bag at first with Bob Johnson, who takes a short lead. Vandermeer ready, takes a stretch. Looks over at first and throws. Budrow swings, sends one right back to the mound. Vandermeer takes it, throws to Eddie Miller, who falls down to the ground but holds onto the ball, keeps his foot on the bag in time for the out. Jimmy Brown was over too, and Bob Johnson sliding in upset Jimmy Brown, but Eddie Miller had his foot on the bag as he fell, taking the throw from Vandermeer for the forced play on Bob Johnson at second. No chance for a throw to first, attempting to double up Lou Budrow. So there are 2 outs. Budrow on first base, and the batter Tommy Henrik, who doubled in the first inning, scored a moment later ahead of Rudy York's home run to the right field stands. Henrik popped out to Jimmy Brown at second base in the 3rd inning. Hits left-handed, stretched by Vandermeer. Budrow has the lead off first. In comes the pitch to Henrik. He swings, and he misses. Strike 1. He tried to check his swing, but couldn't. Went around. Ted Williams is on deck. He'll hit next if Tommy Henrik gets on. This is Henrik's first appearance in an All-Star game. Budrow moving off first. Vandermeer takes a stretch, looks at the runner, throws to Henrik, and it's in there for call strike 2. A nice curve over the inside corner, belt high. And so Vandermeer stands ahead of the hitter. 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. 3-0 the score, favor the American League. It's the first half of the 5th inning of this 10th annual All-Star Classic. Vandermeer okays the sign. Budrow moves way off first. Johnny throws in to Henrik, who swings and lifts a foul up over our mutual booth, up into the upper deck, to the left of home plate. Count remains, no balls, 2 strikes. Henrik chokes the bat just about an inch, stands deep in the batter's box, fairly close to the plate. Drives a long ball, good full hitter. Here it is. Henrik takes it. It's high for ball 1. Tommy can also punch him to left field pretty well, since the outfield plays him straight away. Johnny Mize on it first with Budrow. 2 men out. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Tommy Henrik, the batter. Vandermeer ready to work now. Takes his stretch. Budrow moving off first. Here it is. Henrik swings and he misses. The ball is dropped by Cooper, but he picks it up, tags out Tommy Henrik. Strikeout number 3 for Johnny Vandermeer. And that's all for the American League in the first half of the 5th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no errors for the National Leaguers, 1 man left on. And the score at the end of 4 1/2 innings, 3-0 in favor of the American League. And sudden onslaught by the American Leaguers in the first inning, which saw Lou Budrow lead off with a home run, Tom Henrik double, and Rudy York to follow with a home run, has given the American Leaguers their 3-0 lead. And so as we come into the last half of the 5th inning, we're going to have a new pitcher for the American Leaguers. Bud Chandler worked the first 4 innings, allowed only 2 hits in blanking the National League. And it's going to be Big Al Benton of the Detroit Tigers. Benton has been in 17 games so far this season for Del Baker. He's won 6 and lost 5. Has pitched 129 2/3 innings. Has allowed 111 hits, walked 40, struck out 58. And we're going to have a change in umpires, as we indicated to you a moment ago. That seems to be the tradition in all-star games. We'll watch and see just what the lineup is going to be in the way of umpires as we get ready for more action here in the last half of the 5th. The announcement over the public address system was concerning the coming into the game of Al Benton. Bill McGowan is going to work back to the plate now, and Lee Ballanfant's going to move down to third base. Al Barlick has moved over to first base, and Ernie Stewart of the American League will umpire at second base. So there's the new alignment of umpires. Lee Ballanfant of the National League, who started back at the plate and worked the first 4 1/2 innings, has gone down to third. Bill McGowan of the American League, who was at third, has come in back to the plate. Al Barlick, who started umpiring at second base of the National League, has moved over to first, and Ernie Stewart of the American League, who is umpiring at first, has moved over to second. Joe Medwick leads off for the National League as we come into the last half of the 5th inning. He'll be followed by Walker Cooper and then Eddie Miller. Medwick bats right-handed. Grounded out York to Chandler, who covered in the second inning. Benton into the windup, throws. First pitch is high for ball 1. 3-0 favor of the American League. It's the last half of the 5th inning. Bill McKechnie of Cincinnati still coaching at third. Frankie Frisch of Pittsburgh at first. Benton throws. Medwick takes it. Strike 1 call. A fastball. Let her high. 1-1 the count on Joe. Playing great ball for the Brooklyn Dodgers this year. Benton looks in to get the sign from Bertie Tebbetts. Detroit battery right now. Benton ready, throws. Medwick swings and fouls it off. Back to the plate, high, up over the roof, and out of the ballpark. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Joe Medwick. Al Benton has a new ball. Ready to work with it. Tebbetts into the crouch to give Al the sign. Great big fellow. Into his windup, throws. Medwick ducks under a high pitch for ball 2. Ducky ducked under that one. 2-2 the count on Medwick. Joe stands in close to the plate. Benton ready. Throws overhand. There's a pitch swung on, and Keltner comes up with a great one-handed stop with throw to York in time for the out. Medwick drove one which appeared headed between Keltner and Budrow, but Keltner went to his left, came up with a one-handed, glove-handed pickup of his vicious bounder, and then threw over to York in time to retire Medwick and rob him of a base hit. Here's Walker Cooper stepping in. Cardinal catcher single to right in the 3rd inning for the first National League hit of the night. They've only had 2. Bats right-handed. Al Benton ready for the first pitch. Here it is. High inside. Ball 1. 3-0 the score. Favor of the American League. It's the last half of the 5th inning. Eddie Miller is on deck. Walker Cooper ready. Here it is. He doesn't mean to swing on that one, but does. The ball rolls down the third baseline. Tebbets picks it up, throws over to first, in time for the out on a very nice play. Walker Cooper meant to check his swing. Couldn't. The ball hit the bat and rolled down the third baseline. Tebbets raced out, grabbed it, wheeled around, threw over to York in time to retire Cooper for the second out. And so there have been two swell defensive plays on the part of the American League here in the last half of the fifth inning to retire the first two men. Up now is Eddie Miller of the Boston Braves, who struck out in the third inning, up for his second time, bats right-handed. Al Benton rocks in the box, throws. Miller swings, hits this one past the mound out to short. Bud drew up with it. There's a throw to York in time for the out. And so that's all for the National League in the last half of the fifth inning, out in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on base. And at the end of 5 innings of play, the score remains 3-0 in favor of the American League. Going into the first half of the sixth inning, we'll have Ted Williams, Joe DiMaggio, and Rudy York coming up in that order for the American League. Bill McKechnie, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, stops at the plate to talk to Bill McGowan for a moment. Ted Williams, who has a couple of bats, swinging them from shoulder to shoulder, kids around with Bill McKechnie as he moves over now to the National League bench. Art Fletcher, who's coaching at third for the American League, goes down to talk to Lee Ballanfant back at third base, while Johnny Vandermeer tosses a few in from the mound. For those of you who might have tuned in late and are wondering how the American League achieved their 3-0 advantage, we'll repeat that Lou Budrow, in the first inning, leadoff man for the American League, drove one up into the left field stands for a home run. Morton Cooper was pitching at the time. Tommy Henrik followed with a double to right, and then after Cooper had retired, Ted Williams and Joe DiMaggio, Rudy York drove one into the right field stands for a home run, scoring Henrik ahead of him. That's been all of the offensive fireworks so far in this game. Since that time, it's been quite a pitching duel. Morton Cooper worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1, gave up 3 runs. Johnny Vandermeer came into the 4th inning and has been pitching ever since. Struck out 3 men and has allowed only 1 hit. Ted Williams steps in. He flied to Medwick in left field in the first inning, single to right in the third. He's had 1 hit and 2 times at bat tonight. Vandermeer goes into the windup. Here's the first pitch to Williams. Ted takes it. It's in there for a called strike. Started to swing, checked his though, and fell away from the plate. 1-1 the count on Ted. Outfield pulled a little bit toward right for him. Vandermeer looks in to get the sign from Walker Cooper. Swoops down low as he starts into his windup, whips the left arm around. Williams takes a change of pace pitch high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. Joe DiMaggio on deck, down on one knee, to the left of the plate, watching the action. Vandermeer's working very slowly, no hurry. Now he's set for the 1-1 pitch into Williams. Williams ready. Here it is. Williams swings and misses. Strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Ted. Fans get a big kick out of seeing fellows like Williams, DiMaggio, and other sluggers swing and miss. Vandermeer stands a bit ahead of Williams. 1 ball, 2 strikes. He's ready to work. Here it comes. Low outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count on Williams. Don't forget the second All-Star game to be played at Cleveland tomorrow night. Broadcast of which will come to you exclusively over the Mutual Network. 2-2 the count now on Ted Williams. Vandermeer taking his time, mops his brow. Looks in to get the sign from Cooper. Williams stands in that plate, swinging the bat around. Vandermeer ready to work. Here it is. Williams moves away from a high inside pitch for ball 3. So we have a full count on Ted, 3-2. And Vandermeer has gotten into this situation a number of hitters since he's been in the ball game. 3-2 situations. He hasn't suffered too much from it as yet, though. All set for the payoff pitch to Williams. Ted digs in. Vandermeer throws. Williams swings and drives a fly ball out into center field. Pete Reeser going back deep over toward right center. Under it, waiting, and he makes the catch for the out. 1 away for the American League. First half of the 6th inning, 3-0 the score in favor of the American League. And here is Joe DiMaggio, the Yankee Clipper, who grounded out to Archie Vaughan at third in the first inning and fouled out to Walker Cooper back to the plate in the third. Joe has had 4 hits and 27 times at bat in all-star competition, including 1 double and 1 home run. Vandermeer's first pitch to Joe. He swings and he misses. Strike one. He swung hard. This is the 7th All-Star game for DiMaggio. 1 out, nobody on. DiMaggio the hitter, Rudy York on deck. Vandermeer ready. Here's the pitch. DiMaggio takes it inside. Ball 1, fast pitch. Almost got the inside corner, but not quite. One the count on Joe. Stands at that plate with the bat cocked up over his right shoulder. Wide open stance. Feet spread very wide. Outfield pulled way over toward left and deep. Vandermeer throws. DiMaggio swings and drives this one on the ground. Off the glove of Johnny Mize. Out into right field. The ball deflects. Mallott comes in to field it. DiMaggio holds on to first and is credited with a base hit. His 5th in All-Star competition. It was a vicious bounder to the right of Johnny Mize. He got his glove on it, but couldn't hold on to it. Bounced off his glove into short right for a single. That's the 6th hit for the American Leaguers. 4 of them off Morton Cooper, who worked the first 3 innings. The 2nd off Johnny Vandermeer, who came in the 4th and is now working his 3rd inning. Up at the plate steps Rudy York, who hit a home run in the 1st inning with Tommy Henrik aboard, and then struck out in the 4th inning, first time Vandermeer pitched against him. York struck his home run off Morton Cooper. Vandermeer's taking his time, out back of the hill, looking around at the outfield, hitching up his trousers. York digs in, stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate. Outfield shaded toward left. Joe DiMaggio takes the lead off first. Johnny Mize on the bag. Vandermeer into the stretch. 1 out. Look at the runner. Here's the pitch to York. He takes it and it's in there for a called strike. Went into a bunting motion that brought Archie Vaughn racing in from 3rd. Eddie Miller at short walks over near second, hollers something over to Jimmy Brown to get the signal straight. Double play combination. DiMaggio moves off first again. Vandermeer into the stretch. York digs in at the plate. Vandermeer throws. York swings and sends a ground ball down to Vaughn. Vaughn over to Jimmy Brown, who drops the ball. And all hands are safe. Rudy York grounded to Archie Vaughn, who threw over to Jimmy Brown. And Jimmy Brown dropped the ball. And it's an error charge to the Cardinal second baseman, enabling Joe DiMaggio to go safe at second, and York is safe at first, of course, on the fielder's choice, which resulted in an error. So the American Leaguers are threatening once again. Runners on first and second, 1 out, 3-0 the score. It's the first half of the 6th inning, and the batter is Joe Gordon, who struck out in the 1st inning, took a 3rd call strike in the 4th. In other words, he struck out twice in 2 appearances. DiMaggio leads off second. Rudy York moves off first. Vandermeer takes the stretch, looks back at second, then throws. Gordon swings and he misses. Strike 1. He swung hard. Outfield over toward left for Gordon and deep. It's Medwick in left, Reeser in center, Ott in right. The only changes we've had in the starting lineups have been in the department of pitching. In the infield, it's Vaughn at 3rd, Miller at short, Brown on 2nd, Mize on 1st. Vandermeer throws high. Ball 1 to Gordon. 1-1 the count. Kenny Keltner's on deck. 1 out. 3-0 favor the American League. It's the first half of the 6th inning. Joe DiMaggio on second base. Rudy York on first base. Johnny Mize playing it deep first. Not on the bag at all with York, who has a big lead off first. Slipping into second base was Eddie Miller, trying to draw a throw from Vandermeer. But Vandermeer did not throw down. Joe DiMaggio dug back into the bag. Miller goes back to a normal short position. Vandermeer takes a stretch, look back at second. Here's the pitch to Gordon. Joe takes it. It's high for ball 2. 2-1 the count on Gordon. The Flash steps out of the batter's box, gets a handful of dirt. Looks around at Art Fletcher coaching at 3rd. Then moves back in hitting position. Bucky Harris coaching at 1st. Is watching first base for Rudy York, who moves way off the bag. Johnny Mize playing it deep first. Vandermeer ready. Here's the pitch to Gordon. Joe swings and misses. Strike 2. 2-2 the count on Gordon. Struck out twice already in his 2 previous appearances. There's no activity in either bullpen right now. Since the 1st inning, this game has settled down into a real pitching duel. This has been the first real offensive threat since the 1st inning, in which the American Leaguers got all 3 runs. Vandermeer ready. 2-2 pitch to Gordon. Joe swings and misses. The ball is dropped by Cooper, but of course Gordon doesn't run at all, and that's the 3rd time in a row that Gordon has struck out. And that's the 4th strikeout for Johnny Vandermeer. 2 outs, and here is Kenny Keltner stepping in. He grounded out to Eddie Miller in the 2nd inning and popped out to Miller at short in the 4th inning. So Joe Gordon who's been burning up the American League all season, strikes out all 3 times he's been at the plate so far tonight. Vandermeer bearing down, trying to get out of the situation. DiMaggio on second, York on first. Runners lead off, 2 down, first half of the 6th inning. Keltner the batter, the right-handed hitter. First pitch to him. He swings and misses. Strike 1. On deck is Bertie Tebbetts. He'll hit next if Keltner gets on. Cleveland third baseman stands up at that plate, deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate. Knee slightly bent, holds that bat down on the end of the handle and straight up and down in front of his body. Vandermeer throws. Keltner takes it high for ball 1. 1-1 the count. 3-0 the score. Favor the American League. First half, the 6th inning. DiMaggio goes back to second. York to first. Now runners lead off their respective bases. DiMaggio comes way off second. York way off first. Vandermeer into the stretch. Keltner set at the plate. Here it is. Keltner swings and lets a high pop-up out toward the mound. Running in is Archie Vaughan near the mound, waving everybody away, and he makes the catch for the out. And Johnny Vandermeer pitched himself out of that one. And so for the American League in the first half of the 6th inning. No runs. 1 hit. Listen to the hand for Vandermeer. For the American League in the first half of the 6th inning, no runs, 1 hit, 1 error for the National League. 2 men left on base. And that error, charged to Jimmy Brown, is the first error of the game. And now while we're waiting for the National League to come to bat in the last half of the 6th inning, let's pause for station identification. This
WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
This is Mel Allen speaking to you once again from the Polo Grounds as we come into the last half of the 6th inning. Danny Litweiler is going to come in to pinch hit. He bats right-handed. Al Benton doing the pitching for the Detroit Tigers. Working for the American League right now. Throws. Litweiler swings and lines one out into right field. Gordon goes over, can't get it. Makes a valiant try, but the ball drops into right field safely for a base hit. Danny Litweiler, batting for Vandermeer, lines a single to right field in his first appearance at the plate and his first appearance as a member of the National League All-Star team. That's only the 3rd hit of the evening for the National League. First 2 hits having come off Spud Chandler, who worked the first 4 innings. Up now is Jimmy Brown, switch hitter, batting left-handed against the right-handed pitching of Al Benton. He was hit by a pitched ball in the first inning, grounded out to Gordon in the 3rd. Benton takes the stretch, throws. Brown swings and lines this one foul. Back of 3rd for strike 1. Joe Gordon came very close to coming up with one of those typical Gordon plays. Raced far to his left and leaped up in the air trying to get Litweiler's line drive, but couldn't do it. Dropped safely into right field for a hit. It's 3-0 favor the American League. Last half of the 6th. The National League fans are starting that rhythmic chant calling for a rally. Benton takes the stretch. Here's the pitch to Jimmy Brown. He swings and lines another one foul. Back of 3rd base for strike 2. Bill McKechnie stepping things up, coaching at 3rd base, manager of the Cincinnati Reds, and Frankie Frisch, manager of the Pittsburgh Pirates, is coaching at 1st. Both boys aiding and abetting Leo DeRocher, skipper of the Brooklyn Dodgers, who this year is piloting the National League entry into this 10th All-Star game. Benton ready, throws, Brown swings and sends one over the mound, out over second, picked up by Budrow, steps on second, throws to York for a double play. Beautiful twin killing. Jimmy Brown hit this one over Benton's head, out over second base. Lou Budrow scampered over at the bag, picked the ball up, same time stepping on second, flipped over to Rudy York at first to complete the double play. That's the second double play the American Leaguers have come up with. Here is Archie Vaughan stepping in. 2 outs now, nobody on base. It's the last half of the 6th inning. American League leading 3-0. Archie Vaughan hit into the first double play in the first inning after Jimmy Brown was hit by a pitched ball. Vaughan hit to Gordon, who threw to Budrow, who delivered over to York for the double play. Vaughan digs in, bats left-handed. Benton into the windup. Here's the pitch. Vaughan takes it outside for ball 1. Benton looks in to get the sign from Tebbetts, working rapidly. Pitches. Vaughan takes a fast one low for ball 2. Outfield pulled over toward right, slightly toward right and center right, almost straight away and left. Claude Passo throwing in the bullpen for the National Leaguers. Benton ready, pitches. Vaughn looks at one over the outside corner for a called strike. Plenty of activity in the American League bullpen. Two pitchers warming up, one of whom is a left-hander, Cotton Ed Smith of the Chicago White Sox. 2 balls, 1 strike on Archie Vaughn, 2 men out. Here it is. Vaughn takes it low inside for ball 3. It's the last half of the 6th inning. The American League out in front by a score of 3-0. All the damage having come in the 1st inning. Benton ready for the 3-1 pitch to Vaughn. Vaughn takes it, and it's in there for called strike 2. Vaughn started down toward first base, turns around to argue with umpire Bill McGowan. Bill McKechnie raises a howl at third, but there's no argument. Frankie Frisch stands at first with his hands on his hips, looking in with a bit of a scowl at the plate. 3-2 the count now on Vaughn. Benton ready. Here's the payoff pitch. Vaughn takes it, and it's inside for ball 4. And Vaughn walks. And here's Pete Reiser stepping up. That's the first pass issued by Benton and the first National Leaguer to have received a base on balls tonight. And as a matter of fact, that's the first walk in the ball game. Pete Reiser steps in. He grounded out to Gordon in the 1st inning. Had himself an infield hit in the 4th. Bats left-handed. Hitting on the season at .361. Benton takes the stretch. Here it is. Reiser moves away from a low inside pitch. Ball 1 is into the dirt. Got away from Tebbets a couple of feet, but not far enough to permit Archie Vaughn risking the chance of going down to second base. 2 men out now. Reiser the batter. Johnny Mize on deck. Archie Vaughn on at first base. Benton takes his stretch. Here it is. Reiser swings in, foul tips it for strike 1. He really took a terrific cut at that pitch. 1-1 the count on Petey. Keltner at third is playing way over toward short. Gordon the deep second on the edge of the outfield grass. Stretched by Benton. Here it is. Reiser swings and drives one out into center field. There goes Joe DiMaggio way back, getting under it and making the catch for the out. A drive good for some 400 feet. And so that's all for the National League in the last half of the 6th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no American League errors, 1 man left on base. And so that brings us to the end of the 6th inning mark, where the American League leading 3-0, getting their 3 runs in the 1st inning on a home run by Lou Budrow, a double by Henrik, and a home run by Rudy York. Totals at the end of 6 innings for the American League: 3 runs, 6 hits, no errors, 4 men left on. For the National League, no runs, 3 hits, 1 error, and 3 men left on base. Morton Cooper was the starting pitcher for the National League, worked the first 3 innings, allowed 4 hits, issued no passes, struck out 1, allowed 3 runs. Johnny Vandermeer relieved him, worked the next 3 innings, during which time he allowed 2 hits, issued no passes, struck out 4, and did not allow any runs. Spud Chandler was the starting pitcher for the American League, worked the first 4 innings, allowed 2 hits, issued no passes, struck out 2, and allowed no runs. Al Benton has been in there since he relieved Chandler in the 5th inning, and he's still in the ball game as yet, so we won't give you his record until he will depart from the ball game. So at the end of 6 innings, it's 3-0 favor of the American League, and now taking over as we go into the 7th inning, and to describe the remainder of the ball game for you is Bob Elson, who covers the games of the Chicago Cubs and the Chicago White Sox for the Mutual Station in Chicago. Here he is, Bob Elson.
Thank you very much, Mel Allen. Good evening, friends. We have quite a ball game on our hands here in this number 10 game in the All-Star Series, which this year, as you know, is being played here in the Polo Grounds in New York. And as we go into the first half of the 7th inning, the National League is sending in a brand new team. At third base, Elliott of Pittsburgh. At short, Reese of Brooklyn. At second, Herman of Brooklyn. At first, McCormick of the Reds. The catcher, Lombardi. The pitcher, Passaw. The outfield. Here come the announcements now on the changes. Fans, we're going to interrupt the public address system. I know it's kind of hard to listen to 2 people at once, but they're going to start this 7th inning, so I want to give it to you. Eno Slaughter is in the ball game of St. Louis in left field. Terry Moore in center field. Ott is staying in right field. The entire National League ball club has changed, and the first man to bat for the American League, there's a hand for Reese as he's announced, is going to be Bertie Tebbetts. He's been up twice, he struck out and he popped up, and here's Claude Passau of the Cubs getting ready with the first pitch, and it's an attempted bunt, and he misses the ball for a strike. Passau has had a very fine record this year. He's taken part in 16 ball games. He's won 12. He's lost 5. He's pitched 154 innings, and he's taken part in 14 complete games out of 16 efforts. He's had 45 strikeouts, by the way. Here's the next pitch to Bertie Tebbetts. There's a swing and a miss, a curveball in around his knees, and it's 2 strikes. There's nobody on and nobody out here in the 7th. The American League leads 3-0, but the National League is still within striking distance, and the National League partisans here in the Polo Grounds in New York are still hoping that the National League will unload some of that power and really get back in this ball game. The American League is not out of reach. It's just 3-0. 2 strikes on Tebbetts. Here comes the next pitch. It's a strike, and he tried to back away from a pitch that was inside. It's a called strike. It looked at first as though it might have hit his bat, but the umpire says no, and Tebbetts is out on strikes. So it is a strikeout for Passau, and that is 7 strikeouts in all tonight. There were 2 strikeouts for Cooper, 4 for Vandermeer, and 1 for Passau. Vandermeer was really hot out there tonight. Now the next man to come up is Big Al Benton of Detroit. Big right-hander, a massive fellow with the number 19 in the back of his gray uniform. Claude Passau of the Cubs out there in the center of the diamond. Here's the first pitch. He swings and hits a hopper down the third baseline. Elliott coming fast. There goes the peg. He's out. Elliott to McCormick, and there's 2 gone. Elliott, a reformed outfielder, by the way, has played great ball for Frankie Frisch's Pittsburgh Pirates. As Frankie said, well, the kid looks like he's been in there for years. Elliott's played bang-up ball at third base for Pittsburgh. Now that's 2 gone. We're back to the top of the batting order for the American League, and here's Lou Boudreau. He's been up 3 times. He hit a home run. He flied out, and he forced a runner the 3rd time. So he's up for his 4th time, and there's a high fly ball to left field. Country Slaughter getting under this ball, going to his right. He should get it. It's very high, and he caught it to retire the side. And so, before the right-hand shoots of Claude Passau, the American League goes down 1-2-3 in the first half of the 7th inning. Now there's a big roar from the crowd. The National League partisans are standing in the last half of the 7th. The National League, as you know, is the home team here tonight. The American League has the lead in this series of 6-3, and it's been a wonderful ball game tonight. And now we're going to see if there are any changes for the American League. Yes, there are going to be some changes. Let's see. No, the American League is going to stay pat. The American League is standing pat with Williams in left field, DiMaggio in center field, Henrik in right field, Keltner at third, Lou Boudreau at short, at second base Joe Gordon, and at first base Rudy York. The catcher is Bertie Tebbetts, and the pitcher is Al Benton. Going into the last half of the 7th, fans, the score here in New York in the 10th annual All-Star Game, the American League 3 and the National League nothing. 2 home runs in the first inning by the American League did the trick. Now here's Frank McCormick coming up for the first time. Johnny Mize, who he succeeded at first base, batted twice tonight. The first time he bounced out to the first baseman, and the second time he flied out to right field. And here is Frank McCormick coming up to the plate. He is a right-handed hitter. Frank McCormick batting .249 for the season. He's hit 10 home runs, and he's batted in 50 runs. Al Benton gets all set. Here it is. It's a strike. It's right across his knees. A very sharp curve. And this Benton has really got a curve, too. He's got one he can throw around the corner of a building. Gets all set again. Watch it now. Nobody on and nobody out. Here it is. It's a ball. It's too low that time. McCormick stepped up on the ball and let it go by, and it's low for a ball. National League trying to get a rally underway. They're still trailing by 3 runs here in New York. But as you know, a ball game is never over until the last man is out. There's a bouncing ball to short. Boudreau coming into the ball. There goes the peg. He's out. Boudreau to York, and there's 1 gone. Boudreau moved in about 5 steps to come up with McCormick's hopper and to throw him out. Now the American Leaguers pepper that ball around the infield. There's 1 gone. Here's Little Mel Ott, the grand little manager of the New York Giants, and perhaps one of the best-liked ball players of all time. Not only by the fans, those of you listening in who make up the baseball audience, but by the players, too. Mel is liked by everybody. Here he is up in there, a left-handed hitter. 1 gone and nobody Out there is a strike, a slow curve over the inside corner at the waist. The first time up, Ott struck out, and the second time he bounced out to Gordon. National League batting in the last half of the seventh. They're trailing by 3 runs. Here it comes, a slow ball. It's just a bit outside, a ball. That pitch was around his waist, and it just missed the corner by an inch. Bill McKechnie coaching down here at third for the National League. Frankie Frisch, the old Fordham Flash, over there at first. Nobody on and 1 gone in the last half of the seventh. Here it is. There's a swing and a miss, and that was a typical Ott swing. Right foot up in the air. You wonder where he gets that power. That time he swung around hard and missed it. And so it is 2 strikes. Ball 1 and strike 2 on Little Mel. Benton has this sign from Bertie Tebbetts. He's winding up. Here it comes. It's a ball. He just missed the corner that time with a pretty pitch, and the kind of a pitch that a batter with 2 strikes on him might want to go after. But Mel, who's got a keen eye up there, didn't go for it. It's ball 2 and strike 2 for Ott. Here comes the pitch. It's a swing and a foul on the ground. Down here to our left. The American Leaguers talk it up out there in the infield, and the American League outfield is playing straight away. This fellow Ott is a kind of a batter. You have to play every place for him. You can't swing your outfield or swing your infield or swing anything. And they're playing him absolutely on the diamond, straight away. The outfield and infield. Pitcher getting set again. Here comes the next one to Ott. He struck him out. He went for a fastball right across his knees, and he struck him out. Boy, that was a beauty that time. Very fast and right in around his knees, and he went down swinging. Well, that's 3 times that the National Leaguers have gone down via the strikeout route tonight. Here's the left-hand hitter up. It's Slaughter. Country Slaughter, the left fielder, playing in left field, the regular right fielder for the St. Louis Cardinals. Slaughter's average is .284. He's hit 4 home runs, and he's had 22 runs batted in. The first pitch was a ball, knee-high. Here comes the next pitch to Slaughter. He swings, hits a high hopper. It's going to drop behind the pitcher. Gordon making a play. He's safe. He beat it out for a hit. Fans, that was that kind of a high-hopping ball. It hit in front of the pitcher's box, went high into the air, bounced behind him. The pitcher couldn't make the play. Gordon came in, grabbed that ball, and fired it with the same motion, but Slaughter had it beaten out for a hit. So the National League has another hit, and that is a total of 4 hits for the night. And it brings up Big Ernie Lombardi, one of the grandest characters in baseball. Ernie Lombardi. Here's Big Ernie, did some great work for Cincinnati for years. He's a hard worker. He's done some fine work this year for the Boston Braves. Great big lumbering sort of a fellow. He led the National League a few years ago. And you know the amazing thing about Lombardi is that a fellow with his weight, and he's so slow a foot, that he could lead the league. It's all the more credit to his batting eye because Lombardi doesn't get any of those rollers or any of those kind of balls that the infielders knock down and he beats them out for hits. He can't do it. He's too slow. Every time he hits that ball for a hit, he's got to hit it on the beam. First pitch was wide. The outfield is playing him just a little bit over to the left. Here's the next pitch. Lom swings and misses. A sharp curve in across his knees, and it's 1-1. Ernie Lombardi batting for the National League. There's a man on first, and there's 2 gone. The ball game is in the last half of the 7th. National League trailing by 3 runs. Benton getting set. Here's the next pitch. There's a wallop, but it's foul. Ernie Lombardi hit one up against the top of the roof down the left field line, but to the left side of the foul line, and it was a foul ball. Ernie gave it a ride, but foul, and now the catcher, Bertie Tebbetts, is going out to talk to Benton, and they're standing halfway between the plate and the pitcher's box, just having a chat while Lombardi in his white uniform stands up there at the plate. National League trails by 3. It's the American League 3 and the National nothing in the last half of the 7th at New York. Big Al Benton, second pitcher for the American League tonight, is on the mound. Gets all ready again. Here's the next one, and it's a ball. It broke outside knee-high, and it's 2-2. Ernie started to go for that pitch. It looked like it was going to be pretty good at first, but he let it go by. 2 pitchers are in the bullpen, Hewson and Smith for the American League. Ball 2, strike 2 for Lombardi. Here it comes. It's a ball very far outside. There is no doubt about it. And it's ball 3 and strike 2. So Ernie is on the verge of a walk. Next man to come up will be the Dodgers shortstop, Pee Wee Reese. Lam is going to get a 3-2 pitch to swing at. Here it comes. There's ball 4. It's low, and it puts 2 men on. Here's Reese coming up for the National League. Fans, that's the second walk of the night. That's the second walk. It puts a man on first and a man on second and brings up Reese with 2 gone. Reese of Brooklyn, who has just gone in at shortstop, is batting, and his average for the year is 230. He's hit 1 homer, and he has 20 runs batted in. Reese up with 2 men on and 2 out in the last half of the 7th, and the National League partisans are making some noise here in the Polo Grounds. Here's the pitch, and Reese takes, and it's a strike. It's right across his knee. By the way, Mel was just telling me that Reese hits well here in the Polo Grounds. Mel, of course, sees all these games in New York. Well, the National League could really use a hit in this spot. They have 2 men on and 2 out. Here comes the next pitch, and it's very wide. They wasted a pitch that time, and Bertie Tebbetts cocked his arm as though he was going to throw that ball to first, but he held it. And so it's 1-1 on Reese. 2 men on and 2 out in the last half of the 7th as the National League fights hard here in New York to come from behind. Al Benton getting his sign out there again. Here's the next one. There is a ball. It missed the corner knee high, and it's ball 2 and strike 1 for Reese. Remember that tomorrow night Mutual will bring you the big game from Cleveland from the big municipal stadium at 8:45. Here comes the next pitch. Reese swings, and there's a line drive, and Bedreau caught that ball going to his left. Bedreau caught that ball going to his left to retire the side. A very hard hit ball, fans. Bedreau, the shortstop, went to his left, and just near second base, he reached out and caught that ball above his knees. It was a well-hit ball, and Bedreau made a nice play on it to retire the side. And so that National League threat is over, and it is no runs and 1 hit, and the ball game is going into the first half of the 8th. By the way, the attendance tonight is in the neighborhood of 35,000. Secretary Brannick of the Giants sent up the figures, which are in the neighborhood of $100,000. The Treasury Department will announce the exact figures in a day or so. All the money from this ball game and all the money from the game tomorrow night, the first $100,000 will be used for the Ball and Bat Fund, which is to provide baseballs and bats and gloves for all the camps in the United States. After that, all the rest of the money will go to the Navy and the Army Relief Fund. Fans, we're at the end of 7 innings here in New York City in the All-Star Game. The American League 3, the National League nothing. And now we're going to pause briefly for station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Now, this is Bob Elson talking to you again from the Polo Grounds in New York. We're all set to go into the 8th inning of this ball game. Mutual Broadcasting System brings you exclusive coverage of one of America's outstanding sports classics, the All-Star Game. The first man to bat for the American League is Tommy Henrich, a left-handed hitter. He's stepping up in there now. He's been up 3 times. He's had 1 hit, and he's facing Passaw as we start the 8th, with the American League still out in front by a 3-0 score. The outfield is playing Henrich just about normal, maybe around just a step or 2 to the right. There is a smash to right field. The right fielder coming fast. He dove for the ball, and he got it. A beautiful catch. The right fielder, Melot, just made a diving catch of Henrich's smash to right field. Listen to that hand. Baby, was that a honey. That was the fielding gem of the night as Melot raced in and made a diving catch of Tommy Henrich's smash into right field, and that really brought the crowd to its feet. That was a beautiful play to watch. He certainly robbed Tommy of a hit that time. Now here's the great Teddy Williams up. He's been up 3 times, and he's had 1 hit, a single to right field in the 3rd inning. He's a left-handed batter, and you remember the setup last year in Detroit when he hit a home run off a Passaw to win the All-Star Game. Ball, it's low. Claude Passaw, and I've talked to him many times since about what type of pitch he threw to Williams that broke up that ball game. He said, Bob, all I know is I threw him a baseball, and it broke up the game. Getting all set out there again. Here's the next one to Williams. Williams takes one, a change of pace pitch that's high and a little bit outside, and it's ball 2. There's 1 out here in the first half of the 8th inning. Melot just made a great diving catch of Henrich's drive to right field, and there's 1 gone. Nobody on for the American League. They lead 3-0. Here comes the next pitch, and it's a ball. It missed the outside corner, knee high, and it's 3-0 now for Williams. Artie Fletcher is coaching here at 3rd to our left. Down to our right is Stanley Harris, who won 2 pennants for Washington some years ago. He gets set again. Here's the next pitch, and Williams hits on the 3-0 count and hits a foul up on top of the stand. With the count 3-0, Williams swung and hit a foul up on top of the stands. New ball is tossed down to third base to Bob Elliott, the Pittsburgh third baseman, who roughs it up and then tosses it back to the mound. The National League has made no runs and 4 hits. The American League has made 3 runs and 6 hits. 2 of them home runs. Pass all set. Here's the next pitch, and it's a strike right down the middle of Beauty that time, right across his knees. Ball 3 and strike 2 for Teddy Williams, one of the greatest hitters in the game. Big fellow, big, tall, skinny boy, a free swinger, and boy, he can really slam that baseball. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a high fly ball to center field. Terry Moore is getting under the ball, moving in just a few feet. He's out, and there's 2 gone. Williams flied to Terry Moore. Now here's the great Joe DiMaggio. Every time Joe comes up, he gets a chorus of boos and applause. But just as Jimmy Britt said before, a ball player is never a great ball player until he hears both boos and applause. And no one can deny Joe DiMaggio's place in baseball as one of the greatest players in the game. Here's the first pitch to him, and there is a strike. He caught the outside corner, waist high. Teddy Williams smiled out at Passaw as he came back down the first baseline toward the American League dugout. DiMaggio has been up 3 times. He's had 1 hit. The last time up, he drove a hit off of York's glove, and it rolled into right field. Pitcher's getting all set again. Here's the next pitch, and there's a swing, and there's a bouncing ball. It's a hit into left center field. The shortstop Reese went to his left to try to cut off that smash on the ground by DiMaggio, but he couldn't get it. It whizzed by him like a bullet, and the Yankee Clipper has 2 hits tonight. That makes a total of 7 hits for the American League, and it brings up the first baseman, Rudy York. DiMaggio, by the way, is the only player in the game with 2 hits. Here's Rudy York, the big first baseman of the Tigers. Stepping into the batter's box, he's been up 3 times. He hit a home run into the right field stands the first time. The second time, he was a strikeout victim. And the second time, he was safe on an error by the second baseman, Brown. He hit a ball down the third baseman that should have been a double play ball, but Brownie, taking the throw from third, dropped it, and York was safe at first. Now he's up with a man on first base and 2 gone in the first half of the 8th. American League 3, the National League nothing. Passaw getting set. Here it is. Hits the ball. It's high. Ball 1. The outfield is playing York deep. He can really give that baseball a ride. Terry Moore in center field, Country Slaughter in left field, and in right field it's Mellott of the Giants. Slaughter is a regular right fielder, but he's playing left field here in the game tonight, and he's one of the best outfielders in the game. Passaw getting his sign again. Here comes the next pitch to York. York swings. There's a high foul. It's off here to the right. The catcher flips off his mask. Lombardi coming back, but there's no play. It drops into the stands right beneath our Mutual Broadcasting booth, and it is a harmless foul. Well, remember, the winner tonight plays the service team in a great attraction tomorrow night in the big municipal stadium at Cleveland. Tomorrow night, Wade Hoyt, Jack Rainey, and I will bring you the ball game from Cleveland as another exclusive Mutual presentation. York swings that big bat around. He has a big black 4 on the back of his gray uniform. For a big fellow, he kind of crowds that plate. There's a man on first. It's DiMaggio. There's a ball. It backs him right out of the box, and it's ball 2 and strike 1. Passaw, the Cubs, is the third pitcher for the National League tonight. Morton Cooper started, then Vandermeer, and then Passaw. All the American League runs were scored on Cooper. 2 home runs and a double in the first inning. Here's the next pitch. York swings. There's a hopper down the third base line. It may be fair. It may be foul. It's fair. There's the throw, and he's out in a very close play. Boy, was that a close play. He picked that ball up just in front of the bag and about a half an inch fair, fired that ball to first base, and the runner was out by just a fraction of a step to retire the side. And so, fans, it is no runs and 1 hit in the first half of the 8th inning. The American League is going out onto the field, and the National League is coming up to try again to get back into this 10th annual All-Star game. They're trailing by 3 runs. There's Al Benton going out to the center of the diamond. And let's take a look around that American League team. Williams in left field, DiMaggio in center field, Henrik in right field, Keltner at third, Bedreau at short, Gordon at second, York at first, Tebbetts is catching, and Benton is pitching, and it looks like McCarthy is going all the way with this American League team. Mickey Owen, who's done some great work for Brooklyn this year, is going to bat for Passaw as we start the last half of the 8th. Well, it's been quite a ball game, and believe me, these fans have seen a ball game here tonight. Mutual hopes that wherever you're listening to this game across the country, that it's giving you a lot of enjoyment. It's one of the outstanding sports attractions of the year, the annual Baseball All-Star Game. And this year it's for a great cause. All this money goes to Army-Navy relief after $100,000 is taken out for the Ball and Bat Fund to provide baseballs and bats and gloves for all the camps. Now here's Mickey Owen up. He's a right-handed batter. He's making his appearance in the lineup as a pinch hitter for Passaw. Benton gets set. There's a bunt down the third base line. It's foul outside the line. Kenny Keltner runs in for the ball, picks it up, and the boys whip it around. Mickey Owen is a right-handed batter. His present average is 291 for Brooklyn. He's had no home runs, and he has batted in 22 runs. He's had this year one of his greatest years. Here's a fellow who was the unfortunate victim of a play in the World Series last year, which Mutual brought to you exclusively. And that play of the missed third strike will probably go down as history. But did it affect this fellow's career? It did not. It made him a better ball player. Ball, it's inside. All the more tribute to Mickey Owen. There's nobody on and nobody out as the National League tries to get a rally going here in the last half of the eighth, and their chances are slipping away. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a ball. It's high outside, and it's ball 2 and strike 1. National League has changed their entire team tonight. Manager Joe McCarthy of the American League with a 3-0 lead has just stood pat. Al Benton is all set again. Here's the next one to Owen. Owen swings. There's a high fly ball going toward right field. It may be a home run. It is a home run for Mickey Owen. For Mickey Owen into the right field stands. Yes, sir, this National League team is still battling here in New York in this All-Star game. It's 3-1 now in favor of the American League. Mickey Owen just batted for Passaw, and as a good pinch hitter should, he not only came through with a hit, he hit one for the circuit. Now here's the leadoff man, Billy Herman, a right-handed hitter. There's a ball, it's wide. Billy Herman's average for the year is 248. He's hit one homer, and he's driven in 29 runs. The American League is warming up 2 pitchers, and there's the first walk tonight. The pitcher, Al Benton, didn't like that call, and he's very red-faced out there as he hollers at the umpire, Bill McGowan. Billy Herman waits for the next pitch. Watch it, here it is. There's a swing and a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands, off there to the right, and it's a foul strike. So we have a count of 1-1 on Billy Herman, with 1 run in, nobody on, nobody out. Last half of the 8th inning at New York, the American League 3 and the National League 1. And this is some ball game. Now he rocks his arms back and forth. He's getting set again. Here it is. There's a ball. It missed the corner by an inch. And not anymore either. They're really waiting Benton out now. It's ball 2 and strike 1 for Billy Herman. He went in at second base in place of Jimmy Brown. Here comes the next pitch, and Herman hits a little hopper to the pitcher's right. He's up with the ball. There goes the peg. He's out. Pitcher to first, and there's one gone. So that brings up the third baseman, Bob Elliott of Pittsburgh. Here's Bob Elliott coming up for his first time in the ball game tonight. His average for the year is 286. He slammed out 8 home runs, and he's driven in 53 runs. It's the last half of the 8th at New York. This ball game will end at 9:30, even if it isn't over, because of a practice blackout here in New York tonight. In other words, at 9:30, regardless of what the score is or what the conditions are, the game ends. Ball 1 to Elliott. Here's the next pitch. There's a strike. It's right across his knees. It's called. Very sharp curveball. 1 out, a run in for the National League. It's 3-1 in favor of the American. Bob Elliott of Pittsburgh, a right-handed hitter, is up in there. Benton gets his sign. Here's the next pitch, and there's a line drive. It's a hit to right field. The first baseman, York, leaped up but couldn't get it, and it puts Elliott on first base. A sharp hit to right field for Elliott. That's 6 hits for the National League. And it brings up the center fielder, Terry Moore, one of the greatest outfielders in baseball, Terry Moore of the St. Louis Cardinals. Batting .271, he's hit 2 home runs, and he has 17 runs batted in. But when it comes to ball hawks, and when it comes to fielding his position, this fellow doesn't have to take a back seat for anybody. Man on first, Terry Moore batting. Here's the pitch. There's a strike. It's called. It's right across his waist. One out, a man on for the National League. They're trailing 3-1 here in the last half of the 8th, and they're running up against the time deadline. Gets all ready again. Here's the next pitch. There's a swing and a miss as Terry Moore took a vicious cut at a knee-high curveball, and it's 2 strikes on Moore. Moore steps out of the batter's box, knocks the dirt off his cleats with his bat. He's up in there again, a red 8 in the back of his white uniform. Here he is right below our mutual booth. We could almost drop our pencil on him. We're so close to the field of play. Al Benton, a big towering right-hander out there on the mound, is getting set again. Here it is. And there is a ball. It's over his head and just a fraction behind him. And it's ball 1 and strike 2 for Terry Moore. Next man to come up will be the first baseman, Frank McCormick. The American Leaguers talk it up out there in the infield. The outfield is playing straight away. Here is a foul. He didn't mean to hit it. He was backing away from an inside curveball. The ball hit his bat, and as he backed away, the ball went off to the right. He went out to the left, and it's a foul. It's ball 1 and strike 2 on Terry Moore. With a man on first base for the National League and 1 gone, they've scored a run this inning on Owens' homer. Big Al Benton is the second pitcher for the American League. Chandler started. Here's the next pitch, and there is a ball. It's just a little bit too close, and it's 2-2. Ball 2, strike 2 for Terry Moore. Crowds that plate, waves that light-colored bat around. Man on first base, Elliott, has a short lead off. Here comes the pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. It's out of play. It's up into the stands off there to the right, and it's 2-2. Bertie Tebbett gets a new baseball from umpire Bill McGowan. Steps out and fires it out to the pitcher. The exclusive mutual broadcast of the All-Star Game from Cleveland will start at 8:45 Eastern War Time. Remember that, fans. Tune in to your mutual station at 8:45 Eastern War Time. Here comes the next pitch, and Moore hits a high infield fly. It's between the plate and first base, and the first baseman York is under it and has it for the second out. So there's 2 gone. Well, here's Frank McCormick coming up. He's no newcomer to All-Star play or World Series play either. Frank McCormick, a Cincinnati right-handed hitter. He's batting .249. He's hit 10 home runs, and he has 50 runs batted in. He's up there now with 2 out and a man on first in the last half of the 8th. The score is 3-1 in favor of the American League. They scored all their runs in the first inning. Here's the first pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. It's a slow curveball just above his waist. He just got a piece of that ball and rolled it foul to the left of the plate. That, by the way, is the first pinch home run in 10 All-Star games. Mickey Owens' pinch homer, first pinch home run in 10 All-Star games. There's a ground ball to short. Boudreau gets it to play at second. Force out, and it retires the side. The play went from Lou Boudreau, the shortstop, to the second baseman, Joe Gordon. It was an easy force play, and it retires the side. And so the totals, fans, in the last half of the 8th, for the National League, 1 run and 2 hits. And now the game is going into the first half of the 9th inning with the score of the American League 3 and the National League 1. Now let's recount those totals, shall we, for 8 innings of play. The American League has 3 runs, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 hits. The National League 1 run, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hits. The National League had a hit in the 3rd inning. They had a hit in the 4th. They had 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th, and 2 in the 8th. The American League had 3 in the 1st, 1 in the 3rd, 1 in the 6th, 1 in the 7th. Ball game is now going into the first half of the 9th. The complete totals: the American League 3 runs, 7 hits. National League 1 run, 6 hits. Now here's the new pitcher. Bucky Walters is in. Bucky Walters has come in for the National League. He's taken part in 18 games. He's won 9 and lost 6 for the Reds this year. He's pitched 127 innings. He's allowed 114 hits. He's walked 39, and he struck out 57. Well, fans, we're going into the 9th inning of this great ball game at New York. Mutual Broadcasting System has brought you an exclusive presentation of one of America's greatest classics. Here's Walters. There's a ball that's high. The first man to bat for the American League is Gordon, who has a record tonight. He struck out 3 straight times. There's a bouncing ball to short. Shortstop coming in fast. There's the peg. He's out in a close play. Reese to McCormick. Reese, the Dodger shortstop, came in fast for Gordon's smash and threw him out. 1 gone. They're running up against a time limit. Remember, the game will end at 9:30, regardless of whether the National League has their last bats or not. Now here's the third baseman, Kenny Keltner. Bucky Walters is getting all set. Here's the pitch. There's a swing and a long fly ball down the left field line. It's foul. It's way over the stands. Boy, that was really a poke. Kenny Keltner's been up 3 times. He bounced out. He popped out twice. Bounced out the first time, and he popped out the second time and the third time. Walters is all set again. Here's the next pitch to Keltner. There's a strike. It's right down the middle. A fastball right through there, and it's called. It's 2 strikes now on Kenny Keltner. The American League leads 3-1. We're in the 9th inning at New York. Here comes the next pitch, and there is a swing, and there's a fly ball down the left field line, and it's foul. Off to the left, and it's still 2 strikes on Kenny Keltner. Kenny Keltner batting with 1 out. Pitcher gets all set out there again. Here's the next one. There's a swing and a miss. He struck him out. He went for a wide curveball that time and struck out, and there's 2 gone. And that is 8 strikeouts. 8 strikeouts for the American League. 8 of the American Leaguers have gone down on strikes. Now here's Bertie Tebbetts. Tebbetts, a right-hand hitter up. Here's the pitch. There's a strike. It's called right down the middle. Don't miss the big all-star game from Cleveland tomorrow night at 8:45 Eastern Wartime. Here's the pitch. It's a ball low. Mutual will again bring you the all-star game tomorrow night. Mutual Broadcasting System leads the way in the presentation of America's leading sports events. There's a half swing. The ump says he went a little bit more than half, and it's a strike. Makes it ball 1 and strike 2 for Tebbetts. Bertie's been up 3 times. He's caught a fine game tonight. He struck out the first time, he popped out the second time, and he struck out the third time. The game must end at 9:30 because of a blackout here in New York tonight. Here comes the pitch. There's an infield fly. The third baseman, Elliott, is coming over near the mound. He's right under the ball. He's out, and it retires the side. And so the National League will get their time at bat. No runs and no hits. And this can be said for the American League. And let me say it right now. The boys are not stalling at all. Everybody's hurrying right out there. And I really think that the American League wants to see the National League get their last time at bat, which they're entitled to. They're all hustling, getting out there on the field so that the National League, running up against a time deadline, will get their bats in the last half of the night. Pitcher Al Benton is out there. Let's see the hitters we have coming up are going to be Mellott, Country Slaughter, and Ernie Lombardi, and those fellas can really slap that apple. Benton is getting in his practice throws. The winner tonight will play Uncle Sam's team at Cleveland tomorrow night. The team led by my old friend Mickey Cochran, the former manager of the Detroit Tigers, will play the winner tonight in the big stadium at Cleveland. I broadcast the All-Star game there a number of years ago, and it's a beautiful layout. That was the year that Fox hit a long home run over the left fielder's head. I'll never forget it, and it was a great ball game. So fans, you fans in Cleveland, of course, will be out there for a great cause tomorrow night. All that money goes to Army-Navy relief. And so we want to remind you fans in Cleveland that there's still good seats available. Get out and see that ball game tomorrow night between the winner here in New York tonight and the service team. And you fans across the country, wherever you happen to be listening, whatever state you're listening in, Mutual will bring you the colorful story of that great game. The time will be 8:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow night. Now here's Mellott up. Benton gets all set. There's a swing and there's a foul. It's off to the right. Tebbetts chasing the ball. Maybe out of play. It's in the stands, and it is out of play. It's a harmless foul. 1 strike. Left-hand hitter Mellott up. It's the last half of the 9th inning with the American League ahead 3-1. The American League official totals are 3 runs and 7 hits. If the American League wins, of course, Chandler will be the winning pitcher, and Cooper will be the loser. Gets all set out there now, taking his time. There's nobody on, there's nobody out. Benton is ready. Here's the next pitch to Ott. Ott takes a ball. It missed the corner, and it's 1-1. Boy, what a moment this is, fans. I know that you can feel the tenseness that we feel here in New York. As the National League up for the last time with 7 minutes left to play, the deadline before the blackout in New York, Mayor LaGuardia was very kind to set aside the time, to give baseball more time tonight. You know, this game was supposed to end at 9:10, but there was an unavoidable delay in starting, and so Mayor LaGuardia very graciously gave baseball a little longer time, right up until the actual deadline of the blackout, which is 9:30. He's getting all set again. Here's the pitch. There's a swing, and there's a foul that the first baseman may have a chance on. He's going back, and it's going into the stands. A foul ball, and it's 2-2 on Little Mel. Now Bertie Tebbetts gets a new baseball from Bill McGowan. Tosses that ball out there. Well, the American League, as you know, scored their 3 runs in the first inning on a home run, a double, and another home run. And the National League scored their run in the 8th inning on a pinch home run by Mickey Owen. Now he's getting all set again. It's 2-2 on Ott. Here it comes. It's a swing and a foul tip, and it got away from Tebbetts, and he's going to get another swing. Looks like Bertie was hurt with that foul. Tebbetts went down on one knee, but he's getting up now and seems to be okay. Well, it's been a wonderful sight here in New York tonight. These fans that have jammed into these stands have really enjoyed it. And Jim and Mel and I have really seen a grand ball game. We hope that you've enjoyed it on the radio. Here comes the next pitch, and Ott hits a pop-up right in front of the plate. The catcher, Tebbetts, is down the line just a few feet and takes that ball 20 feet down the line toward third, and 1 foot inside the line, a fair ball, and Ott is out. So, fans, 2 more now, and the ball game will be over. Now the next man to come up, a left-handed hitter, is Eno Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals. A great ball player. This fella can run, he can field, he can hit, and he loves to play ball. There's 5 minutes left here in New York. Getting all set now. There's the windup, and here comes the next pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. 1 strike. The American League 3 and the National League 1. That's the setup. Nobody on and 1 gone in the last half of the 9th. Here comes the pitch, and there is a foul. It's right up here to the right, just to the right of our booth. Catcher Tebbetts gets another new ball and fires it right out there to Benton. Country Slaughter batting for the National League with nobody on and 1 gone. Benton is all set. Here comes the next pitch, and Slaughter takes one in the dirt, a ball. Ball 1 and strike 2 for Eno. Up in there batting left-handed, a red 9 in the back of his white uniform. American League infielders keep up a constant stream of chatter. Here comes the pitch, and there is another ball. He almost hit him in the leg. He was going to go for that one. It was a sinker, and he started to go for it, but he pulled his bat in time, and the umpire calls it a ball. The outfield of Williams, DiMaggio, and Henrik that's gone all the way is playing Slaughter straight away. It's about 4 minutes left. They'll get their bats all right. He's getting all set again. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a swing and a hopper foul to the right of the plate. Slaughter starts down the first base line, but the umpire, Bill McGowan, yells foul. He tells Bertie Tebbetts to throw that ball away, flips him a new ball, and the American Leaguers peg it around. The next man to come up after Slaughter will be Ernie Lombardi. Bill McGowan is getting a new supply of baseballs now in his blue serge suit. Al Benton is the second American League pitcher tonight. Chandler started. Getting all set again. Here comes the next one to Slaughter. Slaughter swings. There's a long fly ball to dead center, but DiMaggio is out there backing up. He caught it, and there's 2 gone. Country Slaughter hit one a mile that time towards center field, but Joe DiMaggio raced back about 35 or 40 feet and pulled it down, and there's 2 gone. And now, fans, here comes Ernie Lombardi, the last hope of the National League. Here's Ernie Lombardi. Here's the first pitch. There's a strike. It's over the outside corner. 2 out and nobody on in the last half of the 9th inning. American League 3-1. Here comes the next pitch to Lom. Lom swings and misses a change of pace pitch in around his knees, and the pitcher made him look bad on it. It's 2 strikes on Lombardi. There's 2 out. 1 more out and the ball game is over, and the American League will play the service team in Cleveland tomorrow night. Now Al Benton is all set again. Here comes the next pitch. He hit the high fly ball to right field. Looks like it's all over. Tommy Henrik is in under the ball, and he caught it. The game is over, and the American League defeats the National League in New York in the 10th annual All-Star Game. And here are the totals. The American League, 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. The National League, 1 run, 6 hits, and 1 error. The winning pitcher in the ball game is Chandler, and the losing pitcher is Morton Cooper. I want to give my colleagues who worked on the broadcast with me tonight just a chance to say goodbye. We're going to have to get off in a hurry, and here's Mel Allen.
It was swell working this game with Bob Elson and Jimmy Britt. It was a beautiful ball game to watch. A lot of swell pitching. Only one half inning, which was any great deal of offensive fireworks. In the first inning, when Lou Budrow homered and Rudy York homered with Tommy Henrik on base, who had doubled prior to York's homer. It was really a swell ball game to watch. Wish you were all here. All right, here's Jimmy Britt.
The fact that this game had a blackout deadline to make added to the suspense and drama of the final innings. It was an all-star game worth remembering, and the American League is going to give Uncle Sam's Service 9 in Cleveland tomorrow night a real battle.
Well, thank you very much, Jim and Mel. It's been a real pleasure to work with you tonight. I'm looking forward tomorrow night with working with Wade Hoyt and Jack Rennie over at Cleveland, when Mutual will bring you an exclusive coverage again of the great All-Star Game at Cleveland at the big Municipal Stadium. The players are getting off the field. The American League players are shaking hands with each other, and so are the National League players as they go off the field. And the final score again is the American League 3, the National League 1. The winning pitcher is Chandler, and the losing pitcher is Cooper. And now this is Bob Elson saying good night from the Polo Grounds in New York City. We return you to our New York studios.
We wish to thank the makers of Philly's cigars, sponsors of Cal Tinney and Sizing Up the News, usually heard over many of these stations at 8 p.m. Eastern Wartime, for their courtesy in relinquishing their time this evening so that we might bring you the broadcast of the All-Star Baseball Game. Mr. Tinney will be heard at his regular time Wednesday evening. Gabriel Heater, usually heard at 9 p.m. Eastern Wartime, will be presented over his regular network immediately following station identification. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Boy, what a moment this is, fans. I know that you can feel the tenseness that we feel here in New York. As the National League up for the last time with 7 minutes left to play, the deadline before the blackout in New York, Mayor LaGuardia was very kind to set aside the time to give baseball more time tonight. You know, this game was supposed to end at 9:10, but there was an unavoidable delay in starting, and so Mayor LaGuardia very graciously gave baseball a little longer time, right up until the actual deadline of the blackout, which is 9:30. He's getting all set again. Here's the pitch. There's a swing, and there's a foul that the first baseman may have a chance on. He's going back, and it's going into the stands. A foul ball, and it's 2-2 on Little Mel. Now Bertie Tebbetts gets a new baseball from Bill McGowan. Tosses that ball out there. Well, the American League, as you know, scored their 3 runs in the first inning on a home run, a double, and another home run. And the National League scored their run in the 8th inning on a pinch home run by Mickey Owen. Now he's getting all set again. It's 2-2 on Ott. Here it comes. It's a swing and a foul tip, and it got away from Tebbetts, and he's going to get another swing. Looks like Bertie was hurt with that foul. Tebbetts went down on one knee, but he's getting up now and seems to be okay. Well, it's been a wonderful sight here in New York tonight. These fans that have jammed into these stands have really enjoyed it. And Jim and Mel and I have really seen a grand ball game. We hope that you've enjoyed it on the radio. Here comes the next pitch, and Ott hits a pop-up right in front of the plate. The catcher, Tebbetts, is down the line just a few feet and takes that ball 20 feet down the line toward third, and 1 foot inside the line, a fair ball, and Ott is out. So, fans, 2 more now, and the ball game will be over. Now the next man to come up, a left-handed hitter, is Eno Slaughter of the St. Louis Cardinals. A great ball player. This fella can run, he can field, he can hit, and he loves to play ball. There's 5 minutes left here in New York. He's getting all set now. There's the windup, and here comes the next pitch, and there's a swing and a foul. 1 strike. American League 3 and the National League 1. That's the setup. Nobody on and 1 gone in the last half of the 9th. Here comes the pitch, and there is a foul. It's right up here to the right, just to the right of our booth. Catcher Tebbetts gets another new ball and fires it right out there to Benton. Country Slaughter batting for the National League with nobody on and 1 gone. Benton is all set. Here comes the next pitch, and Slaughter takes one in the dirt, a ball. Ball 1 and strike 2 for Eno. He's up in there batting left-handed, a red 9 in the back of his white uniform.
American League infielders keep up a constant stream of chatter. Here comes the pitch, and there is another ball. He almost hit him in the leg. He was going to go for that one. It was a sinker, and he started to go for it, but he pulled his bat in time, and the umpire calls it a ball. The outfield of Williams, DiMaggio, and Henrik that's gone all the way is playing Slaughter straight away. Just about 4 minutes left. They'll get their bats all right. He's getting all set again. Here comes the next pitch, and there's a swing and a hopper foul to the right of the plate. Slaughter starts down the first base line, but the umpire, Bill McGowan, yells foul. He tells Bertie Tebbets to throw that ball away, flips him a new ball, and the American Leaguers peg it around. The next man to come up after Slaughter will be Ernie Lombardi. Bill McGowan is getting a new supply of baseballs now in his blue serge suit. Al Benton is the second American League pitcher tonight. Chandler started. He's getting all set again. Here comes the next one to Slaughter. Slaughter swings. There's a long fly ball to dead center, but DiMaggio is out there backing up. He caught it, and there's two gone. Country Slaughter hit one a mile that time towards center field, but Joe DiMaggio raced back about 35 or 40 feet and pulled it down, and there's two gone. And now, fans, here comes Ernie Lombardi, the last hope of the National League. Here's Ernie Lombardi. Here's the first pitch. There's a strike. It's over the outside corner. 2 out and nobody on in the last half of the ninth inning. American League 3-1. Here comes the next pitch to Lom. Lom swings and misses a change of pace pitch in around his knees, and the pitcher made him look bad on it. It's 2 strikes on Lombardi. There's 2 out. 1 more out and the ball game is over, and the American League will play the service team in Cleveland tomorrow night. Now Al Benton is all set again. Here comes the next pitch. He hits a high fly ball to right field. Looks like it's all over. Tommy Henrik is in under the ball, and he caught it. The game is over, and the American League defeats the National League in New York in the 10th annual All-Star game. And so, fans, the American League will play the National League, will play the All-Star team in Cleveland tomorrow night. And here are the totals. The American League, 3 runs, 7 hits, and no errors. The National League, 1 run, 6 hits, and 1 error. The winning pitcher in the ball game is Chandler, and the losing pitcher is Morton Cooper. I want to give my colleagues who worked on the broadcast with me tonight just a chance to say goodbye. We're going to have to get off in a hurry, and here's Mel Allen.
It was swell working this game with Bob Elson and Jimmy Britt. It was a beautiful ball game to watch. A lot of swell pitching. Only one half inning, which was any great deal of offensive fireworks. In the first inning, when Lou Budrow homered and Rudy York homered with Tommy Henrik on base, who had doubled prior to York's homer. It was really a swell ball game to watch. Wish you were all here. All right, here's Jimmy Britt.
The fact that this game had a blackout deadline to make added to the suspense and drama of the final innings. It was an all-star game worth remembering, and the American League is going to give Uncle Sam's Service 9 in Cleveland tomorrow night a real battle. Well, thank you very much, Jim and Mel. It's been a real pleasure to work with you tonight. I'm looking forward tomorrow night with working with Wade Hoyt and Jack Rennie over at Cleveland, when Mutual will bring you an exclusive coverage again of the great All-Star game at Cleveland in the big municipal stadium. The players are getting off the field. The American League players are shaking hands with each other, and so are the National League players as they go off the field. And the final score again is the American League 3, the National League 1. The winning pitcher is Chandler, and the losing pitcher is Cooper. And now this is Bob Elson saying good night from the Polo Grounds in New York City. We return you to our New York studios.